Adrian Mateos Diaz becomes the first ever Spanish champ on the EPT.
No time for any sleep when you're laughing along with me. Got you by my side and we're burning on through the night.
Morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
What do you have?
You want to know?
Full house?
It's Jeff.
I'm all in. I'm all in. Ollie?
Keep off my money.
Show me his queen. Show me his queen. Thank you.
There's a king on the turn!
Ooh, I'm in good shape right now.
How does it feel to wear the golden hat? It's the lack of the beginner.
And... Kidding me.
Boom! It's the fall!
Oh, my friend.
Go, baby.
Hello and welcome to Barcelona and the 12th season of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, EPT Live is back with live coverage of the record-breaking EPT main event from Casino Barcelona. Once again, we kick off the season in style in the Catalan capital, and once again, we have got Norris McWhirter on speed dial because we are breaking records left, right, and centre. We are back for coverage of the main event. Meanwhile, this festival has been knocking numbers out of the park. The Estrellas main event, the Super High Roller, the one-day High Roller. This is a big one. There's not just this room, the main room at the casino, there's also a marquee as well, housing the near 1,000 players who've come back for day two from a starting field of close to 1,700. I am your host, James Hartigan, alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my baby. So happy you could all join us. Sun, fun, poker, cash, and iridocyclitis.
And based, Joe, on the response we have seen on social media over the last 7 days, especially in the last 48 hours, a lot of people have been eagerly awaiting the return of EPT Live to PokerStars.tv. Thrilled that we're back today, August the 26th, for live coverage of day two of the main event. We will continue to bring you every single level of play from this tournament right through to its conclusion on Sunday the 30th of August, when you will have cards up coverage of the final table. I am going to not particularly bravely predict that this one is going to go the distance. With a field of close to 1,700, we're probably going to be here till the early hours of Monday morning.
So biggest main event ever means most number of chips in play ever, which means probably maybe the longest final table ever.
Wherever you are, you can watch us, whether it's on your desktop, your laptop, your mobile device, your tablet. The PokerStars.tv mobile app can be downloaded now for iOS and Android devices. And of course, if English is not your preferred option, if you'd rather listen to our colleagues in the Russian language, Spanish, Czech, French, etc., those are the various platforms that you can visit to be with the language, with the commentators that you love. As ever, we do welcome the interactivity that you provide via Twitter. Use the hashtag EPT Live. If you are watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars, you can type live into the Twitch chat, which Joe's keeping a close eye on. But yes, the early fans already in on the Twitter timeline. I think one of the first people in today was Damien Clarkson. Can't wait. We'll be watching from start to finish from Australia. We also got John Jacobs, who was counting the minutes until the start of play. Pedro is here. Smitty says, I feel good. It's poker time. Have a great week, guys.
Hello, my babies.
Kevin Thiel says, EPT is back. I have to leave for work. Life is great and sucks at the same time. That's why you need PokerStars.tv app. So here are the chip leaders coming into day 2. So let's just recap that starting field, Joe, and let's remember that registration is still open until the start of play on day 2. 1,679 players. So this is the biggest main event in EPT history. We've never seen a field this big, not even at the PCA. And 989 of those players, the better part of 1,000, coming back to day 2. So just to put this into perspective, it's a bigger field on day 2 than we normally get across the 2 day 1s.
It's incredible.
And this is our feature table at the start of play. 2 friends sharing a stage. Elke and Eugene Kachalov, both from Team PokerStars Pro, sat next to each other. And there is Mouse.
Mal 5.
In action.
I actually just learned what Mal 5 was today. Elke's been tweeting about it forever. It's just one of those things. My eyes just trained to skip over hashtags. So I was like, okay, whatever. And then one day I was like, what is this Mal 5 thing? Apparently, it's his little toy there.
Simon Baker, an EPT superfan, says, and we are back. Jan says, finally, EPT Season 12. Yes, we have returned from our summer hiatus. And here we are, the first of 7 stops on Season 12 of the European Poker Tour. And play underway on day 2 of the EPT Barcelona main event. This is level 9. Blinds are currently 400, 800 with a 100 ante. Action has been folded around to the hijack. Atanas Kavrakov raising here. He's made it 1800. Round to Maximos Pertsonides in the small blind. He starts this hand with a stack of 78,500.
Looks like he's breathing pretty hard already.
Average stack right now, around 51k. Pertsonides is going to 3-bet from the small. His best result on the tour to date was a 31st place finish in the EPT 10 Grand Final. That was worth 32,000 euros. Well, Mario Pacino has folded the big. Action back on Kavrakov. The 3-bet is to 6,600. Kavrakov had an around average stack, 54,000 at the start of the hand.
So this is more than a 3x 3-bet. Which is typically fine out of position, but it's still big. It's almost 4. And we are going to see a flop.
Kavrakov will have the advantage of position. The flop, Queen 9-8, rainbow. Hello to Kristen Mashman. EPT Live is back. Looking forward to a few days of amazing pokertainment. It's good to be back.
So Pertsonitis continues, 7,100, just under half pot. And I think this flop is going to hit the hijack's raise call range pretty hard most of the time.
Close to 30k in the pot. Kavrakov, the effective stack here with just shy of 42,000 behind. Pertsonides not slowing down. This time he bets 21,000, and you've got to think this is do or die time for Kavrakov.
Yeah, this pot's gotten huge already. Pertsonitis, I think, immediately started breathing heavy before the flop. He's playing this like an overpair. Maybe even a set of queens, I think. And I think this bet is sort of designed, you know, it was like a... There were no flush draws on the flop, but it was a pretty draw-heavy board, you know, for the hijack is going to have a lot of hands that have a pair and a draw there a lot of the time. Now he's really turned up the volume. He's turned up here on the turn. There is a diamond draw out there now.
You'll notice that we have new chips for the start of EPT Season 12.
I walked into the chip vault by accident this morning. They're just, I mean, there's just racks and racks and racks. It's like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, it's just a massive warehouse.
I'll bring you the chip denominations a bit later on. We simply didn't have enough of the old-style chips for this festival because we knew in advance that we were likely to see big fields in every event.
I call.
Red Triangle of Death presented to Kavrikov. The quick call from Pertsonides.
Oh, fucking no.
And Pertsonides does not like what he's just seen. Kavrikov tables queens. Ace, queen of diamonds, the hand for Pertsonides. So top pair, top kicker with the nut flush draw. A set of queens for Kavrikov, who is set for a big double up here.
I mean, this is just a ridiculous cooler, I think, on hand number 1. Can't really see the guy playing it much better.
The river card is a 4. It's a full house for Kavrikov, who doubles up through Maximus Pertsonides, who's left with around 23,000, less than half the tournament average. Some of our international viewers getting in touch. Joe Gary G says, hello from Florida. Top of the morning to you all. I knew there was a reason I had to get up early this morning, and it's because EPT 12 is on the air. Azif says, welcome back, gents, and go Timmy. He's talking about Tim Davey, who's one of the players at our feature table. He's in the 8th seat today. Keith Woodward thought he spotted Ryan Reese in the background. Could be Keith. He is here in Barcelona.
So even after losing that hand, Pertsonides is still number 2 in chips at this table. That's not too bad.
No, that's not been updated. Pertsonides has 23,000 after that hand.
Ah, that is quite bad. That is the opposite of good.
He's not the shortest stack, though. That would be the aforementioned Tim Davey from the UK. He's playing 18,800. Transpira says knit roll with top set, lol. Well, no. Obviously, he's the one with the action. He's the one deciding to move all in. It's not a case of he knit rolled in the sense that he didn't call. He's waiting to make it look like he has a decision, so he gets a call from his opponent there.
And to be fair, it wasn't as if he had been set all in. He could have decided to just call if he
Absolutely.
wanted to.
Chris McFadgen says, 10 minutes in and we already have big action. This is what I've been missing all summer. Sam says, I'm just a little too excited that we have the boys back for live action from EPT Barcelona. Calm yourself. There's a long road ahead. This is only day 2 of a 6-day tournament, and a big one at that. So we're going to see Tim Davey in action here. Kavrikov opens to 1,800. Davey calls from the hijack in position. And we get an all-diamond flop, King 6 deuce.
You know what I learned from David Tuckman? Diamonds are cheap. That's what he says in this situation. Diamonds are cheap.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but hey, he's one of the best.
But they're not cheap. Anyone who's ever been shopping at Tiffany's will testify to that. ABV sends greetings from Lithuania. Missed EPT all summer. To be fair, there wasn't anything to miss. There was no EPT. We finished season 11 in Monaco. We're starting up again in Barcelona for season 12. Going to talk about some of the side events in just a moment. After we see how this hand plays out, well, Kavrikov continues for 2,800. Davey folds. The Estrellas main event, Joe. Now, this is the local tour, which comes before the EPT festival. A €1,000 buy-in event with 3,292 players across 3 starting days.
Wasn't first place in the 1K like $500,000 or something like that?
€408,000 is what Mario Lopez got for taking that down. What was ridiculous was the Barcelona Cup, which had more than 550 alternates, a field of close to 3,100. Now, bear in mind, the buy-in for this event was €300. The first prize was more than 130 grand.
That's awesome.
Then we had the 50k Super High Roller, another record breaker, 99 total entries. Once again, Dmitry Obanovic is the runner-up in a Super High Roller, with Sylvain Loosely taking this one down.
2 in a row. I wonder last time, he really beat himself up, thought he blew it heads up. I wonder how he's feeling about it this time.
And then the 25k one-day event, which still hasn't finished. I say it's a one-day event. There will be a second day. Neymar Jr. and PK were among the players who turned up to compete in this one. 3 remain. 3 former EPT champs, Liv Barry, Mark Telcher and Martin Finger. They will conclude that event tomorrow.
It's a one-day-ish event.
So we've seen an under-the-gun +1 raise from Michael Ferrari. It's been called by Weong Zhu, called by Pertsonides in the cutoff. And this is the first we'll have seen from Birina Birayakusen.
Nice job with that, by the way.
Elke in as well from the big blind. I'm not sure it was correct. 5-way action as we go to the flop.
But you said it with confidence, and that's what matters.
King Jack 6 rainbow.
You can't spell Birayakusen without a king and a jack, a K and a J. Something. There's something there. I don't know.
Or how about this? The Icelandic player has checked. Elke checks. We do get a C-bet from Ferrari. Into 4 opponents, he bets 4,500.
Two folds.
Back around to Birayakusen. And he is the only player who's called, so heads up to the turn. Deuce of diamonds. Ferrari, no stranger to EPTs. In San Remo in season 9, he came 33rd. He barrels for 10,000.
He's bet more than half the pot on both streets so far.
And there's a fold, so Ferrari wins this one, uncontested. ABV says, I'm already waiting in the lobby of the EPT free roll. You will get the password a bit later on today. The free roll isn't going anywhere. It's back for season 12. There will be a free roll tonight at 7:15 local time, that's Central European time. $2,000 in the prize pool and 30,000 seats available.
James, literally nothing will stop me from playing that free roll tonight.
Sadly, Joe and I will not be able to play in that free roll because we are in Spain. It is the .es market. We cannot join you in the .com player pool.
James, literally nothing will allow me to play that free roll tonight.
You could get a helicopter ride across the border into Portugal.
Can I go to
no,
Andorra?
that's not gonna
Is that
work.
close enough? Where are we right now? France? All right, I'm going to rethink that for a second. James, I know we got a lot to go through at the beginning of the show, but I have an important phone call I need to make too eventually.
We'll hold up on that one because we've just seen a Gibbons.
Hey,
From Michael Ferrari.
Limpy. All right. So Pertsonides called. Mario Puccini now putting in the first raise, a 1-bet, a 2-bet, I should say.
He makes it 3,000. That's a call from Ferrari.
So the old limp call from under the gun. The double Gibbons.
Double Gibbons executed. Pertsonides has called as well. 3 players see an ace-9-4 rainbow flop.
It should check around to Puccini. It does.
Pertsonides, the low man in this hand, 18,450. Puccini, the big stack, with 96k behind. Of course, Puccini came 4th in EPT Berlin in Season 8, winning close to €250,000. Italian name, German flag.
There goes Ferrari. There goes Pertsonides.
Yes, Goncalo, I realised my mistake as soon as I said Portugal. I know things have changed there. So we'll find somewhere else for Joe to take the helicopter to. so that he can compete in the free roll at 7:15 this evening.
Can we just go into international waters?
So let's have a look at players as they arrive today. Liv Boeri functioning on very little sleep, having played in that one-day high roller until 5 a.m., registering at the start of day 2. There is November 9er Pierre Neville.
Who would have ever thought that that would have been a sentence?
Two-time runner-up in the EPT. Steve O'Dwyer won the very first event of this festival, the Neymar Jr. Foundation charity event. There's Johnny Lodden.
He's quit. I'm out of here.
Johnny, of course, finaled the grand final at the conclusion of season 11. There's Roberto Romanello, EPT 7 Prague winner. Another EPT champ, Kevin McPhee, came close to winning his second EPT title in London last year. Patrick Antonius, don't often see him on the EPT. Barcelona very popular with Nordic players, and the Finns have had a lot of success here. Leo Margetts from Team Pro, and David Van Plu.
That was for David Van Plu, by the way.
And Mike McDonald wearing his Anchorman t-shirt. Mike finaled that one-day high roller event yesterday.
Milk was a better choice.
Double Gibbons tweets to say, I came at the right time. Nice to see the new season start with a double Gibbons.
I gotta relearn these.
And let's not forget, as you debuted on our podcast, EPT Not Live, you have a new soundboard for season 12 with some spooky sound effects. Random and inappropriate, but I liked it.
That's Lee Jones waking up. Opening up his coffin.
Oh yes, Lee Jones is still around, and we will have Lee's lowdown a bit later on today. Guess who joined the Twitter chat the moment Mike McDonald's face appeared on screen, Joe?
Squee?
Oh yes, Serena's there with a quick squee.
Also, a quick shout out to my babies on Twitch. I'm watching you guys over there. Hello, my babies.
And Keith Woodward says, yes, Keith, you were eagle-eyed there. Johnny Lodden was standing next to ladies event champion Lynn Gilmartin. Ed Dawson says, welcome back, guys. I've missed the stream. And we've missed you, Ed. Just a little bit. So it's Pertinides' turn to limp. Pacini raises to 2,200. Pertinides calls the raise, heads up to the flop.
He is right around 20 big blinds right now.
Queen 10, 9, 2 clubs on board. Check, check, and the 7 of spades on the turn. So a bit later on today, we can expect the prize payouts to be confirmed. As I mentioned, registration is only closing around now. Several players buying in at the start of day 2, so we'll get the final number of runners and riders. The prize pool looks to be in the region of 8.1 million euros. So there's going to be well in excess of $1 million for the eventual winner of this tournament. The plan today
is to play down to the money.
Is to play 6 full 75-minute levels. We can expect to hit the money tomorrow. So there was a bet of 2,300 from Pertinides on the turn, and now the 10 of clubs on the river means, well, no, the straight draws would have got there already because this has paired the board, but it does put a potential flush out there.
Check, check on the river.
Let's see a winner.
Fours? Fours. Fours!
Fours are good. So Pertinides keeping his head above water. Just shy of 25,000. Average stack still in the region of 51,000. As you might expect, the tournament clock not necessarily being updated that regularly. A lot of players keep track of across 2 rooms. This is the main room we're looking at now, which is 2 capacity, and this is main event players only. No side events going on in this room right now. Plus, there is a marquee area adjoined to the main casino building where there are more tables, and I imagine those tables will be the first to break, and then we'll try and bring everyone into the main room.
I think we're kind of lucky that the weather's not oppressively hot here in Barcelona this year, because with this many people in the room, it's impossible to keep it cool.
Yeah, I think it was a few years back. I think it was 2012 when Barcelona had an insane heat wave where it was between 35 and 40 Celsius during the day, and the room was, to use the catchphrase, the hashtag that Daniel Negreanu coined on Twitter, hot as balls. It's still warm outside. It's still pushing kind of 28, 29 degrees, but it's not excessive. Fallon Diner says, welcome back, guys. Missed you, crazy kids. Any new ideas for the Chop Pot song? Kind of hope not. Absolutely no new ideas. You don't mess with perfection.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And other cliches that we will wheel out at various points over the next 5 days. Pertsonides opens from under the gun +1 to 2,100. Elke 3 bets. We're seeing Mouse in action here, 5,200.
Now 5.
And there are the chip denominations. Graphical Nick has come up with new names for the new chips for Season 12. So the smallest chips in play are the Mint Eclair 100 chips. The Calamines are 500. The Hollandaise Sauce chips, Eggs Benedict, are 1,000. And the Marinas are the biggest chips in play right now. They're worth 5,000.
It's going to take an ocean of calamine lotion, although, to my knowledge, Poison Phil Ivey is not here.
Serenity says, since you're in Spain, what are the chances that El Comontador will make an appearance in the booth?
I think chances are pretty good.
Obviously, we need to actually see a Spanish player in action for El Comontador to get excited. So Pertsonides called the 3-bet. 10-6-3-2 club flop, and Elke continues to 6,000. Pertsonides check raises all in.
Triangle me.
Red triangle of death presented to the Greek player.
Elke's called.
Let's see him. Kings for Elke, 8s for Pertsonides.
Oof.
He does have a club.
He is looking to double up or spend the day outdoors, I guess.
So Pertsonides behind. He's the player at risk, as you can see by the handy red triangle of death graphic. Strictly speaking, the triangle should have been presented to the hand on the left. So only an 8 saves Pertsonides now. Elke eliminates the Greek player. We're just going to verify the stacks. By our calculations, Elke has Pertsonides covered. Oh, hold on a sec. Is Pertsonides going to have some left?
24, no, 29.
No.
Yeah.
I like this, though. No reason to jump up from the table right away. Take your time. Be cool about it. Just be chill.
Elke now an above average stack, 61,700. Steve Fair. Remember, the hashtag on Twitter, by the way, is EPT Live. Steve says, there's something cathartic about working with EPT Live in my left ear. Welcome back, chaps.
And Chip. Chip is running things on the board today. Chip, you're doing a great job.
Well, I was thinking about chips because a lot of people are commenting on the new chips we have for Season 12. Richard Hofston says, sweet names for sweet chips. Ella says, pleasure having you guys back. And Graphical Nick strikes again with some awesome chip names.
Where's Graphical Nick? I can't see him.
We're across 2 rooms. The gallery's in a different room.
That's annoying. I like to hear the 2 times a day they laugh at my jokes.
Andy Gibbons is very happy to have EPT Live back in his life. Welcome back, guys.
James, I gotta get this phone call out of the way. Now, I don't know if you remember, last year during Monaco, there was a guy named Joe Best who was bugging me on Facebook. When are you going live? When are you going live? And I was like, tell you what, mate, send me your phone number, and I will. I'll call you when we're on the air. And he very nonchalantly was just like, you will give me a call? Like, not like wow or thanks or anything. He's like, I might be at the gym. Well, he's been bugging me.
So hang on, so this is the guy in Monaco. You actually called him up to say we're live, and he didn't take the call, and then like sent you a message afterwards saying, oh, sorry, dude, I was at the gym.
Exactly. And so he's been bugging me the last couple days, again, to personally tell him when we were going live again. And I thought, I haven't answered him. Any live streams, bro? That was on Monday. Yesterday. Any live streams, bro? A few minutes later, 4 question marks. So I figure, why not give him a call again? If he won't stop bugging me about when we're on the air, I might give him a call now and just see if he picks up and I can tell him we're live. There we go.
It's open 6.
I think he's at the gym.
Probably. He's shredded.
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you finish your message,
Jeez,
just hang up.
Okay, thank you.
Or to hear more options, please press
Whoever listens for more options. Hey, Joe, hi. What's up, buddy? It's Stapes. Just thought I'd give you a call. And you left me a bunch of Facebook messages, and I just thought I would, give you a ring and let you know that we're live on the air now. PokerStars.tv/live or Twitch.tv/PokerStars. Just whenever you get around to it, we'll be here for the next few days, and I guess that's it. That's twice now that you sent me the voicemail, and I got to tell you, I'm beginning to feel like this friendship's a little one-sided. So anyway, hope you enjoy. Talk to you soon. Okay, bye.
Meanwhile, no friends at the poker table. Elke opens to 1,600. Eugene Kachalov 3 bets to 4,000. Meanwhile, a news alert for those of you watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars, assuming you can hear this message. We are going to have to restart the stream. There are some gremlins in the works, and that means we might be offline on Twitch for 2 to 10 minutes. So we're going to redirect you guys to either PokerStars.tv/live or YouTube.com/PokerStars, but hopefully we'll get Twitch up and running again in around 10 minutes' time.
Somebody fed Graphical Nick after midnight again.
A few of you are playing on PokerStars while watching EPT Live. Simon Baker says, in the money of the $11 progressive super knockout and watching EPT Live. Hashtag play on PokerStars. Aaron says, watching EPT Live while trying to make a final table on PokerStars.
Aren't we all?
Nick Vasquez in California says, with EPT Live back, my sleep schedule is gone. Oh, sorry, he's American. Schedule. Love the triangle graphic, Nick. We're going to try and make something very special out of that triangle graphic, which I'll tell you about later on. Also coming up later on, competitions. So when Joseph asks any prizes to be won this week, the answer is yes. Big yes.
Lots of cool stuff in store.
Ella says, did you guys have a nice holiday, or were you saddled with endless duties for the well-being of the poker community? Ella, we did have a nice rest. We did get some vacation time, but we were working as well. Ella, you should be listening to our almost weekly podcast, EPT Not Live, where we obviously talk about what we're doing and also, in essence, serve the poker community by providing an hour of audio entertainment.
2 players.
Got Elke versus Ferrari heads up to this flop.
Which is Jack 9-5 with 2 diamonds. And again, Elke was the eraser, raising from under the gun. But he doesn't continuation bet this flop. He checks. Ferrari checks behind. King of spades on the turn.
5 checks, 6, 7 bets, 2,000.
A lot of people, by the way, Joe, just looking at the Twitter stream, they've observed that there's been a change in the chips on the table. There's a change in some of the graphics they're seeing. Roland is the first person so far to notice a change in the set. I really like this idea that rather than sealing off the feature table from the rest of the tournament, it's very much in the middle of the room, very much part of the event, and we can see the scale and scope of this event as we're watching these guys on the main stage.
I noticed exactly none of those things.
Well, as you can see, They both have the same hand. This will be a chop pot. They said it in Season 10. They said it in Season 11. Do you know what they still say in Season 12? Everyone loves a chop pot. Your first chop pot of EPT 12. You're welcome, Internet.
That did not take long.
Yeah, I do think it is important to remember that whenever we're watching a table, it's one table of several dozen, or in this case, scores of tables. And actually to get that sense of the whole tournament as it shrinks, as it plays down to a single table. The aforementioned Dmitry Abanovich, runner-up in the 50k Super High Roller, taking the empty seat at our feature table. And an update on the field, by the way, Joe, because the clock has been updated. When you add the people who registered at the start of day 2, we're looking at a field of 1,699.
Oh, man.
Almost 1,700 players, and 971 remain at this point.
So close to the 17 ball. Dmitry Urbanovich, huh? That's lucky he got sent to this table. Is he even 20 yet?
Quick hello to Mark in the Netherlands. Hello, my babies. Thanks for all of the episodes of EPT Not Live, but I'm happy it's EPT Live again. We've got to balance our platforms. Hello to Gwyn. Losing my EPT Live virginity this morning. Make sure you make it comfortable for me, please, lads. Welcome to the EPT Live experience. I hope you'll be with us for this event and for many more to come. And I hope you stay with this particular tournament right through to its conclusion.
Gwyn, we'll take care of you. We'll even cuddle you afterward. Ed Kilworth doing a fine job in the Twitch chat moderating. Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, hopefully we've got that Twitch stream up and running and at much better quality very, very soon. Nick Vasquez says, when you hear the first Chop Pot song of Season 12, that's when you know EPT Live is officially back. So we've got 43 minutes left to run on this level. We'll run straight into level 10, which will be 500 and 1,000 blinds. Remember, 6 full levels played on day 2. Day 3 tomorrow is when we can expect to burst the bubble and start paying players. Full prize pool and payouts to be announced later this afternoon. A record-breaking main event here in Barcelona to kick off the 12th season of the European Poker Tour. Just to recap those numbers, 1,699 runners, 971 players remaining at this point on day 2.
Looks like we're back on Twitch.
Huzzah! And there was much rejoicing.
Eugene Kachlov contemplating in the big blind.
Action has been raised by Barry Arkeson. A button raised to 1,800.
Looks absolutely terrified to play a pot with Eugene Kachlov.
Raise 4,500.
Hello to Mitch Hurst. Been looking forward to EPT Live all week, getting me through this drive to London. Mitch, please tell me you're not the one behind the wheel. So Kachalov's 3-bet is to 4.5k.
I don't see what the problem with that is, as long as you have your phone taped to the steering wheel so you don't have to hold it. As long as it's hands-free. I'm kidding. I just realized. Statements like that. Remember in The West Wing when the president made a joke about about seatbelts could maybe even kill you, and then he got sued? Stuff like that. I'm kidding. Do not watch and drive. The only thing you should do while you're driving is drive. 3-bet from Eugene Kachlov.
I think it was Pete up in Scotland who came up with the novel idea of turning EPT Live into a radio show by just having the audio stream on his car stereo. Maybe you could go that route, Mitch. As we see, Bjarkason fold and Kachlov win the pot. So Eugene and Elke, two good friends, sat next to each other on the feature table. Obviously, Eugene knew when he was walking in today that he was going to be sat on the main stage. We spoke to him before the start of play about some big news in his life.
Yeah, it was pretty big news for me. I got engaged last month in Iceland. I proposed to my girlfriend on top of a volcano, on top of a famous volcano that actually stopped traffic all over the world in 2010 between Europe and America. So that was a pretty memorable trip, and and I think got a really cool video out of it too. I'm feeling good. I'm a little bit under the weather, a little bit sick, but otherwise, I'm happy to have made day 2, and my only goal now is to make day 3. Yeah, it's incredible. We have 1,679 people. I mean, it's just amazing how much Barcelona's grown. It doesn't really surprise me because of how nice it is here and how much everyone likes to come here from everywhere. Just because even if you bust out of a tournament, it's so nice, just hanging around in the city or going to the beach.
I like how Eugene was sort of excited about being engaged, but really excited about the video he got from it.
So confirmation that everything is up and running as normal at twitch.tv/PokerStars. Wherever you're watching, I hope you're enjoying EPT Live, our first day of streaming from Season 12 of the European Poker Tour. As Eugene said, a huge event here. The number actually up to 1,699 now. And the thing that's really important to us, Joe, is the experience that players have when they come to an EPT, whether they're playing the main event or a €300 side event. Interesting to see this tweet from Sasha. Only played 1 day in Barcelona, but the PokerStars EPT is the best setup I've ever seen. From the tables to the mobile app, I will be back next year.
Well, I mean, stick with us for the rest of this year, too.
Those of you who said that EPT Live is back, or you know it's back when you get your first Chop Pot song, no. When you know it's back is when you get your first patented Dom Patmat fact of the season.
Do we get that yet?
Dom Patmat chimes in. Record-breaking field? Num num. This is the 14th time the EPT main event has had more than 1,000 entries. It's happened 6 times at the PCA, 4 times in Barcelona, and of course in San Remo and Prague twice.
Hey, let's give Dom Patmat a pat on the back for his... Oh, God. It's been a while, guys. Hold on a second. Where's my buzzer? Which one is the wrong... This one. Hey, live... There. There. Okay. Hey, let's give Dom Patmat a pat on the back for his patented Dom Patmat fact.
Going to pick up the action at the feature table. Kavrakov opened under the gun to 1,800. Bjarkason re-raised, called by Ferrari. So it's a 3-bet pot. And Bjarkason wins it with a bet of 4,700 on the flop. I love that. Andy C wins the internet for this amazing question. Who's your pick to win?
Wu Yangzhu from Norway.
Oh, blimey. Mitch has just sent a photograph of his setup in the car. Mitch, can you please confirm that you are not the one driving? I don't care if your hand's free. You cannot have a video screen in front of your sat-nav and drive.
That's very, very irresponsible and dangerous. And Uncle Daddy is very disappointed in you if that's true.
Now, when we talk about the tournament clock ticking over, Joe, it's normally when we lose a player. But the tournament clock has just ticked up because we have confirmation that 1,700 players registered for the EPT Barcelona main event this year. 1,700 at the close of registration. 950 remain. Dean S is very happy that EPT Live is back, but he's not able to join us just yet, hoping to tune in a couple of hours' time. We will still be here. Kavrakov and Kachalov. All of the ovs. 10, 7, 4. Button raised from Eugene, defended by Kavrakov. And it's not just Dom Patmat providing facts today. Kev Math The information legend, half man, half computer, says if I remember correctly, that Icelandic volcano also kept Liv Boeree from flying back to the UK, so she played and won EPT San Remo in 2010. Hashtag famous volcanoes.
That is correct. King on turn.
Remember Aaron, who was trying to make a final table online? Well, he made that final table.
He did it.
He's the chip leader, and he's glad the Twitch stream is back up.
I remember the first time I made a final table of a 2-table sit and go.
Harry asks, was Ride on the River really 2 years ago? Yep. And don't forget, still available. It's the special bonus track on, now that's what I call the EPT Volume 2.
420 Mark on Twitch wants to know what my favorite hand is. It's my right hand.
So Kachlov firing a second barrel here on the turn, which gets the job done. Eugene playing 64,500, an above average stack, the average being around 54k with 950 remaining, and 35 minutes remaining on this level.
James, how many do you think we have at the end of the day today?
Oh, blimey. Oh.
You think we lose 250 more?
Oh, substantially more. I think, well, what are we going to pay tomorrow? So, 1,700 players.
Pay what, 200?
More than that. Way more than that.
Whatever. Make me feel dumb for asking.
It's going to be about paying around 250 players. I think we're going to come back tomorrow with just shy of 400 players. So I'll say the spread is...
We're going to lose 550 players today?
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh!
A raise here from Puccini, a former EPT main event finalist. Oh dear. The Panagiotis asks, are there any Greek players left? Now, I'm sure there are. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure there will be. However, there was a Greek player on our feature table for the first 20 minutes of the day. However, he went broke with 8s against kings. To be fair, it was the ace-queen versus queen's hand that did most of the damage.
Question on Twitch. Louis Helm says, how can Liv play the main event today if she's in the final day of the 25K tomorrow? What if she survives?
I think they'll have to postpone it again. My understanding is that Martin Finger and Mark Telcher are no longer in the main event, so they've got a rest day today. If Liv makes it into the money and beyond and is still in the main event at 4 p.m. tomorrow, they'll have to rearrange playing that three-handed action in the 25K event.
But in situations like this, basically what happens is they keep postponing it until all the players can play.
Correct.
It.
Daniel Smith chimes in on Twitter. Hello, my babies. I'm so glad you guys are back. Poker Guy says, I watched every EPT that was on YouTube in 2 weeks to warm up for EPT Barcelona.
Thank you.
Hashtag go Daniel Negreanu, who I don't believe is here. Just could be generic go Daniel Negreanu in life.
Urbanovic, Zhu.
Urbanovic raised under the gun to 2,000. Zhu defended his big blind. 10-9-7 on the flop.
This is a private club, Wu Yang, so don't tell him you're Jewish.
Check, check on the flop. Another 10 on the turn, and looks like Zhu's going to lead here.
I wonder if Urbanovic has changed his game at all. Last time we saw him, he pretty much had one gear. Go.
Uber aggression is very much his style.
There it is.
The raise from Abanovic on the turn. So Wu bet 2,000. Abanovic makes it 6,200. Wu raises to 17,000 and wins the pot. So among the players who registered at the start of play today, we already mentioned Liv Barry, also buying in at the start of day 2. Jason Moe.
Jason Moe or Jason Less?
Moe.
So Less is not Moe.
Vadim Markuszewski. Ilari Sahamias, who final tabled this event a couple of years back. Actually, it was 3 years ago now.
I saw him skulking around. He's a terrifying looking man.
Joe Selwyn says, Joe, you're looking pretty jacked in the PCA TV shows. Have you been pumping some tin?
Is that a gay reference?
No, it's about whether you've been working out.
Oh, no, I haven't been working out, but I have been doing the other thing.
Isaac says, is it just me or is the feature table more humble looking than it was? Isaac, we discussed this earlier on. There's actually a creative decision, and I like it, that we want to show that this is one table in a big field. We don't want to seal it off from the rest of the tournament as we have done previously. I think that's fine if it's a final table. It's fine if you're doing a TV show like Shark Cage, but where you have a field of nearly 1,000 players, you really want to get a sense of scope and a sense of scale. You want to see those tables breaking as the event plays down to the final 8.
Plus, who knows what we'll be able to see in the background. Another one of those players, by the way, new today, who just joined, Haralabos Vulgaris in today, Haralabob, which I'm always happy about because it means he's not watching the stream at home and can't criticize me.
Dmitry Abanovic, also a player who registered at the start of day 2. Taking the field to 1,700. Biggest main event in EPT history.
Latrigian on Twitch, James, has an issue with you calling this set change a creative decision. He says creative decision equals excuse for being cheap. So what you're saying, Latrigian, is that we would build an entire new set that's better and different rather than use the old one that we already owned because we're being cheap? How does that make sense? I think he's in the front runner for Genius of the Day. Let me write down that name, Latrigian. Genius of the Day. I'm going to spell it G-E-N-Y-U-S.
The tweets keep coming. Remember, the hashtag is EPT Live. Travis says, my best friend is playing and I have 10% of his action. Looks like I'm staying up all night watching the live stream. Hashtag Canada. Carl Parrish says, heaven at last. Good to see you guys back and hope that the Hippodrome will stream EPT Live while I play an event there. Do they normally have us on at the Hippodrome? It's our card room, I should hope so.
I think so.
Great place to play in London. PokerStars Live at the Hippodrome in Leicester Square. Luke Fern asks, any of the EPT Live crew heading to the UK IPT Isle of Man this year? It will be my first UK IPT and I can't wait. Luke, I have no update on that. At the moment, I don't think we're going to be there.
We're not going to be where?
UK IPT Isle of Man.
No. That's unlikely.
I mean, it's different when you're London-based. It's just a quick flight across. I'm not really sure you want to do a transatlantic flight to the Isle of Man.
I mean, I would.
Eric H. says, Challenge Stapes, is it returning for Season 12? Greetings from Germany. Greetings from Barcelona, Eric. Yes. And details of the new form that Challenge Stapes is taking for Season 12 will be revealed later on. We'll also be revealing details of the $1 Bounty Bonanza League, and we will also be unveiling the password for today's EPT Live free roll. So those are the details of the UK IPT Isle of Man event.
It's a 440? That sounds awesome. Now I almost wish I lived in London still.
Runs from the 1st to the 4th of October. There is also a high roller event. PokerStars Ireland will be hosting the UK and Ireland Poker Tour once again. But yeah, I think we have other engagements in early October. So sadly, we'll probably not be able to be there. But do you know what? Things change. Things move fast.
Do we have other engagements in early October?
Well, you might not, but I certainly do.
Ah. Can you tell us what it is? You're being all coy.
There's some things I can't talk about in public, I'm afraid.
G. Monroe in Twitch asks, what does Elke have around his neck? I think it's just his
player ID badge.
ID badge for the casino, yeah. It's weird that he's the only one wearing it, though.
Everyone else has firmly stowed it away, either in a pocket or man bag. So Puccini raises from the button. Elke defends. Queen 8 deuce. Puccini continuing.
And he's the biggest stack at the table.
Gets a call from Elke. 2,200 apiece. Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Elke checks again. Elke getting sticky.
And the 4 of diamonds on the river.
Elke checks a third time.
Puccini emptying the clip here. Yes. He's bet all 3 streets.
He's betting over half pot.
12,000.
Both in the turning river, over half. The way Elke's played this, I think a lot of the time he's got some sort of pair like lower than a queen.
I noticed that the mouse emoji seems to be quite popular on Twitch whenever Mr. Elke's in a pot.
I think you have to actually subscribe to Elke's channel to be able to do that. I'm going to try it and see if it works. Oh, no, I can do it. Cool. And Elke did call. Did not have kings beat.
Puccini gets 3 streets of value from his overpair.
And the chip leader gets even more chip leadier here at the feature table. 123,000 now for Puccini.
Elke down to 36,800. He is a below average stack. Now, those of you who've been following EPT Live for a while and watch our TV shows know that we like to pick an online qualifier, someone who won their seat online who we can get behind. We've got 5 nominees here, Joe. This is Glenn Areberg from Norway. He qualified for 55 euros, and he is a dog breeder specializing in breeding Norwegian blue staffs.
You're the man now, dog breeder.
Neighbouring Sweden is Nicholas Blomqvist, who is a postman. He qualified for 215 euros.
No way.
Another potential qualifier is a Mikhail Sokolovsky from Russia. He is a lawyer who won his seat for 20 euros. And then we have Roman Walter from Switzerland. He is a pastry chef. Pastry. 215 euros. Won him his seat. And last but by no means least, Patrick Putnam from Bolivia. He qualified for 215 euros. He is a civil engineer and He is officially Bolivian, but his father was English. So there you go, 5 potential qualifiers. We're going to keep an eye on them and make a decision which one will receive the official badge of honor a bit later on.
5 average Joes, I love it.
Back at the feature table, Kavrikov opens with a raise to 1800. Called by Wu, called by Biriakisen, and called by Eugene Kachlov as well in the big blind. 4-way action. Oh, Daniel says you have to pick the postman. He always delivers.
Not bad.
Andy C said it has to be the Swiss guy. Love the t-shirt. I love the fact that he's a pastry chef. Profiteroles.
This entire building reeks of pastries. I wonder if it's because of him.
Eclairs.
6-1 bets 2700.
Smitty says we have to follow Roman for the pink glasses alone.
I like this, you guys weighing in on who we should go for. You're not without a voice.
Daniel Smith says it has to be the dog breeder all day long. Daniel Smith, obviously a dog person. So picking up the action here. No continuation bet from Kavrikov. Instead, it's Zhu who does the betting. 2,700. Kachlov is called.
Aren't we supposed to adopt, like, rescue dogs, though? Isn't breeding kind of like meh? Look at this guy. Look at this guy over there, huh? He wants to know what's going on. Hey, buddy. Kavrikov.
So it's Zhu and the Ovs. We get the 8 of clubs on the turn.
Somebody just got there. Checks over to Zoo.
And he's bets again. 3,400. Andy Gibbons asks, is this the year of Bolivia?
Well, you guys asked for it. This is definitely the year of more Eugene Kachlov's eyebrows. And that was one of the big suggestions you guys said between seasons 11 and 12. We want more Eugene Kachlov eyebrows. And there you have it.
Well, Kachlov has folded. Action now on Kavrikov, who was the original raiser pre-flop, elected not to continue. He folds as well. Daniel Pilgrim says, need an estimate. How much to stay for 5 to 7 days in the Caribbean for the PCA? Daniel, I'm not a travel agent, nor do I have access to that information.
I'll tell you what, it's free if you satellite your way in.
Very good point. You can qualify for the PCA right now on PokerStars. There are people who can answer that question for you, though, Daniel, and we will make sure your question is forwarded to the relevant department. 918 remaining, 17 minutes left on level 9 of the EPT Barcelona main event, the first level of day 2 of this record-breaking tournament. Alex on Twitter says, we want Greek players in the future table.
Okay, well, I guess time travel is something we're still working on here. Waldo's on Twitch keeps asking me, how is Johnny Lawden doing? Waldo's, despite popular opinion, Johnny Lawden and I are not roommates. We don't check in with each other very often. I don't know how he's doing.
A limp here from Zhu. Kachlov calls out of the small blind, and Michael Ferrari checked his option. 3-way to the flop. Ace, 6, deuce, 2 clubs.
One call.
Catch love out. Heads up to the turn.
Board pairs, 6 of hearts, 2 flush draws out there now. And another vote for who our qualifier should be. Another vote for Patrick Putnam from Bolivia, from Lascudley, because he says the civil engineer will never be boring. Boring.
As boring at things.
Yeah, drill underground is boring.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. 10 of clubs on the river after Ferrari bet 3,100 on the turn. He checks. Jude checks behind.
Jack high plays? No.
No. Pair of aces. So the big stack at the table is Mario Puccini. 4th place finisher in EPT 8 Berlin. He's got 123,000. Second biggest stack at the table, Atanas Kavrakov with 105,000. They're the only players here with 6-figure stacks, 153 and 132 big blinds respectively. The shortest stack, Tim Davey, who we haven't seen do a lot. He's been very patient. 18 big blinds for him, and Ivanovic, who bought in at the start of day 2, so came to this table with 30,000, currently playing 24 bigs. Jan says, competition anyone? I could use a season 11 card protector. Well, we don't have season 11 card protectors. We do have brand new season 12 card protectors, but I think we're going to give away some money, Joe. Or tournament ticket form, anyway.
Yeah, we've got the monetary equivalent. Lots of $1.10 Buck Bounty Bonanza tickets to give away.
So I'll tell you what, let's do our first competition of season 12. Let's give away a $1.10 tournament ticket, which will get you in to the $1 Bounty Bonanza, which we're running later this week. Remember, you do have to be a PokerStars real money player in a non-closed liquidity market to compete.
That is correct. So you want to play this game that I came up with?
Let's do it.
All right, so we've got Eugene Kachaloff and Elke at this table, and even though they're not playing in this hand, they're what we would consider BFFs. They're really close friends, so we're going to play the BFF game. And what I've done is I've come up with a bunch of questions asking about BFFs. So maybe we do one just... No, we'll just do the first one and see how you guys do. We'll do the first one. I'm going to tell you what. We're going to do the first one on Twitch. Okay? So I'm going to need a first and last name. First person on Twitch that gets this correct will win a $1.10 tournament ticket to the Buck Bounty Bonanza. And so what I'll need you to do when I call your name out, you need to private message me on Twitch and tell me what your PokerStars screen name is. If you are ineligible to receive a real money transaction on PokerStars, no one will get the prize. Okay? So you save us all some money if you want to F around and be a jerk and keep someone else from doing it. But here we go, guys. First question in the BFF game. Who's the best friend of this straight-laced cop with a knack for the stock market? Need the first and last name. It's from a movie. The straight-laced cop with a knack for the stock market. Who is his best friend?
So this is for Twitch only. We'll
give
our Twitter viewers a chance later on. Superfan Varun says, good evening, guys. Just tuned into EPT Live, taking a 4-day vacation for this. Hope it lives up to expectations. No pressure.
Depends how low your expectations are.
So 3-bet from Pacini here. Ju opened under the gun to 1,600. Pacini's made it 4,200. That's a call. King 5-4 with 2 diamonds.
Answers coming in. Donald Trump, Scott Seaver, Phil Hellmuth, Dan Aykroyd, Jamie Staples, Jay-Z, Yo Mama.
None of these correct, obv. Let's give us the question one more time, Joe.
It's from a movie. Who is the best friend of this straight-laced cop with a knack for the stock market?
Worth $1.10. Effectively, a ticket for the $1 bounty bonanza taking place on the 29th of August.
This is going to be really embarrassing. I'm going to open this up to Twitter now. If someone on Twitter gets it, they can have it first.
Okay, so remember to use the hashtag EPT Live to answer Joe's BFF question and potentially win a $1.10 tournament ticket on PokerStars. Who is the best friend of the straight-laced cop with a knack for the stock market? Remember, first and last name and the hashtag EPT Live.
And these best friends are mentioned in a Tenacious D song.
So, despite not having the betting lead, Ju led the flop for 2,100. He checks the turn. Pacini bets 6,600. Ju calls. We're going to the river with close to 30k in the middle. It's the 10 of diamonds. 4 diamonds, a paired board.
Are you watching the Twitter for the answer?
I am watching Twitter
Okay.
very closely. And Smitty, I don't know whether you heard the answer to your question, but the $1 bounty bonanza will be on the 29th of August at 6 p.m. Central European time.
Well, one person in the Twitch chat has written down the name of the movie.
The only answer I've had on Twitter so far is Dan Shack. Here's a clue, people. He's not a poker player, and he's also not even real. It's not Paul Blart Mall Cop. It's not Mike Hawk, but I do have a correct answer, Joe.
You got one?
Am I allowed to award the prize?
Award the prize. Nice job, Twitch.
First man in on Twitter was Jordan, at Jordan B Drums, who types Gabriel Cash, hashtag EPT Live.
Correct. That's from Tango and Cash. Tango is, of course, the straight-laced stock market expert. Gabriel Cash wins a $1.10 ticket to the Buck Bounty Bonanza.
Jordan, at EPT Live, will be in touch with you to get your details.
All right, we got one more. I'm going to do one more. This one, we're going to go. We're back to Twitch for this one.
You mean you're giving them a second
I'm
chance?
going to give them a second chance. What best friend helps a blue-haired Ernesomorpha collect rings? What best friend helps a blue-haired Ernesomorpha collect rings?
So this is Twitch only as it stands. Again, you are competing for a $1.10 tournament ticket, which will buy you into this week's $1 bounty bonanza.
King eye flop.
The best friend theme, particularly appropriate as we have Elke and Eugene Kachalov on our feature table here on day 2 of the EPT Barcelona main event. Barry Arkeson was the pre-flop aggressor. He's continued this flop for 2,000.
And we do have a winner on Twitch. XI Kitty X was the first one to guess Tails. That's right. Tails from Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic's best friend. Of course, hedgehogs are of the genus Ernesomorpha.
Jamie Walden answered on Twitter, sorry Jamie, that was a Twitch contest, but the next one in a few moments will be for our Twitter fans. Just to clarify, by the way, the $1 bounty bonanza, in case you're not aware of this, this is a tournament that we debuted in Malta towards the tail end of season 11. We also ran it in Monaco. It's back for season 12 and will be taking place during every single stop of the tour. It's basically a $1.10 tournament with so much value in it because we just add so much money. $600 added to the prize pool, plus $50 bounties on 2 people. Now, normally this would be Joe and myself, but as we mentioned a bit earlier on today, we can't play online poker from Spain. Them's the rules. But we are going to find 2 members of Team Pro or Team Online who will be substituting for us in that event, who will have $50 bounties on their heads. So effectively, $700 in added money, plus added prizes, plus there's going to be a league across the 7 legs of EPT 12. So a lot of value for $1.10. Thursday, the 29th of August, 6 p.m. Central European Time, is when the Barcelona $1 bounty bonanza takes place.
Taser Laser, I said the best friend of the blue-haired hedgehog. Sorry to hear that, Kitty. I cannot pass the prize along to the next person. I'm sorry to hear that you have to take your mom to the hospital. Best wishes to you, but I did say that if you answered the question and couldn't receive the prize, no one would be getting it. So
I think it's fair to say that you can use that $1.10 whenever. It doesn't have to be for the $1 bounty bonanza.
that is correct.
It's effectively T-money.
No problem, Kitty. Good luck to whatever's going on over there.
So let's see how this hand plays out, and then let's do another question in the Best Friends quiz. And this one will be open to all of you joining the conversation via Twitter using the hashtag EPT Live.
I agree with you, Naquata Gamer, that Tails is not the full name, but I did not say you needed a full name for the second question.
Well, so it's folded around to Abanovic in the small blind. He completes. What am I talking about? It's Dmitry Abanovic. Of course he doesn't complete. He raises.
He ain't completing anything.
And Puccini folds. Here we go. Question 3 then, Joe. And this one people can answer on Twitter.
Go to Twitter. Here we go.
So make sure you use
Question
the hashtag EPT Live. Follow the listen to the question and follow the instructions, please.
Now this one is a first and last name. What best friend affectionately refers to his buddy from the past as Meatbag?
Full name, hashtag EPT Live. Hello to Lost in Poker. Stoked that EPT Live is back. Don't even care, it means no sleep for us here in New Zealand until January. Antonio is declaring his support for Eugene Kachalov, one of 2 members of Team PokerStars Pro on our feature table here on day 2. Should point out, by the way, that updates from some of the outer tables available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Looks like Carlos Arias is the current chip leader with 250,000. Samuel Bernabout, the start of day chip leader, second in chips right now.
And we do have a winner on Twitter. Get to that after this hand. Garkison, Urbanovic. And check to the razor. No continuation bet. And Bjarkason has taken this as an opportunity to bet the turn. And that bet's going to be good enough. Urbanovic folds. So the answer to this one, what best friend affectionately refers to his buddy from the past as Meatbag? Paul Weigert's on Twitter. Bender B. Rodriguez. Nice work, Paul.
Carl Parrish says, what is the number of entries in this main event? Is it bigger this year or down on last year's event? Carl, everything here in Barcelona is up. Estrellas, Super High Roller, and the main event, 1,700 runners. So up just over 200 players on last year. This is the biggest main event in European Poker Tour history. We've never seen anything like this, not even at the PCA.
James Guy on Twitter wants to know, why does it take 8 months from when the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure was hosted until we see it on Channel 4? Love the poker on TV. More, please.
We have no control over broadcast schedules.
But it does take us a certain amount of time.
Yes, no, the irony is we could turn those shows around very quickly.
Yes.
I mean, in reality, you could, between 3 and 4 weeks later, you could have a very well-polished show out on TV. But obviously, this delay has built up. The broadcasters take regular breaks, and that's why there's the delay. I think you've got to remember also that if you are a hardcore poker fan, that's why we have the live streams and the replay of the live streams for you. The TV shows are for an audience that doesn't really mind that they're watching something that took place several months ago. They don't know the result. I mean, I just saw some of the reaction I got to last night's show that went out in the UK, the Ronaldo show, as we're calling it.
Yeah.
And people had no idea that Ronaldo had been in the Bahamas and had this amazing result. It's not like...
It's a nice little surprise.
Exactly. It's not like there's mainstream media coverage of the results of poker tournaments, so it doesn't matter that there's that much of a lag. There's no spoilers out there for the casual poker fan.
Unless Ronaldo happened to win, in which case there probably would have been some mainstream media coverage.
And for those of you interested in seeing those shows, by the way, if you're in the UK, you can watch right now on All 4, which is Channel 4's on-demand service. If you're anywhere else in the world, PokerStars.com/YouTube has all of the PCA highlight shows as they come out every week. So we've ticked into level 10 now. Blinds of 500 and 1,000 with a 100 ante. Antonio says, live stream for hardcore fans, TV for those who don't really care. Bit blunt, but yes. It's not that they don't care, Antonio. They don't mind waiting. They have patience, and patience is a virtue. So the first break of the day will be at the end of this level in just under 75 minutes time. I'm going to say this now, and I might remind you at a few points during the next 75 minutes. Don't rush off during the break. I've got something very important to tell you. Not you, Joe. You know about it. I'm talking about the audience at home.
There's a good chance I probably don't know about it either.
So, Tim Davey, all in there. Open shoving for 14,800, just shy of 15 big blinds. Picks up the blinds and antes. Daniel says, is there a YouTube stream up and running? Twitch doesn't seem to function at work. Well, Daniel, chances are you can't hear me right now, but maybe someone could respond to Daniel. Normally we've got some really supportive fans who join in the chat and the Twitter timeline and reply to people's questions. If someone could point Daniel in the direction of either PokerStars.tv/live or in the direction of YouTube.com/PokerStars. Unfortunately, he can't watch Twitch at work. And Daniel, if you work in the kind of environment where YouTube is blocked, you really want to get a better job.
Cool Caliban on Twitch says, last couple months I've gotten used to Stapes being hilariously inappropriate on EPT Not Live. The live stream Stapes is so tame in comparison to Stapes. Come on, bring on the filth. Can't do it. Different show, guys.
If you want raw Stapes, that's what you need to do. Subscribe to the podcast, EPT Not Live. Dana Craven, another EPT superfan, says, hi guys, love the background of the rest of the field at the feature table. See, someone gets it. And Carl is a big fan of the all-in triangle symbol next to the name of the player on
like
the
that
graphics. Yeah, the red triangle of death. We're gonna do something funky with that, as I said earlier on. Details to follow.
So flop checked around, 4 diamonds on the turn. And the 4,000 chip bet from Ferrari on the turn gets rid of Puccini. And Ferrari bets 5,000 now on the river. Small bet.
Got a couple of updates from the outer tables, which I'll tell you about after the conclusion of this hand at the feature table. That's a call. Ferrari tables Jack 9. And the straight is good. So thanks to the live updates team, by the way, who've been doing amazing work from the very start of this festival and continue to try and stay across all the tables here in the main event. And there are a lot of them across 2 separate rooms. Pierre Neville, 2-time EPT runner-up and November 9er in 2015, is out, eliminated by Mustafa Canet. His stack is now up to 120,000. Other players who've been eliminated during the last hour or so: Christoph Vogelsang, Steve O'Dwyer. Remember, those updates available via the PokerStarsblog.com, plus results from the many side events being played here at Casino Barcelona.
Zeltic, to answer your question, I do not know if Joseph Carlino is playing. We do remember him from Deauville, and he also played in Monaco this year. Willia says she's going to win the EPT Live League this year, James. This season, we should say.
Yeah, there is still going to be a league, but it's going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be linked to the free rolls. It's going to be linked to something else. So a reminder, at the end of this level, got some very important information that you will want to hear. Dave, you all in again for 17,000, 17 bigs.
Second time we've seen them all in the last few minutes. No action the first time.
This is an under-the-gun shove. Once again, it gets through. Tournament clock showing 873 remaining from a starting field of 1,700. Average stack right now, 58,400.
Red Dev Gaming wants to know, Joe Stapes, is John Little playing? Again, not really sure. We've got 873 players left. I did hear that Little John is playing, though. Okay! I'm not doing that again.
Mitch Hurst says, when do we get to hear about the upcoming challenge Stapes? And can stand-up Stapes really be outclassed? Class isn't necessarily the word I would use. Mitch, all good things to those who wait. This is only the first segment of the day. We're only on the second level of 6 that we played on day 2. This is only the first day of 5 days of live streaming.
We called a guy. We gave us some prizes already. I've already been fighting with people in the Twitch chat. We got to save some stuff.
Davey all in again. This time there's been a little bit of action in front of him. Elke racing to 2,000, called by Michael Ferrari, so it's a squeeze shove from Davey. The original Razor has folded, but looks like Ferrari's going to call.
$19,300.
He does call. Davey at risk. Ace Queen against Ace 10.
Domination Nation.
So the triangle is in front of the correct hand, the Ace 10 of Davey. Ferrari has him dominated with the Ace Queen of Spades.
Who said that?
One of the Spanish commentators.
Amazing.
Davey looking for a 10. Ferrari, big favourite now. And that is going to pretty much seal the deal. Davey needs to see a 10 on the river, or he is out. He's gone.
No 10, no Davey. FTC, FTW.
So I mentioned that you'll find details and results from some of the side events on the PokerStarsblog.com. Also, make sure you follow at PokerStars EPT on Twitter for updates from the festival. This one's just been published, Joe. Congrats to German player Sebastian Pauli for taking down yesterday's €500 limit Raz event for just shy of 7,000 euros. Of course, Sebastian Pauli, the main event champion in London last season, a very emotional winner.
Maybe my favorite winner of all last season. Oh, we had to get Mario tripping right there, huh? That's too bad. Don't worry, nobody saw it.
Stev Paulson says, in at work for 5 a.m., but never a bad time when EPT Live is back. Good to have you with us in the ungodly hours of the day, Stev.
Sit up on table 6.
It's 8-handed now. Of course, we're playing 9-handed with such a big field in Barcelona. Hopefully we'll cut through enough of these players to go 8-handed for the start of day 3. That being the day when the bubble is due to burst. And of course we'll bring you our world famous bubble coverage. Now the whole Pope, Neil Johnson, head of live poker operations for PokerStars Europe, will no longer be in Barcelona tomorrow, but we will have one of the 2 EPT tournament directors in the booth with us, making his debut on EPT Live tomorrow, Thomas Lamache.
Really? The boss.
I have put in a special request that he not bring that creepy puppet with him.
I feel like because you asked him not to bring it, that means he definitely will bring it.
Ferrari wins that with a 3-bet, shows Ace-King.
Ferrari, one of 2 players at the feature table with stacks over 100K, him and Mario Puccini. Elke, you see in front of yourself right now, 34,000. And this being my favorite blind level, James, one of them, 500 to 1,000. I know Elke has exactly 34 big blinds.
Wow, you're good. Good to see that all the EPT superfans are present and correct. Glenn Webber says, watched a few minutes of EPT Live while getting ready for work. Great to have you guys back. Have to catch up on today's coverage later. Glenn is going to use the replay functionality at PokerStars.tv. Pedro asks, what time will the stream end today? Obviously, it varies from day to day, Pedro, and I'm interested to ask Thomas Lamache tomorrow if we're going to play the standard number of levels on each day. With a field this big, we might have to add an extra level to either day 3 or day 4. As far as today is concerned, We should be wrapping up around 8:30, 8:45 local time. 6 75-minute levels on day 2 of an EPT main event.
Sit 7, raise 5,000.
So Eugene limped in the hijack? No, Elke raised first, then Eugene called. 3-bet from Ferrari.
Sit 2 pounds.
Ferrari now up to 103,000 after busting Tim Davey. Second biggest stack at the table behind Mario Puccini.
Sit 5, 4.
Elke calls the 3-bet. As does Eugene Kachelov. 3-way to the flop.
So we got a nice bloated pot here, kids.
Ace, Queen, 4 with 2 hearts.
Elke's pretty likely to be all in at some point in this hand if there's any sort of significant action here on the flop.
Just to quickly answer Joseph's question on Twitter, how much is the starting stack? Everyone starts an EPT main event with 30,000 chips. So Elke is just shy of starting stack right now, 29k.
Sit 5 checks. Sit 6 checks.
Action check to Ferrari. He checks behind. Turn for free. King of diamonds. Aaron Mullet says, get to work and immediately remember EPT Live is back again. Immediately unproductive. Those are my favorite kind of days.
EPT Live makes me pretty unproductive at work also.
Sit 6, bets 8,000. 6, 7, 12.
So Kachelov bets the turn. 8,000. Gets a call from Ferrari.
Sit 5,
Ooh, Elke wants to see a river card. He's going to have way less than a pot-sized bet left behind.
So still 3 players as we go to the river, which is another diamond. The 3 of diamonds.
5 checks.
A lot of Mal 5s in the Twitch chat. A lot of Elke love.
Elke is checked. Eugene's going to bet again. 41,300 in the middle.
8,000.
Eugene bets 16k.
Ferrari, the only one who can comfortably make this call. So the flop flush draw miss. And when Eugene bets 16,000 on the river, leaving himself 24,000 behind, you don't expect that. You've got like a lot of room to make him fold by making a move.
Sit 7 plus.
To the disgusted fold from Elke. Knocks over Mal 5 in the process. Look at him. Unbelievable, Elke. He's your friend. He's your friend.
If there's one thing we've seen from Elke is that he does sometimes demonstrate his frustration. Down to 21,000 now as Eugene gets his stack up to 82,100. So let's have a look around this huge room at some of the players in this huge field. He was spotted in the background earlier on. Ryan Reese, former World Series of Poker main event champion.
Wow, he looks different.
Bryn Kenny, EPT regular, often to be found in the high roller and super high roller events.
I love the game of poker, and I love Bryn Kenny.
I haven't seen Alex Gomez on the EPT for a while. He's had a couple of final table finishes on the tour, including the PCA in 2009. We mentioned that Mike McDonald finaled that one-day high roller event. The words one day in inverted commas because it will conclude tomorrow when they play down from 3 to a winner. Nacho Barbero.
Nacho y Barbero.
Remember this guy?
Nope.
Julio Beluccio, big character at the final table of EPT 7 Barcelona. Actually, maybe didn't quite make the final table. Only played the tournament because his dog died.
Oh.
There's one of the players who late raced at the start of day 2, Bob Vulgaris, sat next to Gail Bauman. Gail Bauman.
Hi.
And Neymar Jr.'s poker coach, Felipe Ramos, is going strong here on day 2.
Does Neymar Jr. play for Barcelona now?
Well, who did you think he played for?
I thought he was Brazilian.
Yes.
So he doesn't play for Brazil?
Yes.
And he plays for Barcelona?
You're trolling me, right?
Not really.
You know that they play for a team anywhere
Yeah.
in the world,
Yeah.
and then they play for their national side. So, for example, David Beckham,
Yeah.
for most of his career, played at Manchester United, but
Right.
also played for England when there were international competitions. I don't
Right,
even follow the
Eng-
sport, and
the
I know
English
this.
guy played on an English team and then for the England team. That makes sense.
No, but players can play for any team anywhere in the world. Okay, when David Beckham, for example, went to LA
First of all,
Galaxy,
it's Beckman.
when he went to LA Galaxy,
Yeah.
he's playing for an American team in Major League Soccer, but he
Right.
was still eligible to play for the England team.
Now, when he went to play for the LA Galaxy, does that mean because he was washed up and not good enough to play in
Yes,
England anymore?
but that's not the point.
I love bending it like Beckman.
So just to confirm, Neymar Jr. is the captain of the Brazilian national side, but also plays here in Barcelona.
6-5 plus, 6-6 plus. 6-7 raise 2200. 8 plus.
Also, there have been a lot of rumours recently about Neymar Jr. going to Manchester United.
6-2 plus.
I love the England Manchester Uniteds. They're like my third favorite team. They're my first favorite team, actually. The Chelsea Manchester Uniteds, that's my favorite team.
So Ferrari is raised to 2,200, called by Zhu. So Varun obviously wasn't paying attention earlier on, because we did mention several times that one-day super high roller event is due to conclude tomorrow at 4 p.m. That assumes that Liv Bury is out of the EPT main event. Now, if she's still going strong, then obviously they'll have to rearrange it again.
Rearrange these.
6-7 plus.
So we've got an all-in here. Riakasen has shoved over the top of an opening raise from Ferrari. A raise that Zhu called. Ferrari has folded. Zhu now deciding how he wants to respond.
See ya.
1 plus. 6-4 plus.
Jazz has a question. Is there no EPT London this year? And if so, do you know why? Jazz, there is no London this year. Pretty much the entire schedule for Season 12 has been confirmed, bar one event in the spring, which hopefully will be announced very soon. We're going to Malta in October, roughly around the time of year when there would normally be an EPT in London. We like to mix it up a little bit. We like to put new destinations on the tour, maybe rest some places for a couple of years, bring new stops back. So this year, for example, the UK and Ireland is being represented by Dublin, the Irish capital, which hasn't been on the tour since, I think, Season 4 or 5. So it'll be nice for us to go back to Dublin, and that'll be in February.
I can't wait. Do you want to hear a traditional Irish blessing, James? I went to Dublin a couple of years ago, and as I was leaving the bars around 2, 3 in the morning, I heard this traditional Irish blessing.
6 plus.
All, like, constantly up and down the streets. You ready?
7 close.
It's a very common Irish phrase / blessing you can hear in Dublin around 3 in the morning.
3 call.
Overrun, give it up. Neymar is not the captain of the Brazil national team. That would be Thiago Silva. Neymar is the captain. He was serving a suspension. During that suspension, Thiago Silva took the captain's role. Please stop. And if you are going to be nittish, at least be correct.
Varun?
30 pocket, that's 4 spades, 0 spades, 6
What is the #1 rule of being a know-it-all, James?
Be right.
Correct.
Jordan's asking about claiming his prize from earlier on. Jordan, you will receive a direct message from @EPT Live. Stand by to receive. Jazz says EPT London was one of my favourite EPTs. Such a pity it's not happening this season. Well, Vienna was one of my favourites. It annoys me that that's not happening, but it's nice to mix it up a little bit. If you had the same stops every year, you'd soon get a little bit tired of it.
I was. Five, 4, 3, 4. The board. A little over 15,000 in the middle.
6, 7 bets.
This is a limped pot pre-flop. Small bet on the flop from Ferrari. Small bet on the turn from Ferrari. Small bet on the river from Ferrari.
The Raw Razor says, for a guy that says he doesn't follow the sport, Hartigan sure seems to know a lot about #football. I don't know a lot about #soccer, but I do know a little bit about Neymar, because obviously he is now part of the PokerStars team. He's one of our new sporting ambassadors alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. So I've been doing my research.
So Puccini raised the small bet on the end and got a call. 7-eye straight is going to be good.
That was a battle of the two big stacks, right? And Puccini gets bigger, up to 137,000. Ferrari dips down to 70,000. Moves behind Eugene Kachalov on the leaderboard at this table.
And Ferrari maybe leveling himself into making that call after making all those small bets. Thought maybe he was being asked to raise.
Things aren't complete without superfan Willie Elliott. I understand why you're a little cranky. You were still in the Caribbean at 1 a.m. Love your dedication to fly through the night to Barcelona. Willie referring to those PCA highlight shows. It aired in the UK last night on Channel 4, and that means it will be available today at youtube.com/PokerStars for everyone else in the world. Carl Parrish says, I think it's good to chop and change EPT locations. Good to keep a fresh face on it. Looking forward to Dublin, and will play 2 events myself. Carl, I agree. So a new player at the table. I'll be careful how I say this. Quentin Lecomte.
Was there a dirty way that could have been interpreted?
Say it quickly, it could easily be misheard.
Oh.
Got around 3/4 of an hour to go until the first break of the day. The big stack, Mario Puccini raises to 2,300. Eugene Kachalov defends his big blind. Queen 10-3, 2 spades on the flop. Check, check on the flop. King of spades on the turn. Kachalov checks a second time. Puccini checks as well. 8 of spades on the river.
4 spades out there.
It is a straighty, flushy board. Details on the challenge that Joe Stapleton will face here in Barcelona coming up imminently. Cini bets 2,000 and Kachlov check raises to 8,000. And Puccini folds.
So Eugene's added a bunch to his stack over the last couple of hands.
Absolutely. Kachlov now approaching 90,000 in chips. Average stack right now 61,000 with 837 players remaining. So here we are. Challenge Stapes for Barcelona is Stapes Recreates. Two classic moments from last year's EPT Barcelona main event, EPT 100. Which one would you like to see Stapes recreate? And bear in mind, he will play both characters at the table using props, be it a wig, false teeth. Would you like to see him play the roles of Dan Shak and Kamal Chararia as they have a spat over Kamal Chararia misreading his hand? Or would you like to see Joe play Dominic Panker and Mike McDonald as they have a love-in at the feature table?
Which one of those guys are you insinuating would require me to wear a wig?
Kamal Chararia. We have got a blonde wig. And Mike McDonald, we've got some lovely, sparkling false teeth for you to wear.
Is it the same one that Kamal wears?
So, how do you vote? Now, of course, in previous years, this has just been through Facebook. You will still be able to vote at facebook.com/European Poker Tour, but you can also vote for Stapes Recreates on Twitter using the hashtag VoteShack or hashtag VotePanker, and you can vote on Twitch. In the chat, exclamation mark VoteShack or exclamation mark VotePanker.
Yeah, I don't think that the instructions as they're on the screen is correct. I think you have to do exclamation point vote and then a space and then Panka.
Why does there have to be a space?
Well, I was doing a vote on Twitch a few days ago for another stream, and that's how it worked. But what was listed on the graphic that was just there didn't have the exclamation point at all.
Well, I can confirm it's all one word. It's an exclamation mark, VoteShack, all one word, or exclamation mark, VotePanker, all one word. On Twitter, it's hashtag VoteShack, hashtag VotePanker, facebook.com/European Poker Tour. 2 days to vote, by the way. We're going to close this at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. And already votes coming through on the Twitter timeline. You don't have to tag your votes EPT Live, by the way.
Better than him. Huh? Better than him. Yeah.
Now, a bit later on, hopefully, we'll be able to show you the real moments. You can, of course, find them in the TV shows at youtube.com/PokerStars. But yeah, if we get the chance to show you those clips, it'll give you an idea of what Joe might be able to do with the raw material. Because the relationship between Messrs. Shak and Chararia was quite hilarious, as was the bromance between Panker and Timax. So yes, you're right, Joe, that is wrong. It's twitch.tv/PokerStars. It's exclamation point VoteShack or exclamation point VotePanker. No inverted commas necessary.
Yeah, that's not even close.
But the Twitter hashtags are right, so wasn't all bad. Okay.
What's the matter, James?
We got ourselves into a situation where some people are struggling with instructions. Please only use the exclamation mark on Twitch. On Twitter, please use a hashtag. The hashtag, Kai, is either VoteShack or VotePanker, not Shak versus Chararia. I just don't like to see wasted votes. I don't like to see spot ballot papers. I don't want any hanging Chad. Elke's all in. Puccini open to 2,300. Elke is shoved, but just shy of 19 big blinds.
Kavrikov. Still has to worry about what Puccini's going to do behind him. He's not closing the action. So Puccini gets out of the way. It's Kavrikov versus Elke. Mal 5 in hand. Let's hear it for Elke, Twitch. Pocket sevens versus ace queen. It is a race.
A classic race underway at the feature table on day 2 of EPT Barcelona. Hug that mouse.
Like M&M's versus Skittles, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Elke needs this pair to hold, and it's holding so far. No funky backdoor draws for Kavrikov either.
So far, so Mal 5.
So just an ace or a queen sends Elke to the rail.
An ace or a queen will also send this mouse probably into the far corner of the room. It doesn't hit, though.
Elke doubles up. Carl Parrish asks, how is Abanovic doing this year at Barcelona? He won a few events last season, I recall. Well, Carl obviously sat at the feature table right now in the main event. He bought in at the start of day 2, following enormous success in the Super High Roller, where he finished second for his second Super High Roller in a row. So he continues to crush on the European Poker Tour. Let's head around the room, shall we, Joe, and pick out some familiar faces. There is Lynn Gilmartin, former live reporter on the EPT, now works on another tour, I can't remember its name, but she is also the ladies event winner here in Barcelona, taking a seat next to Johnny Lodden. He's just been moved to her table. Jan Heitman, looking very businesslike today. Fatima Moreira de Melo, chatting to
not long enough. I had my earplugs
Dermot Blaine.
and then I didn't hear the alarm. We were going to play tennis in the morning, and Vanessa started clapping.
Andre Akari getting a massage. One guy who's been in our TV shows a lot recently is Sham Srinivasan. Had a spat with Maurice Hawkins at the PCA. You might have seen that one in our shows.
There we go. Here comes all the sham stuff.
Siegmund in action. Ilari Sahamis. The final of this event in 2012. There is Dimitar Danchev and Vladimir Troianovsky.
A beast. The Russian beast.
I'm mildly confused by this question from Dimitris. Where is the raw material you promised? I don't know what you're referring to.
I think he means the videos.
Oh, I see. Oh, of Dan Shak and Kamal Chiraria.
Correct.
Okay. We're hopefully going to play those clips later on. If not, they will be on our YouTube channel. That's PokerStars.com/YouTube. We'll make sure we get a link out there at EPT Live. We'll tweet links to those clips as soon as they're available.
So Puccini was the original raiser. He continued flop.
You talked about Elke's temper, Joe, and implied that Mouse might be hurled across the room if he lost that race.
Correct.
Blair says, did anyone else see Elke erupt on Twitch the other day when his kings were cracked by 5s? It was really something to see. Hashtag so sick.
I'm sorry, I missed it. So Puccini raised pre, bets flop, bets turn, gets called. Is it just me or does Mario Puccini look a lot like my college roommate?
I don't know.
Trust me, he does.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I've never met your college roommate.
If anyone out there knows my college roommate, they would know.
Did you genuinely have to share a room with someone?
Yeah.
God, that sucks.
Doesn't everyone? People don't share rooms at university?
I never had to.
Maybe you've never had to share anything in your entire life.
Of course not.
And this time, Puccini checks up on the river, gets bet into a relatively small amount, and just folds. 4 cards straight out there. Flush came in.
So Ferrari back up to around 81k. Puccini still table boss with 118,000. The low man at the table is Dmitry Ivanovic with 15 big blinds and 35 minutes left on this level and 801 players remaining.
Dabsternator says, please read this on the stream. This is a proposal to my girlfriend. Ahor Smary, will you marry me? Well, Ahor, what is the answer? We're waiting. Do you think that's a play on words, Ahor, or do you think that's her name? E-Y-H-O-R. We'll just say Ihor from now on. Eeyore? I like Ahor. His girlfriend is Ahor. No?
6, 7, 8, pass, 6, 9, pass.
Urbanovic all in, 14,700. Just over 14 big blinds, and it gets through. Urbanovic just running up. Super high roller. Guy had a pretty ridiculous EPT season 11. I think we'll be hearing more about that shortly. Action's folded all the way around. No, it has not. There's a raise from the hijack. Raise and take it.
So we've now dropped below 800 players, 792 remaining, but still, that's more players than we see in some starting fields across the 2 day ones at some legs of the tour.
Yeah, the terrible ones like Deauville.
So we're looking at a prize pool of 8.24 million euros. The exact payout structure should be announced a bit later on today. I saw Neil Johnson and Toby Stone outside with a spreadsheet. So clearly it is in the works. So blinds 500 and 1,000 for another 30 minutes. And then we'll head into the first break of the day. And remember, important announcement before we go on break today, which relates to the $1 bounty bonanza, a tournament with so much added value, which takes place on the 29th of August, and there's going to be one of these events at every single leg of the EPT, 7 in total across the season.
8,900.
More information on the way.
Yeah. No, it's 8,100. Step 1 raise 8,900. You're welcome.
Just clarifying the action at the feature table. So Ferrari opened to 2,200. Kavrikov called. And then a 3-bet. from Wu Yongzhu to 8,900. Action back on Ferrari.
So the average stack is 64,000.
Yeah.
All these guys right at it or above it, but they're insisting on playing some bigger pots.
So both Ferrari and Kavrikov fold to the 3-bet. And we've got quite a few players at the table who are below average, some significantly below average, and that's why, as I was saying earlier on, Joe, we can expect a fair few eliminations over the next few levels. I do think we are going to lose probably 400 to 500 players across the rest of the day, especially if we're going to be in a position to burst the bubble during the second or third level of day 3. Checking in the live updates via the PokerStars blog, Carlos Arias still believed to be chip leader with $250,000.
One raise to 2,200.
Raise from Zhu. 2,200.
Oh boy. Nope, Urbanich lets it go. Really only got one move at this point, other than folding. Genie's got lots of options.
He elects to call out of the small blind. Beriakison in the big.
Does not have a very good stack, but he is going to defend, it looks like.
So Beriakison in as well. That means 3-way action. Ten, 7, 6, 2 clubs.
And Puccini is going to bet out of flow. Leading at this pot. Gets Bjerkesen to fold. What's it going to be, Zoo? And the lead out gets 2 folds. Puccini still top dog at this table. Over 120,000.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Wow, somebody went and actually created the screen name for Dabs Tornado's fiance. Look at that. They're getting married.
I think you got this twice.
Double check.
Hello to Tomka on Twitter. New season, new records, new chips, old gang. EPT 12 is here. And Morton says, normally watching the recordings on YouTube, but today I'm watching EPT Live for the first time. Thanks, guys, for doing a great job. Morton, always good to have new viewers to the live streams.
Urbanovich all in over the top of the raise from Zoo.
Fabio Jakobsen thinks about it, folds. Elke passes from the big blinds to action back on Zhu.
What a dummy. By folding, he loses that chip. What a joke. The pot right now, 19,600, 13,000 for Zhu to call. He does make the call.
So Banovic at risk. Bought in at the start of the day. He's at risk with ace-deuce. Practically racing against Zhu's king-jack.
It's going to be so hard to play good at a main event after you just went so deep in a super high roll and you know you're like free rolling. You don't have to win. Lots of pain out there.
Yeah, including a king. And Banovic does not have a heart in his hand. So he's looking for an ace to avoid early elimination from the main event here in Barcelona.
A couple of hearts will save him too. That is not a heart.
Does give him a gut shot though. So we lose Dmitry Abanovic. Second place in the super high roller out on day 2 of the main event. And it seems we've got another new viewer with us as well, Joe. Eaton D'Souza says, I've watched every WSOP, EPT, PCA, watching my first ever live tournament today, and it's so good. So Eaton's a big fan of televised poker, watches all the highlight shows, but now is watching a live stream for the first time. Good to have you with us, sir.
Cool,
Thank
Brash.
you for getting in touch on Twitter using the hashtag EPT Live.
Cool, Brash. Thanks, Brash. Thanks for watching, Brash.
Those of you asking for the free roll password, it will be given out a bit later on today. And just to clarify something that was said earlier on, yes, the free rolls are back. There will be an EPT Live free roll every day that we bring you live coverage of an EPT. $2,000 in the prize pool, 30,000 seats available, 7:15 this evening, password a bit later on. Plenty of time to register, don't worry. However, what was the EPT Live League has actually been replaced by the $1 Bounty Bonanza League. Now this is the $1.10 tournament that we run once per stop. So there'll be one during Barcelona. It's actually taking place on the 29th of August. There'll also be one in Malta, in Prague, at the PCA, in Dublin, the event in the spring, and in Monaco. 7 events in total, and there will be a league table based on the performance of players across those 7 tournaments.
So you don't have to commit to playing a free roll every single day if you
Nope.
want to win it. You just have to be able to play one tournament per stop.
Correct. And the fields are not going to be small, but they're going to be much smaller than the free rolls. So chances are that you'll have a better chance of achieving a good result.
You don't have to beat 30,000 other people anymore.
Correct. And remember the added value in the $1 Bounty Bonanza. $700 in added money, 600 of it going into the prize pool, $100 in bounties on certain players in that event. And in the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to tell you how you can enter every single $1 Bounty Bonanza this season for free. So this hand was raised pre by Pacini. He continued flop, check turn.
James, I already get into the $1 Bounty Bonanzas for free. You mean how other people can?
Absolutely.
Oh, whoa!
Funny enough, we have designed a promotion at our viewing audience, at PokerStars customers, and not at you, Joe Stapleton.
Well, that's rude. I'm a customer.
You'll notice at the bottom of your screen right now instructions on how to vote for challenge states. As Kachalov wins another pot and gets his stack up to 91,600. So tables are breaking, players taking their new seat assignments all the time, and understandably, with the action taking place across 2 rooms of this venue, it's not always easy for players to find their new seat assignments. And it's not always easy for Joe Stapleton to find the right sound effect on the soundboards he's now had for 2 bloody seasons.
I know there's one that has like a guy doing something real fast. I just can't remember which one it is. I thought it was that one. Oh well. I'll find it soon. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, the moment's passed now. We're back at the
No, we're
going
to do it again. It's going to go. Come on. The screen. Herp.
You're staring at that thing like you're about to unlock the secrets of the universe.
That would have worked if I had gotten to it. Still not what I was looking for, though.
If someone's watching a version of the stream where the audio and the video are out of sync,
maybe that works.
So we got an all-in here. Beer Jakobsen. Puccini open to 2,300. 21,600 is the all-in from the Icelandic player.
What about 20?
And that all-in gets through. So 19 minutes left on this level, and then we'll take our first break of the day. 4 more levels to play after this.
Checkmate Mate on Twitch wants to know, small blind, big blind? The blinds are 500, 1,000 with a 100 ante.
Or was he actually asking about the concept of blinds?
What is SBBB? I don't think so. As Checkmate Mate's been around a little while, I think.
You know, I appreciate the fact that we've got new viewers, especially on Twitch, who may be not familiar with poker terminology and abbreviations, so sometimes worth addressing these things, even though to most of us it seems like very basic knowledge. You're still staring at those things. Seriously.
I just know that there used to be one that made that noise. And I can't find it.
Well, look, during the break, which is...
I'm going to press all of them.
Exactly, 17.5 minutes away. During that break, you just knock yourself out pushing buttons. Be like a toddler that you put in one of those special bouncy chairs with lots of, like, colours, shapes in front of them.
That's a clap. That's laughter.
Thanks.
Jew raises and gets 2 calls. King 8-6, 2 diamond flop. Tony Turner Alvarez says, Joe, why don't you label the buttons on your soundboard?
Because they're really tiny.
Yeah, they're basically these kind of things you buy from like a joke shop or from a pound shop. It's not professional broadcast equipment we're working with here. And they have symbols, as we discussed on our almost weekly podcast, EPT Not Live. The symbols don't always give you a clear indication of what the sound's going to be. Did I mention that we have a podcast, by the way, and that you should subscribe on iTunes?
We say the F word. Zoo folds.
Yeah, Ferrari. That 5,000 on the flop, 10,000 on the turn. He's up to 90k. Puccini still the table chip leader, 114,800. Eugene Kachalov second in chips at this table with 91,400. Jakobsen the shortest stack of the 8 players on the main stage right now, with 26 big blinds. Blinds going up in 16 minutes. Yano says, welcome back on my screen. Let's have some fun. Let's.
Yano, be there. Lecompte. Is that okay? No?
Yeah.
Calling the the raise from Eugene.
It's clubby. King, Jack 7. More crunchiness with the 8 of clubs on the turn.
This board is clubbier than James's Ed Hardy shirt.
I have never worn an Ed Hardy shirt in my life. Even Elke stopped wearing Ed Hardy shirts. Kachalov wins another one, up to 95,000 now. And Eugene had one of his best ever results on the European Poker Tour here in Barcelona. It's back in season 11, sorry, season 8, which was in 2011, when he finished 3rd. That was the year that Martin Schleicher took it down. Of course, he's had a 2nd place finish in Deauville since then.
Marty McSchleich.
The Arkisan opens to 2,200.
Full fold.
Now to the blinds.
Lecompte.
He folds.
Au revoir.
And G folds as well. So 783 players remaining, and we're trying to check on as many familiar faces as we can as we take you around this vast room, one of 2 rooms at the Casino Barcelona hosting the EPT main event. There's a former London champion, Ruben Visser. Patrick Antonius, who won Baden in season 2.
It's the most animated I've ever seen him.
John Juanda, now a surgeon.
A little storm shadowy.
Fedor Holtz. And Team Pro Online's Lilia Novikova.
What? How are those legal? That's ridiculous. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? With all the scandals going on? Are you what?
Activate the hole poke.
Are you serious? You can't wear those. It's unbelievable. It's blatant.
Kachalov just won another one there. Closing in on the 100k mark. You want to keep tabs on the action at the outer tables and get chip counts, news of eliminations, the latest tournament leaderboard. Do check out the live updates via the PokerStarsblog.com. Some recent eliminations include JC Alvocado.
Oh boy.
Sam Greenwood.
That's my favorite Greenwood.
Carlos Arias, still believed to be chip leader right now.
7, 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 fold. 6, 3 fold. 6, 4 fold. But there's also clubs, 2 of spades, and 3 of clubs. 6, 6, check. 2, 4, check.
We have in the past teased Eugene about how miserable he looks when he's at the poker table. His concentrated face does look like he is really angry about something.
I can't wait till like a year from now we can say his really angry face is just because he's married.
Kachalov has now moved over the 100k mark, now playing a 6-figure stack, 101,300. Mario Pacini has the table chip lead with 113,000. 9 minutes left on the level. So a reminder that the $1 Bounty Bonanza League has been announced here on EPT Live. There'll be 7 of these tournaments across the entire season, concluding in Monaco next spring. The first $1 Bounty Bonanza is on the 29th of August at 6 p.m. Central European Time. As the name suggests, it costs $1 to enter, $1.10 if you include the rake. But so much value with added prizes, added prize money, bounties on 2 players in the field, and a league with additional prizes. And a bit later on, within the next 10 minutes, we will reveal how you can play all 7 $1 Bounty Bonanzas this season for free.
Question here, James, from Fairland Diner. Are people going to be able to rail the final table at any stage with this new setup?
We may make an adjustment for final table. We have got parts of the set which can close around and perform a seating area, so I imagine they'll be brought into effect. We want to get a crowd. We want to make sure we've got spectators for the final table. In fact, there's a very strong chance that from day 5 you'll start seeing spectators gathering as the field gets smaller. Dana says, with this many entries, do you have a cap? Chairs, tables and chips seem infinite in that sea of players. That's a question, Dana, that might be worth asking tomorrow when we have Thomas Lamache, one of the 2 tournament directors on the EPT, with us in the booth. He's going to join us for our world-famous bubble coverage. And Thomas will be able to answer questions about whether we would actually have a cap on the number of players, or what we do with this venue if we get to the point where we're looking at 2,000 runners, 2,500 runners. I mean, we've added the marquee this year. Is there any more space we can colonize with tents?
I do have a cap.
It's a cap that says no limit.
I'm going to give it away later this week.
New player coming to the feature table, Benjamin Nicot.
24. 24.
Raise.
So a 9-handed once again.
Raise 2,400. 694, 614, 624.
Sitting down with a stack of 41,800.
644. 654.
So a little field update for you. Actually now 747. They've just adjusted the tournament clock just at the point where we decided to debut that new graphic. Ah, the law of sod. There we go, 747. A Boeing jet remains.
Cool.
1,700 started. Yes, this is the biggest EPT main event we've ever seen.
3,400. 264.
Kachalov v. Kavrakov. And Kavrakov victorious there, winning a small pot up to 74,200.
Let's check out this new guy again.
There is Monsieur Nico.
It's a lot like Aniel Guillen. Boyfriend to Lynn Gilmartin.
I didn't want to say anything because I didn't know if they were still together.
Yeah, well, at one point maybe still. I don't know. You're right. Shouldn't have done that.
Andy asks, is Uncle Stapes a little under the weather?
Uncle Daddy Stapes is a little under the weather. It's a long flight to get here and a long, you know.
No one asked you to move there.
my voice, my throat always gets real dried out on those flights. You know why? Because I sleep with my mouth open.
2,200.
Have you tried finding an alternative sleeping position which closes your jaw?
I keep checking in for my flights too late and can't get a window seat anymore. So I end up in the aisle seat just...
Gwyn on Twitter observes that there are no hole card cameras at this feature table. Will this continue to be the case later on in the tournament? The only day of our coverage where you'll see hole cards, Gwyn, is the final day, final table day. There won't be hole card cameras then either. We have the scanning technology, RFID. There are little microchips in the playing cards, and the scanners under the table read those cards and then relay them to the graphics system. But we're only going to bring you hole cards when we're down to one table, and obviously we'll put it on a delay of roughly 45 minutes to an hour.
25 raise 11,200. 664, 674. 324.
Four bet here. Nico opened.
All right.
Bjarkason 3-bet, and it's a cold 4-bet from Elke on the button. The original razor is folded. Bjarkason deciding what to do, and I'm a little bit surprised that he 3-bet here without moving all in. He's 3-bet for a quarter of his stack.
We should be seeing it all go in here pretty often.
644.
He folds.
All right, wow.
Elke now playing 51,000. Still below average. Blinds up in 2.5 minutes' time. That's when we'll go on break for the first time today. 4 more levels to play on day 2. And details on the $1 Bounty Bonanza League are imminent. Details on the screen right now about how to vote in Challenge Stapes, Stapes Recreate. Would you like to see him reenact the terse exchange between Dan Shak and Kamal Chararia, or the love-in between Dominic Panker and Mike McDonald? Tweet #VoteShaq or #VotePanker. If you're on Twitch, you can use the exclamation mark VotePanker or Vote Shack, and of course there is a poll available at facebook.com/European Poker Tour.
25 raise 2,000. 664. 674. 684.
So Ferrari calling out of the small blind. He'll be out of position.
One of the EPT production team has voted. Brent Waters says, no contest. I want to see Stapes recreate. #VoteShack.
I think that's the one I want to do too.
2,500.
How much poetic license do I get with these?
Well, you should be able to do a good performance as Kamal Chararia because you spent quite a lot of time with him recently, as detailed on our almost weekly podcast. Did I mention that we have a podcast, EPT Not Live, which you should subscribe to on iTunes?
Or on Stitcher or wherever else.
So gone to the river here. Elke, the pre-flop aggressor. He continued flop. Ferrari bet turn. Ferrari now checks river.
Bets turn, checks river, huh? Elke ain't mad at it. He's betting.
Into a pot of 17,500. Elke bets 7,700. And you can hear in the background that we have reached the end of the level. And players are going on break, but you shouldn't go anywhere yet. A, this hand hasn't concluded. B, information coming up on the $1 Bounty Bonanza League.
Elke says he can see one. It's the ace, or an ace, and another ace.
Susik.
We could walk with this?
As.
So let's have a look at the stacks of the 9 players on our feature table right now. Mario Puccini will be coming into the next level with 93 big blinds. Kachalov second in chips. Elke sat around in the middle with 2 of his fellow countrymen. The short stack is Brynjar Birjarkesson, who's got 17 big blinds. So we will be playing 600, 1200 with a 200 ante. And 4 more levels to play on day 2 of the record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. So the $1 Bounty Bonanza is back for season 12 of the EPT. And if you want to play every single event for free, if you deposit right now on PokerStars $10 or more using the bonus code 1BBB, you'll receive $7.70 in tournament tickets, which will get you into all of those events. If you've never deposited on PokerStars before, if you've yet to make a real money deposit on the client, use the bonus code PLAY1BBB, because then you also get the $600 first-time deposit bonus.
Excellent.
We're not going to deprive you of anything.
Great value there, huh?
So deposit a minimum of $10 using 1BBB, and you'll get free entry into all of the $1 Bounty Bonanzas. Remember, there is a league running across the season, added prizes to each leg, and big prizes up for grabs at the end of the season, depending on your performance across those 7 events. So deposit now, $10 or more, using those bonus codes. It's day 4 of the 101st EPT main event in London. Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Actions on Simon Debman.
It's a Debman's party. Oh, no oingo boingo for him.
He folds. Sahi Harrell is out. Sebastian Pauli passes his hand. Campino folds from the button, so it's round to Jake Cody in the small blind, and he's got Queen 10 off.
Blind on blind. Here we go, kids. And if you notice, Jake is wearing both dad face and dad sweater.
Well, his opponent in the big blind is Daniel Erlandson, who is the effective stack with 42 big blinds. Jake elects to call.
Probably with the intent of calling a raise.
Erlandson ace-9 off. Checks his option.
Both players under-repping their hands a little bit.
Top pair for Erlandson, a gut shot for Jake.
Top. Very strong in this spot. Heads up, blind on blind.
Cody checks the action to Erlandson.
Probably hoping to get a free card.
Doesn't look like he's going to get it. Erlandson bets 20,000.
You bet here for value and protection. Lots of draws you can get called by, lots of worse hands. Jake would have to call with any pair.
Jake check raises to 61,000.
Interesting, and he's repping a pretty narrow range with this check raise. 8-9 in sets, that's about it. As far as value hands go, he can rep a whole wide range of bluffs.
Erlandson calls in position. The turn card is the 7 of spades, so Jake's now up and down.
So Jake was semi-bluffing before with a gut shot, but now he can really semi-bluff.
166,000 in the middle.
Lots of players are going to keep the aggression going when they pick up equity.
Jake bets 127,000.
Jake picks up equity, and soon he's going to be telling his daughter Ariana to pick up her toys.
Erlandson calls. Still has the best hand. He's a 68% favourite here.
Still going to be tough if he has to face another barrel.
3 of hearts on the river, so the board bricks out for Jake. Erlandson has a lock on this. Question is, will Jake bet again?
I don't see Jake giving up here a lot, but it's easier said than done.
I'm all in.
Oh, he shoves on Erlandson.
Jake's just made an incredible read on what Erlandson's got here.
There was 420,000 in the pot, so this is an overbet. Effectively 476k.
Maybe Erlandson snaps him off here. Why so serious, Jake?
Do you really want to call it off with just one pair, albeit top pair with top kicker?
Well, I do, but I can see the whole cards.
Erlandson folds. The bluff gets through.
Jake Cody, you old dog, you.
Thanks.
Jake adds 214k to his stack. He's up to 2.1 million.
It's a bit worried about getting snapped. Pardon? So I was a bit worried about getting snapped. Alright. But then you had me, I guess.
Yeah, he had you. Yep.
Jake Cody going for his second EPT trophy, and now among the chip leaders.
The European Poker Tour is the biggest tour in the world. There's normally between 6 and 8 events throughout the year.
The EPT is like where all the big players come to play, and the newer players want to see how good they are.
It's such a good competition. You get fired up. Well, EPT is definitely the most prestigious poker tour in Europe. The founder of the EPT was Big Daddy, John Duffy. I play with him a lot in Las Vegas, actually. He's a great guy.
John was one of the first people I met in poker. He's brilliant. He's funny, he's very smart. He created this wonderful thing.
Yeah, we're all very thankful to him now.
Thanks, John.
Wow.
EPTs are my favorite events. You're always going to be in an awesome city.
I think there's 24 cities that have hosted it in the EPT. The EPT is some of the greatest cities in the world, mainly.
There's always just so much to do, and it's just an excuse to go out and travel.
Including this event, I think probably London has hosted the most EPTs.
Barcelona and London have hosted the most EPTs.
My name is Katerina Malasidou. I play at PokerStars under the screen name Katerina289, and I'm a member of PokerStars Team Online. I like games overall, so poker is another game, which by default makes it interesting for me. Right now I'm playing the Hyper Turbo Sit and Goes from $18 up to $74. In those tournaments there are very small edges, the good player from the great player will have a very small difference. So I think it's very interesting to try and find those tiny little things that make such a big difference. Yeah, that was important. You got it?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm in Athens visiting my parents, and we are in the room where I grew up in. You can see there I have my different collections. Up there I have my comic magazines. This is my improvised way of storing my magic cards. Here I have folders with the rare magic cards. They have their own special place because they're special. I started playing Magic the Gathering in 2004. I used to go to a lot of tournaments, and in one of them I met my boyfriend, Andre Coimbra. In the beginning we used to talk a lot about Magic the Gathering, and nowadays it's mostly about poker. We don't talk about Magic as often, but there's definitely some game that we always talk about. I discovered poker through Andre. He's the one that taught me how to play the game. He's the one that I owe my poker career to.
When I started teaching Katerina, I thought that she could make some money playing poker. Not necessarily that she could get rich or play the nosebleeds, but I thought that she could make more than she was making at her accounting job.
It was a bit difficult because it's a thin line between boyfriend and coach. There were definitely
She never watched the Karate Kid and understand the sensei-student relationship, so it was difficult.
That's what he keeps saying, but I have actually watched the movie and
But you didn't
I
get
just
it.
don't. I got it. It's just that you are not Mr. Miyagi. Before starting playing, I thought that the most difficult part would be to actually learn the game and have a strategy and study it. But actually no, for me, at least the most difficult part is the emotional aspect. It's difficult when you're losing, obviously, because apart from losing money, which is bad, you start doubting yourself and maybe feel like, okay, I don't have an edge over my opponents anymore, maybe they're better than me. In the beginning I would spend 1 week or a whole month without playing poker because I was feeling devastated for having a really bad day. Recently I had my worst day ever. I lost 108 buy-ins, which is a lot, and it was kind of hard to deal with. One of the things that helps me deal with the emotional swings of poker is dancing. When you have negative feelings accumulating, you feel the tension in your body, so it's good to just go out and jump around even, and it's something that makes me feel better and more positive. When I'm dancing, it's like nothing else exists. It's just me, the music, and the people I'm dancing with, basically. It's something that helps me disconnect. When it comes to life in general, I try to not make any very big plans because life always has a way of turning things around. One day I was a French teacher here in Athens, and then the next thing I know I'm living in Lisbon and my occupation is a poker player. So I try to take each day as it comes and not make any huge plans for the future.
Well, it feels very good to be back in Barcelona 10 years after the first win. I expect myself to reach at least final table. I have a good feeling. I really honestly believe that I deserve it. I decided to play the first EPT because I wanted to go to Spain. I had never been to Spain, and I went with a few friends, and I almost didn't play the first EPT because I lost my money on cash games the first day I got there. And the second day a friend of mine said, let's put 500 each on the roulette, and I said, it's the last 500 I got. And he said, let's play. Okay, let's play. And we won. And we won like 5,000 each. So I bought into the main event, and you know, it was all built up for me in a way. You know, after the roulette, I couldn't lose it. It was actually never really a tournament for the rest of the field. I even remember calling my dad after the first day and saying, hey, I won 80,000 euros. And he said, really? Yeah, no, well, not really, but soon. I still play a lot of poker, mostly live games, and I don't believe myself to be any good anymore. I even sometimes think that I was never really good. I'm just lucky, because I am lucky. I consider myself to be one of the luckiest guys in the world. The Lucky One. This should be my new name, The Lucky One. Alex the Lucky One. Yeah.
And what do you expect from tonight?
One great night maybe, and big surprise.
What do you expect from tonight?
We're always expecting the best from the party, and PokerStars is always, you know, like enhancing our experience year by year.
What do you expect from tonight?
Some good food, some drinks, good people, and yeah, fun.
How are you?
I'm perfect, yeah.
Perfect.
Having a great time there.
Yeah, the party is great.
Yeah, rocking.
Did you meet some people interesting?
Yeah, sure. I've talked to several of them, and I like to talk to people like who play poker. Not all of them are professionals, and it's interesting to feel their take on the poker, like a game of you know, not profession, but a game to play in spare time. It's interesting. I like it.
On TV, online, and unbelievable they gave these to another show. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. In the booth with me, my wife, my work wife, James Hardigan.
I will be filing divorce papers end of this week.
There's always one girl that's always like, we gotta go, which leads to the final time I didn't get to have sex in the Bahamas. It's all fun and games till a sound guy throws up in a garbage can, okay?
Superfan versus States.
Do you, A, fold because you're scared, B, call because this guy,
B all the time.
I did have a sex dream, and it involved a poker player, Liv Barry.
I was certain you were going to say Daniel Negreanu. Well, great news, Joe, because on the line are both Liv Barry and her mum, Elaine.
Hi. Oh, boy. For James Hardigan, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars.net EPT Barcelona, where we are continuing our coverage from day 2 of the main event, Season 12, well and truly underway. I'm Matt Brown. Hello, haven't spoken to you yet, have I? Hope you had a nice summer. And alongside me, of course, the hairy ball of fun, that is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Did you drink plenty of water?
I did, and I got some honey lemon here.
Did you take a look at that? Just take a look at all those people enjoying the pokers. But before we get on with the pokers, we're actually going to take care of something very, very important, because it is time to crown the Player of the Year from Season 11 down to Neil.
Hello, everyone. Before we return you to the start of EPT Season 12, we have a little unfinished business from EPT Season 11. For Season 11, the European Poker Tour partnered with Alex Dreyfus and the Global Poker Index to create a 3-tiered Player of the Year award. Now that the tour has grown to where we have buy-ins from €100 all the way up to €100,000, and we're playing everything from Deuces Wild to Raz Dookie, we have a lot of different skill sets, a lot of different games, so we wanted to go with 3 tiers. For the silver tier, the player who won for EPT Season 11 had 9 cashes, 5 final tables, including 3 at EPT Monaco, with a victory. Let's have a round of applause for the Silver Player of the Year from EPT Season 11 from France, Jean-Jacques Zetouin. Now, we figured when we did 3 tiers, we would have 3 winners. But that's not how it worked out for Season 11. For Season 11, the gold and platinum winner had 14 final tables with 6 victories, including 6 final tables in Malta that had an 8th place, a 2nd place, and 4 victories. The gold and platinum Player of the Year for EPT Season 11 from Poland, Dmitry Urbanowicz. All right, thank you very much, players. Congratulations to both of you, gentlemen. We will do this again next year. I hope to see some of you guys up here. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Well, in fact, I think they'd already shuffled up and deal. I think no one stopped for that. But a nice ripple of applause and business taken care of. And I think that pretty much wraps up Season 11. It's a distant memory as we crack off into Season 12. Who'd have thought it? Unbelievable. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're going to enjoy what we have to bring you. If it hasn't already been commented on, Joe, I've got to say, I'm loving the fact that our feature table is like open sides. It like feels like part of the tournament.
We're a part of it, yeah.
I always kind of, you know, as sexy as the big sides were, I kind of like the fact that now you do actually get to appreciate the size of the fields in the bit of the atmosphere. It's nice, and you know, and we get to see ladies in the background.
Sarah Grant from Poker News. Yeah, you get you feel like you're a part of it. You feel like you actually get some of the scope of all the things that are going around it too. You know, when you're just watching that feature table a lot of the time, it's kind of isolated. It's a little bit lonely. This far from it.
So coming back from our break, remind you if you weren't with us right now, our table chip leader is Mario Pacini, has 113,200, just ahead of second spot with Eugene Kachelov with 97,700. The shortest stack is Brynjar Bjarkason with 16 big blinds. We've got an all-in here from one of the French players at the table.
There's Quentin Lecomte.
Yeah, this was a race from Elke, got called by Kavravkov. And now the shove for the last 22,900 in front of Quentin. Elke's out, Kavrakov still yet to act.
It's the call, 20,000 to win 31,000.
Interesting, considering he just called Elke's race pre, you kind of wonder what was he was hoping to go to the flop with. Has he called and showed here, or is this all done?
Well, it is a call.
Here's a call. Just flipped it over.
King Queen for the all-in player.
So it was the ace-jack that he was trying to get to the flop, just calling Elke's raise. Decided that was good enough against the shover, Quentin. And we're off to the board. Both virtual and actual triangles of death in effect.
Well, I mean, no one's going to... I mean, I guess we'll all die eventually, but...
Yeah, I mean, you know, just from an isolated kind of EPT main event point of view. Not much there for anyone to get too excited about. Ace-jack still ahead.
Really dour flop when you have King Queen, when you're just like, okay, I'm done. It's
Not
over.
even a sweat. We're just praying at this point.
No help for the King Queen. Ace Jack holds.
And Quentin, Lecomte is out of there. Gosh, and we're down to just about 729 players now.
I mean, we are really getting to the business end here.
Business
Yeah.
end now. Really, this every single spot makes a big difference here. He takes home nothing, and of course the next 1,700 players.
So we've lost what, 960 players so far? 970?
Around that number.
That would be the end of
That'd be
most
the end of all.
EPTs.
Look at the size of that. It is, and as mentioned earlier on, this isn't all of it. There are like marquees plugged onto the side of this thing. And that, good news. Kavrakov up to 91,600. As mentioned, the shortest stack, just over 20k. 600, 1,200 with a 200 ante. 70-minute levels at this stage, as we have joined the action for our broadcast here on day 2. Thanks again for tuning in. Nice to have you all with us. A bunch of people saying hi. Don't forget, if you want to get to us on Twitter, hashtag EPT Live. Everyone is already watching us on twitch.tv/PokerStars. And I can announce we will shortly be joined by a guest. Vanessa Selps is going to be with us in the booth, on the table, in the back of the room. But if you have any questions you would like to queue up, we will bring her into the broadcast very shortly. Oh, I'm just going to take my glass off for a selfie. We just... Sorry, we have to do these things. It's... We are super. We are super. And bring you in. We're going to bring you in just whenever you're ready. You just give us the nudge.
Don't talk to us till your stuff's on, Vanessa.
That's all right. People can guess.
No one else can hear you.
When I say we're okay, I'm pretty sure everyone can guess what was going on there. Just exchanging pleasantries off the mic. Not on the clock just yet.
It's all right. You're going to be fine. You're a special guest star.
Just talk into the thing and listen to the other thing.
Are you guys talking right now to all the
Yeah,
people?
we're here.
That's
We're
it.
live. This is
So
it.
all the babies.
They all know that you're coaching me on how to do webcasting.
No, that's fine. You know, headphones and microphone, get them around the wrong way, and you're in for a long afternoon of pointless broadcast.
Have you joined the Twitch bandwagon yet? Have you done any Twitch streaming from home or any of your online stuff?
I have not. I am prepared to do it, but just a little slow to.
You've also you have a full life. In
Yeah,
addition,
well,
right?
there's some
Outside of
stuff
poker?
going on. There's some stuff going on, so it's a little bit busy, but I'm excited to get to start twitching soon. I'm going to be doing some, actually taking the EPT streams and cutting out all the extraneous stuff like Joe and James, and commentating.
You didn't say it, I was going to say it, so I'm glad you got there first.
Not sure if serious.
Oh, no, that's totally serious, yeah.
Oh, boy.
They sent me the video. They're like, do you want the audio? I'm like, oh, well, the chips and everything. Yeah, that stuff is important. But just get rid of those other guys. So I'll just be, maybe not as comedic, but hopefully give some additional poker insight into some of the EPTs. So I think that'll actually be really fun. I don't think, just trying to kind of come up with new ideas for Twitch. And, I'm often in the States and not playing online. So I thought, just
what can you do from the U.S. that would involve you?
Well, it's funny because it's like I'll be watching these things, like I'll be watching the EPT coverage at home or the World Series or whatever it is, and my friends or Miranda will always say to me like, if people could hear you, I'll just like be saying my thoughts out loud, whether they're strategy or just like, oh God, what's this guy doing? Whatever it is, it's just kind of like, kind of trying to open that world up a little bit. Do
you ever say, oh, what's this chick doing when watching yourself?
Oh yeah, no, man, that's all. I try not to watch myself actually because it's
just weird. It's creepy.
It's weird. Yeah, exactly. I don't like it. And usually I'm doing something like some bonehead play, so I'm just like, I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't call them bonehead plays, but the things that make it to television are generally the most dramatic plays that you make. So.
No, I play like that all the time. I always, if I get pocket fours, I 6-bet shove. That's just what I do. Yeah, no, totally. Obviously, it's always the extra fun hands here. Okay, who do we have at the poker table? Elke and Eugene right next to each other. Did they just...
They didn't just come in and sit down. They didn't say, look, we're only playing if we can sit together. That's just the way the random draw went. Can you believe it?
That is completely rigged.
Out of 1,700 people.
Oh my God, 1,700 people. How am I not still in this? Jesus.
You just think by law of averages, you'd probably still be like in there.
Oh my God. Well, the problem is I got my money in good this time. See, that's the thing.
Well, don't do that.
Huge mistake.
I know.
It's really hard to suck out when you get it in good.
Yeah, I mean, I made a bad river call, but, whatever.
As the water bottle gets slammed down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've got a couple of folks in this hand, Kavrikov and Nikol.
These names are getting more and more difficult every day. Okay, check out. We're talking about poker now. I feel like I've transitioned into the world of I'm just trying to emulate Stapes. I used to be
just
more
avoid the poker. Just sort of chat about whatever comes up, and then if someone kind of leads you to the poker, just arbitrarily, okay, we'll do the poker.
Well, as long
thing.
as we have Vanessa in here, we might as well talk about poker.
I
just
assume that you guys brought me in as a color commentator. Just like this guy's shirt is pretty.
No, see, that's my
shiny.
realm. I'd see, that's exactly what I was thinking when he first came on, but I've only been on the broadcast for about 3 minutes, so I thought I can't just come in and kick off Season 12 saying, what about this guy's jacket? It's kind of like a space snake.
So he's leading this turn, which is, one of those spots where, I think in like 2013 and 14 when someone raised this and then checked back this texture, like Queen 6-3, they were not going to fold to a bet. But you're seeing more and more now. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a delayed continuation bet. I got the action wrong. Okay, well, in any event, it's a delayed continuation bet. And you're seeing more of that. It used to be like, okay, someone checks back. They've got showdown value. So when they bet the turn, they have something. And, people are a lot more tricky nowadays. I think people are getting better at poker. They're recognizing some textures. You may not want a continuation bet because your opponent hits it more often. This texture, I would expect a continuation bet a decent amount of the time, but people are betting weird hands. Basically, is the point.
When you say this texture, you mean a 2-diamond, big card, 2 small card texture?
Exactly. Yeah, 1 high, 2 low, wet board. Usually on almost any 1 high, 2 low board, you're going to expect a continuation bet because your middle pairs are going to want to protect and get value from like a 6 if you have pocket 8s. And there's draws out there that you can get value from. Like when it's a drier board, like Queen 6-3 Rainbow, hands like Jacks or 10s have less to worry about, so they're going to check. But you have a lot of hands that you want to protect and get value before the board gets bad. So you're going to bet those hands, and then because you're, for balance sake, because you're betting so many hands for value that are legitimate, you're also going to be betting a lot of your air, and that can be a really balanced strategy. Plus, I mean, that's all like level 2, kind of level 3 balancing stuff. From level 1, it's just like your opponent misses this board a lot, so you're gonna bet it. But that's not enough anymore. I mean, in 2012, that was enough. Your opponent missed the board, but people are smarter now. They're floating out of position. They're raising. They're calling with ace high a lot, and so it becomes a leveling works. It's like when the texture is Queen 6-3, your opponent also knows that you probably didn't hit this board, so you want to just mix up your play and just kind of change what you're doing all the time. And
it seems like it's impossible to get anything done until the turn now. Like, everyone is just like, the flop is just so standard bet call, like, every time.
Yeah, I think that's true on day 1 and 2. I mean, I think, you're playing with more chips and people are splashing. And honestly, it's probably pretty correct equity-wise. You see a Queen 6-3 board. If you have 9-10 with a backdoor, I'm not saying that you have to check call. But honestly, even if your opponent's betting for value, like I said, some of those hands that are betting for value, you have fine equity against, like pocket 8s or pocket 7s, something like that. So, So, you know, when someone bets 3,500 into a pot of 10K, you're getting like 4 to 1 or something, or whatever. 3,500 into 8 or 9K, you're getting almost 4 to 1. It's just like you've actually got the proper odds, and when you have more chips, you can kind of splash around. I mean, I think on the later days, the pot odds aren't the only thing that matters. You know, at that point, you have to worry about the position you're putting yourself in.
You have the proper odds, even including like your reverse implied odds for like the times when you hit that 9 or 10 and it's not good and you're up against top pair.
So that's the thing. So that's exactly the thing is like when you're deeper stacked, reverse implied odds are a thing, but you're not going to go broke. You know, if you hit a 9 or 10 and they happen to have a queen, you're not going to go broke. That's why later on in the tournament, when you only have 40 big blinds, you can't just worry about your pot equity. You also have to say, well, what am I going to do if this person barrels off and I hit my card and I don't know? So, you know, you have to be a little bit, you know, you obviously still want to call sometimes or whatever, make a play sometimes, but it just, you know, the calculus, I guess, changes on the second day, and you definitely want to tread more carefully. So just to your comment about it seems like a flop game, I think that's like a day 1 or 2 thing. And,
okay.
And to that point, I think day 3 or 4 are the days you really want to start picking up the aggression in terms of c-betting more than you would have otherwise, and getting in some good squeezes and 4-bets. Like, it's kind of similar to what you're saying about it being a flop game. Similarly, I think pre-flop, it's like 3-bet. Oh, okay, you 3-bet, I call. Like day 1.
Same thing, right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Versus on day 3, it's like you 3-bet, it's like, oh, maybe I should think about what you have before deciding, you know, what to do with my hand. So
you can't be as loosey-goosey.
no, it's just different phases of a tournament, and it plays completely differently. And I think, you know, just day 1 and early day 2 play much more like a cash game.
As a percentage of field, like the whole kind of comment about, you know, it used to be if you do this, you do the delayed c-bet and you knew about on the turn, is what percentage of an average field are thinking that hard? Because I find I'm now just so paranoid that I imagine everybody knows everything about everything.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I think it's really tough. I think you know, a lot of these guys are regs, but not all guys and girls. Actually, there's a lot of women out there are regs, but not all regs are created equal. And I think you know, the people that have more experience playing individual history is so much more important. I think, yeah, it's definitely problematic to give your opponent too much credit, because then you assume things like you don't bluff a spot because you're like, oh, it's going to be so obvious, but then they would have folded. So
I know I went through a period, especially online, where I'm just thinking as I make this move, everyone's heads up just flash. This guy folds to a flop continuation bet this percent. Right. But then again, I don't know how many people are really that tuned in.
So here, for instance, like, you know, we've got a dealer raises and the small blind calls. He's going to have a lot of like small pairs and then king high, Broadway kinds of hands. Okay, so he actually had trips himself and decided to check call this turn, which is it's, you know, he's just disguising his hand. You know, it's a pretty standard play. You want to, you know, if you want to be capable of having a queen in that spot, because you want to also, you know, he knows when he's got pocket 8s or pocket 7s. You know, and pocket 8s or pocket 7s was probably good there too, honestly. You saw he tried that delayed continuation bet. I mean, it's possible he had a better hand, but I sincerely doubt that he checked the ace-queen-2 rainbow board and then bet the queen turn with anything to beat, you know, pocket 8s. And that was exactly the move that we're talking about, the delayed continuation bet, I think. I don't think it was good in that spot. I think against a normal, you know, reg who's continuing in the small blind against a button raise usually is going to be more weighted towards, like, middle value hands, like Broadway hands and middle pairs, and like ace-jack, ace-10. And if they have something like a suited connector they want to play, it's usually going to be a 3-bet. So when you have someone flatting out of the small blind, I think kind of those boards that have like big cards on them are, you know, often you should just be giving up if you don't have any equity. And even if they check twice, I just give, like, that's a spot where, like, I would probably just give up, maybe not even put a bet in on any street, just because of the way the board ran out. I mean, just because it comes ace queen X, maybe I have 6-7. It doesn't mean that I give up necessarily. If the turn's a jack, maybe now I'm, you know, there are some runouts where.
Did you just say that you would sometimes give up?
Sorry.
Come on, Vanessa.
Okay.
Let's be real.
Well, I want to come on the commentary and then just lie about how I play. So then, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's about picking your spots, and like that's kind of my style. Is like just kind of like fight super hard over some pots, just based on ranges and textures, and then sometimes I just don't fight at all. And then of course I'll occasionally fight extra hard over a pot that I shouldn't be, just so that I sometimes, you know, because you can't have, you don't want to have boards that you never bluff. So like occasionally, like on that board, for instance, I'll just bet 3 straights like randomly for no reason.
That sounds like the Vanessa we know and love.
Yeah, I find that easier to accept.
Yeah, that's true.
All this flim-flam, I think it's just that sometimes
But that's
you
the
do
thing.
stuff.
Like, so I had a spot yesterday where like I had ace queen and I flatted a raise and we're four-handed to the flop and it comes queen queen 6 rainbow, and I'm just like, I'm gonna bet. I want to bet 3 straights for value because I have trips with an ace kicker. But realistically, what am I betting as a bluff in that spot ever?
I think your image is such that people could assume you're betting with anything.
In a 4-way pot, like, as the non-pre-flop raiser, the way I was playing, I wasn't playing like crazy. I mean, it's possible.
What did you do?
Well, that was actually how I lost all my chips because I bet the flop and then I got called and then I checked on the turn because I was hoping the guy who I thought had a queen would bet. And then it checked around and the river was a jack and the original pre-flop raiser went all in for the size of the pot. With, you know, he could have turned his jacks face up, but I decided to pay him off anyway.
Jacks.
Yeah, jacks. So I lost, and then the guy behind me just showed. You know, it was a little more than a pot-sized bet that he shoved for, and then I called, and then the guy behind me just shows king queen, and folds, and I'm like, how do you know about the turn? And he's like, oh, I didn't think I would get, you know. But that's the thing. He goes, and I don't think necessarily that it was a bad check, because he was like, well, I could bet, but I'm not going to get 2 streets out of you anyway. Because it's just like one of those textures, once again, that like almost no one ever bluffs, kind of like what we're saying.
Yeah.
So that's why like occasionally you should just randomly go off with 6-7 because if you're playing against good players, like you want to have the occasional random bluff in your range, but you know, most of the time they know that like, you know, like I might bluff that board 10% of the time or 5, you know, and other people are bluffing it 1% of the time. I'm bluffing it. So if I'm bluffing it 10% and someone else is bluffing it 1%. Either way, that person on the other end should never be calling because it's not enough of a bluff range to justify calling. Yeah. So it's like, I'm crazy. I'm bluffing it 10 times as often as everyone else, but it's just because everyone else is completely under-bluffing it, and I'm probably still under-bluffing it, but you know what I mean?
It sounds a lot different when you say 10 times as much as everybody else. We got a lot of love coming in on Twitter for Vanessa. Jonas says, Vanessa, I love her. She's awesome. We've got Honey Crush who says, love you, Vanessa. So talented, so awesome. Sexy, gravelly voice, too.
Oh, man.
Fubar says Vanessa is da bomb. Hashtag
Nice.
pro commentary.
Bringing it back to 2007 or something.
Thanks, Fubar.
2001, maybe. I like it.
Dean says Vanessa's only analyzed 1 hand on EPT Live, and I'm already hooked. Then asks you for some free coaching lessons. I'm just going to go ahead and say no.
Thanks, manager. Mr. Manager. Do you know what that's from?
I do. It's just manager.
Mr. Manager?
We just say manager. I'm Mr. Manager.
Yeah, you're Mr. Manager.
So this hand was Puccini was the original raiser.
Oh, shoot. All right, I'm going to pay attention to the poker. I have no
That's
idea.
all right. You continue flop,
good.
check on the turn. We're happy to hear from you. We'll pick up the action we can. River now. So there's been no aggression since the flop.
He's probably going to check behind, but it's possible that he's not. That's my pro analysis.
That's great, and you were right. He did not just fold.
And now Eugene probably has like a king high kind of a hand and is wondering, or like a very weak queen, because he's defending probably pretty wide from the big blind. So, you know, either he has like an ace and he's planning on check raising, or he's got like a queen 7 and, you know, something like that, or just a king high. King high is very likely. Like, or just a pocket pair. Like, I think a lot of the time, you know, most of the time when people check that river, like these days, people are betting pretty wide for value. So I would expect Eugene to bet if he had kind of queen 10 plus for sure, unless he's just being super tricky for not much reason. You know, especially big blind versus button. And so when he checks again, when he check calls and then checks again, I think it's usually going to be pretty weak.
So the 3 hands you just sort of took a stab at there, king high, some kind of not great pair, or like a bad queen.
Yeah.
Are they all similar? Like, how similar are those 3 hands in that spot?
They're very similar when you're facing a river bet, like because you're expecting the other guy's betting range to bet the flop, check the turn, and bet the river is going to be like mid aces and good queens. So Queen 7, like if he's betting Queen Jack plus for value plus all his trips.
So they're all hands that you could easily be pipped by.
Right. They're all bluff catchers at that point because he's not
Bluff
betting
catchers,
any
right.
He's not betting any worse hands for value. But and your your Queen 7, maybe you could hope that you're chopping with a different queen, but it's just very unlikely that he would bet a weaker queen for value. So maybe he would bet a queen for value. So but the main difference between those hands is, in terms of just balancing your own game and ranges, and, when you have a queen, you have a blocker to some of the hands that he's going to value bet. I think he's, you don't expect people to take that line that often, bet, check, and then bet as a bluff. But like I said, 2015 poker, people are better. People are picking up on the fact that, I've seen that line as a bluff much more than I ever have in previous years. So I think when you're playing against good players that are balanced, and making good bluffs, then you just need to, if you don't really have like a sick live read, usually you just base it on your hand and you say, okay, I can fold my king highs, and the game theory says I have to call 30, I'm getting these odds, so I have to call, and he's bluffing this amount, so I have to call this percentage of the time. Whatever that percentage is, you figure it out and you say, I'm going to call with all my better hands, so Queen 7 would clearly fall within that and your king highs wouldn't. And so a lot of the times, that's kind of my approach to poker, is like try to make a read based on betting patterns, bet sizing, live tells, what I know about the history, and then in situations where I'm just guessing, just play my ranges and say, I'm going to call with, X percentage of my hands here. I believe his bluffing frequency to be this. I need to call with this. So this is what
How often do you have zero read and must just simply rely on like GTO?
Against like very, very good players, like fairly often, I would say, because I assume that they're doing things pretty well. But I mean, we're talking about like in super high rollers and stuff like that. I'm gonna play GTO a lot more.
So you don't have a ton of live reads on people in super high rollers? Just like a feeling?
Yeah, sometimes I definitely. Yeah, I mean, for sure sometimes. I mean, depends on the players. Like some are better than others and whatever. So you have your reads, and individual history plays a big part of that as well. But like like interestingly for me, I haven't played a ton of poker this year because I've been just like doing other stuff, and so I come back and it's like there are some spots where I'm like I used to feel more comfortable about this, but because the game is changing so much, I think it's changing so much more quickly all the time now. That those spots have come up a couple more times where I'm like, I think you're never bluffing here. But let me just make sure.
Is that real, or is that just perceived because you've been out of it? Like, are you putting more of that on yourself than really is deserved?
I don't know. I feel like I'm getting therapized here. I like it. I don't know. Like, for instance, my bust out of the main, or not, I mean, like, I called off my chips to the main, and it was exactly the situation where I'm like, it's queen, queen, X, X, Jack, and this guy overcalled as the pre-flop raiser and then shoves on the river, and I'm like, God,
It was too obviously Jacks for
It's
you.
like you always have Jacks, like, but I have, like, the best hand I ever had. Or like, and I didn't put almost any chips in the spot. And that was a spot where I was pretty mad at myself because I was just like, this used to be an automatic fold for me. Because he might as well have turned his two Jacks face up. But, I think it was some of that, like, self-doubt. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like floating or, people like to pounce when there's weakness now. And so people do make dumb, and sometimes people do make, like, dumb bets and bluffs and stuff. And sometimes you just have to say, I've got a really good hand, I'm going to call.
Also folding's boring. I mean, look, if you call, you get to see what they have. I mean, there's a chance you could win when you call. When you fold, you definitely lose.
That's true. That's all true. No, I can't argue with any of those points.
Well, in that last hand, Benjamin Nicole decided to get it all in, didn't get called. He lives to fight another day. A question that came in that I ignored for long enough that it's now scrolled off my screen, but it took me somewhere. It's from Gwyn Alid, saying that all pros have the kind of extensive knowledge of hands and how to read as Vanessa is expressing here.
No,
but I would imagine not. But my question is more, do you think there's any other pro that has the same thought process? So like when you're sharing your thought process, do you think there's another player that is looking at it and coming to exactly the same conclusion? Or are you all going to have a slight different, like, we talked about a specific hand in a specific spot, and you go, on that kind of a board, bet, and bet.
Yeah.
Is another great player going to say exactly the same, or do all players have little fine-tuning tweaks?
Yeah, I think there's elements of both. I think most players kind of know the basic stuff, but I think, like, kind of what you're representing or whatever, but there's always a little bit of twists and turns. I mean, there are some pros that have a very similar style to me, I don't know who off the top of my head. Like I said, it's been a little while, but I know that there are some people where it's just like I know they think about poker kind of similarly to me.
Who do you think is most in line with your train of thought?
Said, I'm kind of blanking on.
Dan Shack.
Yeah, probably Dan Shack. Honestly, when I was playing a lot, I haven't played with him in a little while, but for the couple years that I was playing a lot with Ole, I often thought that we probably thought about poker really, really similarly.
Based upon conversations with him, or just the way he got through certain hands?
Just the way his style of playing and the hands that he would hero call and the hands that he would make big folds, and it just was very similar to kind of what I would think would be the correct play in a lot of situations. And we put in a lot of time together. We had that year where we, I guess it was 2013, I think.
Yeah, just kept
or 2014. I don't know. What that EPT season where we.
Yeah, probably 13 into 14, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. We ended up at a lot of tables together, so I just got to see his play a lot. And I actually, this is a story I've never shared publicly, but
yes,
I knew more about Ole's game because when I went into the high roller final table that we played together in 2013, I knew all the other players, but I didn't know much about Ole. But I knew that he had won the Partouche main event the year before that, or earlier that year, and he was very young and new to the scene. All right, here we've got three-way action. Let's talk about poker a little bit.
Yep, Eugene raised up to 2,500, got called in 2 spots. 6-8-6 on the flop. Rionzu checked.
I think this is a spot where Eugene, and I know Eugene's game pretty well, he's going to be giving up. Yeah, this is good. Damn it. Beat me to the punch.
Just in case.
You were about to say it.
I think that, and I understand Eugene's game fairly well, having seen him play and having played with him a little bit, and he understands that, like you said, the flop goes bet call on certain textures, and it's just like you're on 8-6-6, you're in kind of a terrible position because you can't really barrel off because you're like could be up against a really big hand, and you're not really representing that many hands other than overpairs, so you don't really want to be like bluffing that board a ton. So I think sometimes it's just like I raised pre-flop with Queen 9 of clubs or whatever. I did not get the board that I was looking for. I did not get the action. Sorry, go. Oh.
No, it's all right. That's fine. It's coming back.
It'll be back.
It's fine. Don't you worry. We got days and hours. It's only because we mentioned Shaq and someone thought, you know what, now would be a fantastic time to get Dan's picture up on the screen.
Funnily enough, our producer wrote me a note saying that graphic is coming up, except he called it challenge stale, which I think is probably accurate at this point.
That's the title I'm going to go with.
It is a little.
Seems like an autocorrect issue. Just to finish that story, what I was saying was just about the final. So what I did was with Ole, I actually watched. The Partouche does the stream of the final table, the unedited broadcast, much like EPT Live does, and I just watched that for like 4 hours, fast-forwarding to the hands where he played, and I picked up on a specific thing that he did at the time, where if you showed weakness early in the hand, it would lead him to put a lot of chips in later. Like 2 times, I think someone checked back the flop, and as you say, capture range, like you kind of, that just means that, if you don't bet the flop on a really wet board most of the time, you're not going to have a really strong hand because you're trying to protect. And, you'd want to protect against the draws. But I noticed that the 2 times that someone capped their range on the flop against him, he ended up check-raising the river as a bluff. Because he just said, this person doesn't have a very good hand, and I'm going to win this hand. So, and luckily, I got incredibly lucky because very early in the final table, I flopped top set against him.
You fake capture range?
And King 10-6 two-tone, which is very draw heavy, and I checked back because I was just like, I hope you check raise to bluff the river. Like, you've done it twice before. It worked both times. Importantly, it worked on the stream. He didn't know that I had seen that stream. He didn't, you know what I mean? And it kind of just worked out perfectly. So
we do have a big pop brewing here.
Yeah.
Puccini raised under the gun. Kachelov 3-bet to 7,000.
Okay.
Karakos has just 4-bet to 16,000.
Got it. I think I actually remember in that, by the way, in that hand, when the commentary on the broadcast, and you were just like, this is not. It's not. I don't remember who it was. They were just like, this is, I don't know why she's doing this. This is, there's so many draws to protect. You want to get your value now, and it's just like I was like laughing because, it was such a specific thing. But it just shows the value, I think, of like if you're in a major final table, just like do your homework. There's plenty of TV coverage of all the major pros. If not even a final table, but if you're in an EPT and you're going into day 2 and you see there's a famous pro.
I think a lot of people could do that and could watch it, but they wouldn't know what to look for the way you do.
Yeah, of course, but you never know what you're going to pick up on, and at the very worst, it's fun and entertaining. But yeah, I've just never understood people going into like final tables or day 5s or day 4s, and they're out at a 3-hour dinner, 4-hour dinner, and I'm like, just go to dinner the next day, like when you're busting out of the tournament, but. You're playing for $1 million. I don't know. It might be worth your time to watch a couple hours of video.
Probably a really good lobster special that night.
That's true.
You don't want to miss out on it.
He was 2 for 1 on appetizers.
All right, so Eugene has called, obviously, the cold 4-bet after the undergun and undergun 3 bets and then cut off cold 4 bets. He's representing an extremely strong range. But, people also click buttons, so it's unclear. He's representing a strong range. It's unclear, his value hands should be like queens, kings, and aces, and maybe ace-king if he's just trying to take control of the hand. Eugene probably has a lot of jacks and queens, but if Eugene had aces or kings, by the way, he would probably just call. I would expect him to just call because of the way the stacks are. Like a 5-bet would have commit him, because it was 16,000. If he had a 5-bet, it would be to 30. It would look so strong. So if he has aces or kings, by the way, I would expect Eugene to for sure just call this 4-bet. But he's also going to have like ace-king and, jacks and 10s and stuff like that. I don't know if he 3-bets 9s. I don't really know. I don't know his 3-bet like tendencies. King, queen suited sometimes. When he check calls here, now I think it's fair enough to put him on either 2 big clubs, but more likely 10s or jacks, and then aces is also very possible, aces or kings. But I think he's going to be really strong here. I think. I could look like a total fool if he just has like 9-8 suited, because this is the thing.
No. Look, just own it. It's okay. We're wrong in here all the time, and you're saying what he's going to have most of the time, and who knows? Who knows what's going to happen here? But I look, in my very primitive poker knowledge, I think it's very easy to say that he's like going to be weighted toward over pairs like a lot of the time.
Yeah. And I think with this 10 turn, he can. It's going to be really tough for Kavrikov to barrel here. Like I expect Eugene to call with jacks and queens now as well. Like even if you're scared this guy might have aces or kings, the 10 is a great card because it makes it so much harder for him to bluff all his chips off, because that's just another card that kind of hits your range. You know what I mean?
That hits Eugene's range.
Hits Eugene's because, like I said, 10s are a decent part of his range. 10s, jacks. Obviously, not obviously. If you have 10s and jacks, and a 10 comes, you're much more likely to have jacks, like combination-wise. There's 3 of 10s now, and however many of jacks. I don't know.
Well, there is 64,000 in the middle right now. So Eugene's got less than a pot-sized bet. Kavrikov has got almost exactly a pot-sized bet.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought they were deeper. Then forget it. I don't expect jacks or queens necessarily to call. I was thinking if they were deeper, you could call again to, kind of, because he's going to slow down. But this is like, I expect Eugene, if he does have jacks, to just find a fold here.
28,000.
It's a pretty big bet, though. I guess the pot's pretty big at that point.
Yeah, 28 into 64.
Yeah, he's kind of just saying, okay, Eugene, you're going to either go all in or you're going to fold. And if he doesn't have a set of 10s, then this is a really tough spot if you have jacks or queens. I would probably fold myself. But if I knew more about this guy's game, the thing is, if he did 4-bet with some dumb hand, there's just so many draws. So it's just so much dependent on like your history and what you think of this guy and whatever. But against most people, if I don't have a lot of history, I will fold if I have jacks or queens here. You know, I'm giving him a really strong range. He went all in.
Yeah.
Eugene went all in.
Got a quick call.
Aces. Hand for Kavrikov. Queens for Eugene.
Story checks out.
Bit of a cooler here. One card to come for Eugene. Kavrikov's got him covered. Ace on the river. Eugene Kachalov eliminated.
Well, we are down to well under 700 players. Unbelievable field, but no longer likely to include.
Then you said you'd fold jacks there. Queens is a
I
tougher
said I'd
decision.
fold Jacks and
Queens.
I
Too.
said I would have folded Jacks and Queens. I felt bad because I was like Eugene. I think he's a great player. I'm like, I would fold Queens. I think Kings would be a tough spot. I just don't expect when the 10 and the 9 are out there that he's going to be bluffing, you know, in that spot very often at all. And like I said, it's only a tough spot if you have a lot of history and you see this guy's crazy, because if the guy is like randomly cold 4-betting a bad hand, then there's so many draws that you might just have to go with it. But it's just like Eugene 3-bet from under the gun 3 against the under the gun raiser, and then a cold 4-bet from the cutoff. I mean, it's very random that he would be like randomly going after it from the cutoff with like a random hand. So it's just going to be aces or kings like most of the time.
Well, with that one, Kavrikov now top of our table, 188,900. Leapfrogs over Mario Puccini. Shortest stack, Skierdas with just 12 bigs, and Bjarkason with 15.
I guess that answers your question. In my mind, I'm like, are people crazy? Are you supposed to just get it in if you have an overpair? And it's like, no, poker's still the same. You know, at the end of the day, this is I think that the main takeaway of all of it is that I think poker has changed a lot and goes in trends about how you play small pots and how you play flops and turns. But at the end of the day, when pots get big, you know, there's only so much bluffing you can really do, and there's only so much room that you really have to work. And so, you know, it's just like when someone's put in a lot of chips for no reason in the cutoff pre-flop, and then they put in a lot of chips on a really draw-heavy board with 2 big set cards for Eugene post-flop. It's just like poker's still the same in those kinds of situations, you know.
There was a question actually came in. Charlie Mitchell was saying, like, how difficult is it to adapt to change within the game? You know, you say, I don't play and come back and expect stuff to change. Is it hard to get out the kind of the comfortable habits when you sense that something has slightly changed that needs adapting to?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely hard. You have to, like when I don't play for a while, I like to, you know, for instance here, I didn't really play very much this summer at all. And I just came and I just was like, I didn't play the 50K here because I was just like, I don't want to play a really high buy-in event and not feel totally comfortable in like routine decisions, you know. And plus, I don't want to be that annoying person that's like tanking when it's like there's like 5K in the pot on the flop and I'm like 4 minutes in the tank or something. But seriously, it's just, you know, it's like those little things. In the end of the day, the big pots should all be still the same, which is like why I like that ace queen and jacks. I'm like, that's still a fold. Like they always have jacks because that pot's really big. But it's more the smaller and medium pots that I think. But those are important because you play mostly small and medium pots. You don't really play a lot of huge pots. So, you know, it's important to kind of have a read on those situations, and that's the thing where people are kind of changing up their game because you're able to.
And do you have, like, is there a time period, or like when do you start trusting your new alignment? Do you know what, I think I'm back in the groove now? Does it take a certain amount of time or just a certain amount of play?
Well, it kind of varies, but I think pretty quickly, usually, you know, within the first day, I'm usually like feeling pretty good, or you know, I'll notice trends pretty quickly. But that's just from experience from playing and stuff, and you know. But I think if you're playing online regularly, it's just tough for U.S. pros. You know, it's like, you know, I partly live in Canada, you know, and try to play as much as possible there when I'm traveling. But, you know, realistically, last year I spent more time in New York, and so it's just tough. And that's why, you know, playing online is great practice.
It's tough to practice in Brooklyn, huh?
It is tough to practice in Brooklyn.
Do you have a home game, anything like that?
I do. I have one that I play occasionally. I had to talk them into letting me get in it. Some Brooklyn friends, because they were like, you're just going to take a lot of money. So I have a rule. I was like, I don't want to take you guys' money. I had missed, like, poker being really fun, you know? It's like, poker's still fun, but when you're playing for a lot of money, it's just a lot more serious, a lot more stressful. So I wanted to bring it back to the, you know, just days when you're just hanging
So
out
what
with
is
your
it, like a
friends or whatever.
1-2 or a 50-cent $1 game?
It's
something
like
that?
25 cent, 50 cents or
Excellent.
something, you know. But my rule when I play with them is that I have to play every hand pre-flop, and then I try to win the pots post-flop.
I would think it should be the opposite. I mean, like, Vanessa, you're only allowed to play one hand per orbit.
No, but it's just like, how profitable can I be in a game if I'm playing 8-3? You know what I mean?
Right. No,
So-
I get it, but I still think, like, I would just not want you in the hands at all.
Yeah.
I feel like, Vanessa, you can serve drinks.
Well, you're very kind.
Total. Ferrari
I
makes
don't think they agree.
Makes it 2,500. Bjarkason all in for 17-1.
From 14, 17, 1. I don't even know what the blinds are in poker. Huh?
Blinds are
612.
612, 22,000 in the middle.
There's like a 14 big blind shove, I guess. He's thinking he's probably got something he's going to fold. That's my guess. Maybe he's got like ace 10 or something. Or, you know, very small pocket pair, ace 10. I don't know these spots anymore. Maybe he's just going to call with like king, queen or something.
He's going to muck with we don't know what.
Yeah, he's just got like 6 high.
So Bjarkason up to 22,000 now.
A whopping 18 big blinds. Back in the game.
Did you do that right in your head? 18 big blinds?
Yes.
It's good.
Thanks.
It's really good.
Yeah. Been working on that over the break. Pretty much exclusively, it's all I've done.
Just times tables?
Just multiplication and Bs. Literally the two things I've dedicated myself for 3 months.
You know, Matt's a bee farmer now.
I became a beekeeper during the break. Didn't have any work on. I knew that I had to wait till Barcelona, so I thought, I know. Don't look at me like that. I got a sting just to prove it.
He does.
Right
Where
here.
did you find all the bees?
I made contact with a man who is pest control for London Underground, and one of the things he has to do is rescue bee swarms. So he gave me a bee swarm.
It's very nice.
You're looking at him like you don't believe him, but it's
No, it's
100% true.
It's 100% true.
I mean, I'm just speechless. That's all.
No, that's good. That's fine. That's fine.
She's a buzz.
It sounds like.
Nice.
A
setup.
Yeah.
It's all true.
Just like.
We go really?
We
We go,
like
no,
stupid. It was like he gave me a bee farm. Just like what? I mean, or a bee swarm. Just like that seems like a really nice gift.
You didn't even know that was the thing that could be given.
Right. Yeah.
Ironically, B-Fact #1 of the broadcast, should be full of them. The swarm is actually the safest time to approach bees because they got nothing to defend. It's only when you go at their home and they're defending their stores. A swarm actually.
So a
everyone
big
goes,
cloud of bees, you could just walk through it?
Exactly. A bee swarm, it kind of sounds like the scariest thing, but actually the swarm is great. They're just looking for somewhere. I've stood in the middle of a swarm and they just aren't interested in you because they got no honey, they got no stores, they're just looking for somewhere to live.
It's kind of how Vanessa in the big blind is when she's at her most dangerous because
Exactly.
she's got something to defend.
There you go.
The
Although,
rest of-
didn't you see that movie My Girl?
Yes, we all saw My Girl.
Macaulay Culkin, yeah.
Gets stung and dies.
I mean,
spoiler alert. Sorry, guys.
If you haven't watched that film, don't bother.
Spoiler. I mean,
the movie's
Jesus.
20 years old, so.
Yeah, it's decent. It was a decent movie, though, I think, if I can remember correctly. Yeah, so he gets stung by a swarm of bees. So I just point and then counterpoint.
I don't think it was based on fact. I think it's just a work of fiction.
Oh, jeez.
Matt's
I'm
gonna go
always
through.
duped by Hollywood. Yeah.
Matt's gonna go through all the movies and point out all the bee inaccuracies.
I don't think I've seen many bee-related films in truth.
The only one I can think of is Tommy Boy, where those are fake bees when they pretend as if the car's full of bees when they get pulled over.
Don't know that one. Will not be looking out for it.
Button raise, big blind defend. This is a fun board. We could see some stuff.
Yeah, Elkie raised it up. Got one call.
Oh, never mind.
That's the end of that. Check, check.
Well,
Crazy
this
times.
is the exact kind of board that Elkie might very well check back if he had showdown value, but it's also the exact kind of board that he might just give up. Although I do expect him to at least call a turn bet here if he gets bit into, but I don't expect the big blind to just go crazy with nothing that often in this spot. Although he has the chip stack of a man that looks like he would go crazy with a lot of things. So.
Well, he did felt Eugene with
Let's
aces
see, what do I
versus
know?
queens, so.
Yeah. That is, you know.
King, ace. King, ace.
Yeah. You know. But like like I said, that's going back to before. It's like people figured out that there are certain boards that you're not folding. So then it's like I said, don't expect them to go crazy. So now you can just be like, well, I don't expect him to bluff that often. So now I can fold because it looked like I wasn't folding. So now I can fold. Et cetera, et cetera. So it's those small pots, like I said, just kind of figuring it all out, leveling and stuff.
Well, Elke's 5th in chips at this table, 49 big blinds, 3 really short stacks behind him, Bjarkason, Nico, and Skiadas. We missed Nico Skiadas sitting down, by the way. All sub-20 big blind stacks there.
By the way, shameless plug alert, but if anybody, all you Stapes fans, if any of you are in the New York area or the vicinity on September 29th, Mr. Joe Stapleton has agreed so graciously to MC the charity event that I'm doing there. So, it's a steal. It's only $1K to buy in. You can win a PCA package. You can support a really good cause.
What is the cause?
The cause is the Urban Justice Center, which does legal advocacy and services for people in New York.
Oh, yeah, we went over this, all the really horrible jokes that I'm not allowed to make.
Yeah, no. That's true. We did talk about some.
Open bar?
Open bar.
Oh,
great
very
food.
good.
It's going to be a really fun time. Entertainment, just everything.
Am I the entertainment?
You're one of the entertainers, yeah.
What else do we have for entertainment?
There's going to be a magician.
Really?
Yeah, magician. And Daniel will be there, and he's always entertaining.
He is entertaining.
And I told everyone that you would do a striptease.
Really? And people are still coming?
Oh, now that you mention it, sign-ups have decreased. Maybe I'll rethink that strategy.
Do you get like those special glasses like they wear when there's an eclipse so that people's eyes don't burn out? Just before Joe
You have to look at the
strips.
shadow of it on a piece of paper with me behind your back.
Just look at a silhouette of it. Don't look directly at him.
New
Hey.
player to the comer, Henry Wang from Taiwan. No offense.
That's racist.
Is it?
Are you off to play more poker?
I guess I am.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
And then,
Life sucks.
I can stay for 5 or 6 more minutes. It's so much fun in here.
It's good. We're just warming up, It's our first day of broadcast. It's been a long... James has had at least 2, possibly 3 holidays. I could be wrong. He's been just squeezing in as many vacations as he can, but before Barcelona, as I understand it.
Yeah, he does. He does all right.
He does okay for the vacation. So, we're all just warming up here, really.
Right.
You should come back in a couple of days. We'll be absolutely flying.
Yeah. You got the bees in here?
No, I had to leave them. I had to leave them at home.
Oh.
They don't travel well.
Do they have names?
Well, they don't live very long, so you don't want to get too emotionally attached to them as individuals.
I could see how that could be a problem.
You have to treat it as a superorganism. When I first had it, there was a joke thing on Facebook about people saying, can I, sponsor one of your bees and can I name it? And I was like, yeah, fine, whatever, for fun. Yeah, you donate £1 to the Greyhound rehomers and I'll... And then I met someone, Mads, going, how's my bee getting on? And the bee's name was Billy. It was all very official. I mean, do you know what? They live about 61 days. I'm pretty sure that she's dead now. Pretty sure she's dead by now.
To the bee sky farm. You gotta say they went to
That's
the
right.
bee farm in the sky.
I took them to a much bigger bee farm.
Yeah,
where they can fly around free, all the honey they can eat.
Yeah, it's just perfect. Everything is.
It's sunny every day. It never rains.
There's little children they can sting whenever they want.
Little fat chubby kids. Oh, and they're totally allergic. Totally allergic. It's a dream come true.
Oh,
No, it's a superorganism. Don't get too attached to the individual members of the team.
No, yeah,
because
no,
you're
I
probably
see.
going to tread on them next Wednesday.
That would be my problem. I would be a beekeeper, but I think I would just love them too much.
What do you do with all the dead bee bodies? Do you have to sweep them up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you just kind of tread on them like a cigarette and just
crunch.
Send
You
them
should
back
deep
to
fry
nature.
them the way that they do with grasshoppers in Mexico. They put them in tequila. What do you think bee would go well in? I guess honey, like a honey drink,
like a honey Jack Daniels. How about that?
Yeah, that is
delicious.
Wow, no one steal that idea. That's $1 million idea right there.
I didn't realize, but their stings don't work once they're dead because people kept saying to me, "Have you been stung?" And I was like, "No." And they're like, "Well, you need to be in case you're really allergic to them." So I was getting dead bees and going, "Yeah, yeah," and digging them into my arms.
I thought they did work when they were. Didn't you roll over on a dead one?
No, I rolled over on a live one.
Oh.
That's why I got stung. B-fact number 2.
What's the over/under on B-fact this week?
The thing is, he doesn't really want to do them, but I'm fascinated.
Yeah.
I want him to do them constantly.
Yeah. Plus, then you get sweet pictures on Twitter like that.
Oh, man. Well done, Dominic Alderman. Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with something. The Deadly Bees.
Starring Susanna Lee and Frank Finlay.
Frank Finlay. Is that the one that had Guy Dolman in it as well?
Guy Dolman, huge Guy Dolman fan.
Excited by the smell of fear, they inflict their fatal stings. That sounds atrocious. That probably didn't go straight to DVD. That went straight to VHS.
Not only is she wearing a beard of bees, but also has sideburns of bees and a forehead of bees.
That's a lot of bees right there. We've got some bad news from the floor. Friend of the broadcast, Jan Heitman, he is out. He is not one of the 684-ish players remaining here in the main event, day 2. But the good news is maybe we drag Jan in here. He's been a regular on the broadcast. He knows how it works.
Jan's a magician himself.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Really? That's... Also, he gave me a whooping in tennis the other day. So,
wow. How often do you get a whooping in tennis?
It just depends on a lot of things. Actually, everybody gave me a whooping that day. I played really bad. But, yeah. I try to get a whooping as often as I can. You know, play with better players and whatever.
You need to go back and watch some tape of Jan Heitman playing tennis next time. First.
Couldn't find it on the EPT. But, yeah, actually, Fatima and I have been playing every morning with Leo Marget's cousin. He's a tennis coach, and he's been giving us some lessons and working us out. We're trying to become the new Elke and Eugene of
you and Fatima?
Of poker, yeah.
Do you guys play as a team, and you want to take on some doubles, or you like to play against each other?
No, we play against each other. We're trying to get a workout. I feel like doubles is just like, you know, just like a walk in the park.
Now I'm not asking this specifically because it's you, or it does have a little bit to do with it. How is your temper when you play tennis? Because I actually don't have much of a temper, but when I play tennis, I will routinely throw the racket out of the court.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, tennis is, you know, I've often actually said that tennis is, like, really similar to poker. And anyone that's interested in tennis and poker should actually read Andre Agassi's book, because I read that book, Open, and I have never, like, connected with something so closely, because just, like, the way the whole thing works with the circuit and the kind of individual endeavor, but also just the mental aspect of it is really just shockingly similar. So, yeah, you can, like, tilt in tennis and all this stuff, and
I'd tilt wicked bad playing tennis.
Yeah, for sure.
And your opponents can get in your heads really easily, too. I remember we were playing did you play in San Remo?
I don't think so.
A bunch of us playing San Remo, and this guy would just have to say, like, 1 or 2 words to me, just completely set me off.
Oh, man. I love tennis.
Super mental.
Okay.
Maybe we get one last question on this. Carol wants to know, Vanessa, how do you cope with players who are loud at the poker table, listening to music too loud, talking rubbish, eating loud? Does that bug you?
Yeah, it can be really annoying. I actually played with someone this summer who was just, like, pretty loud, and it was pretty frustrating. I called it off pretty light, pre-flop against him, because I just wanted him out of there. So that was, I guess, good for him EV-wise. But yeah,
so it didn't work, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess so. No, you know, it's usually not a problem. I mean, most people are pretty nice and respectful, and you know, we're usually just having a good time.
So we're heads up to this flop. Ferrari, Kavrikov. Kavrikov over the 200K mark now.
Nothing but clubs.
And this is a board very connected, and 3 clubs that I think actually, talking about trends in poker, I see people check fold these boards a lot. And I think that's a mistake. I think people should be attacking monotone boards way more than they are. So that's my tip and my opinion. So, like, when he c-bets here, I expect him to, like, not have total air very often, almost ever.
Because people give up so easily on them?
I'm just like, unless I don't know anything about him, but I just,
Right.
yeah,
If
like
he's
it's,
part of the common...
Right, exactly. Like not knowing anything about him specifically, I see him bet the turn again, completely unsurprising because most people these days have like king 10 of diamonds, they check fold. But I actually think it's kind of a spot where you can put a lot of pressure on your opponents because a lot of their hands are like, people are calling you a suited hand, so it's like unless they flopped a flush, even if they made a pair or they have a pocket pair or something, that, you know, if they have a pocket pair, unless they have a set, they have a bad flush draw to go with it. And if they have a suited hand, they have like maybe top pair like 9-10 suited or something with no flush draw. I mean, their hands are hands that just like if
All
you,
that sounds so obvious when you say it, but when you look at that board, you're just like, well, I don't have two clubs.
Right, you're like, I don't have anything. Yeah, that's the thing. But you can, you know, put a lot of pressure on these boards, and so, yeah. So this is interesting. So he's bet twice and checked. Could be a hand like, you know, an overpair without a club. Could also be an overpair with a club if he had like jacks with a club or something. Often it might just be a hand like 8-7. He made a pretty small turn bet. So, you know, I don't expect him to be super strong. But, you know, like ace-jack with the jack of clubs or something like that. But this is going to be, you know, so this is interesting. So he bet 21K. He's basically saying, I have a king of clubs. Which story checks out. He could have, like, king, queen with the king of clubs, king, jack with the king of clubs. He would call the flop bet. He would probably call the turn bet again. Yeah, so that just won him the pot. Power of position. But also, you know, very... If it was a bluff, it was a good spot to bluff, because when you call twice, you should have some high club in your hand most of the time.
Vanessa, did you play the super high roller here last year? Here in Barcelona?
Oh, the time that I got busted by Dan Shack?
This guy, Morton Klein, played the super high roller.
Yeah, he's sick.
He was wasted. He was hilarious. He made the final table.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember that. I thought you were needling me again, because that's when I busted, like, right before the final table. I think right before the final... I don't know, like, right before the bubble. With my top two against Dan's set.
Yeah, I wasn't specifically needling you. I was just sort of segueing.
It was like a multi-purpose.
I don't actually ever intentionally needle people because I just don't think it's that fun or funny to do. Like, that tournament cost you 50,000 euros to enter. Like, I'm never like, haha, well, remember that hand, Vanessa?
Yeah.
I like bringing up the semi-rivalry between you two because I find it interesting, but I don't take any pleasure in watching. I'll tell you this: there are very few poker players I actually like to see go broke, and no, I will not name them.
I'll name one if you name one.
I don't think I can.
I'll guess one.
No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that either.
Just a limp from one-time table leader Kashimi. On the button. Call from the small blind.
I like that. No.
That one?
I think that was fun.
Oh, Florent, who says, great commentary, lack of poker action. I give your show a B+. So
hey!
I have to carry that with me.
To be fair, I think it would receive an A, B.
Have you told the story about what happened this morning in the elevator, Joe?
No, I didn't. I haven't told that story yet. So I carry these around with me when we travel, obviously, to bring them to the different stops, and occasionally they go off at random times. And this morning in the elevator, I was wearing my backpack, and these were in it, and I had to move back as people were coming in. And then as soon as this woman got on the elevator, and I backed up, and then this happened. There was like a packed elevator, and this came out of my backpack. Which I was just like, I don't know. Sorry, guys, that was me. And there was like 7 people in a very crowded elevator with a scream coming from my backpack. Which, to be fair, could have been a sound box, could have been just a video I was watching on my
It
computer.
would have been better if you just shouted him and was like, "What? What's your problem?
Shut up back there.
Stop looking at me."
Check, check.
Check, check. Power check to the win.
Pair of sixes.
Pair
Pair
of
of eights.
I actually think that would have been a good spot to value bet with a pair of eights.
You are a crazy person. No, I understand it. I could never do it, but that's fine.
I am a crazy person, but like, okay, so remember what we said about like checking back boards that are good for your opponents, right? So like, let's rewind and go through the logic of why the board was Queen 8-6, 10-10, and why I want to value bet a pair of eights is when I'm playing against a good player. That's the exact kind of board where if I raise the button with like Jack 5 suited or something like that, I'm just gonna give up because I'm just like, or not necessarily Jack 5 suited. That's if I have backdoors. That's a bad example. But let's say I raise with like, I don't know, Ace Deuce suited or King Deuce suited, whatever. That's the kind of texture that I expect to hit my opponent a fair amount. So that's the exact one that I might do either delayed continuation bet or give up. So depending on the turn or depending on the the flow of the game, I'll either bet or turn or whatever, but I'm going to be checking that flop a lot. So with a lot of air. And so then the 10 on the turn, that's another card that's supposed to hit my opponent, so therefore I'm less likely to bluff that one as well. So then when the 10's on the river, sometimes I'm going to get to that river with 7 high. Like, or Jack high or whatever, and it looks, when Elke checks 3 times, it looks like he has at best a pair of 6s, probably ace high a lot. Obviously, it can be tricky and check a queen or a 10, but there are a lot of hands that, for my range, I'm going to want to try to bet. And so if you're not value betting an 8 there, which is so high up in your range of the hands that you're going to have once you get to there with that action, then how can you ever take that line, check, 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 bet, and then bluff that river? Maybe he never is, but I have a feeling he is, and he probably just isn't very balanced. So if I see someone like that, like Puccini there, check back an 8 in that spot, I get, okay, he doesn't get this kind of, the whole thing that I've just gone through. So you ask about, does everybody go through the same line of reasoning? So I see that him check back the 8, and all of a sudden I can make all these assumptions about what he's thinking about the hand, and I'm realizing that if he does do a check, check, check bet on that river, like, I would guess that it's much more likely to be, like, very, very weak hand. Because there just aren't that many hands that he can have to value bet. Of course, he can have trip 10s, and he could have, like, a weak queen that he checked twice with, or, like, pocket 9s. But he's on the button. I mean...
But how light are you expecting to be called?
What?
Like, you said he misses a value bet with the 8. Like, how often is your opponent gonna have a hand that they aren't gonna just fold?
But this is the thing. It's like, I think it almost doesn't matter because it's just like he checked that many times. He's probably not ahead, and he has some hands he can call with. So, like, pair of 6s.
You think most of the time he's just folding, which is fine. Like, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I just think, like, for balance against good players, first of all, like, you need to bet that hand, but also, like, sometimes you're going to get, like, if I'm Elke, I'm going to call with ace high there a bunch because exactly what I just explained to you.
Right.
So I think him not realizing, and I don't know if Elke would call with ace high or not. I'm, more optimistic in some circumstances, but I think on that exact kind of board texture where everybody's shown weakness on every street, and it's a board texture where I'd expect my opponent to be giving up a lot, I expect him, if he is going to stab, the situation in which he's going to stab is if, we check it all the way down to the river. And given that's the case, I just think when your hand is probably good, you should just be betting because you can get called by, you might get called by ace high or king high. I mean,
obviously you think this because you just said so, but I'm just going to word it in a different way for folks out there. And you think that it's profitable enough to bet there, and you're going to get blown off it less often than you will get called there. Like someone's just going to like you've shown weakness also with your 8. And you bet the river, and so when you get raised, like, you can't call.
Yeah, I mean, or you can, depending on what you think. I mean, you can always call. It's always allowed.
Yes, it is allowed.
It's always allowed. Obviously, it's a great spot for him to check raise trips, except that if you don't expect it's a leveling war once again. Because if you don't expect your opponent to bet an 8, then you never want to like check your trips because you know what I mean. Like in that spot, it would have been a terrible check because he would have gotten checked behind by a hand that would have called him. So it's just if you get check raised, it's just like, did you expect me to bet here or not? And that's what, if you didn't expect me to bet, then I don't believe that you're check raising for value, so I can call. And if I do believe that you expected me to bet, so if my opponent knows that I'm a value bet really thin and then check raises, I'm more likely to fold. But also, it's just about a read about, you know, are they trying to blow me out? I mean, that's just poker. You know, I'm just confident enough in the fact that often enough I get called by worse there that, you know, if the situation comes up and I get check raised, then, you know, and I'm confident that I can make good decisions, so I'll figure it out. I don't think being scared of being check raised in spots where people don't check raise that often is a good enough reason to not bet hands that I think, you know, are worth betting for like a number of reasons. But on the level 1 reason, I just think that an 8 there is a very strong hand, just given the action. You know, you're button versus big blind. It's not like you're under the gun versus a small blind call where people are going to have a lot of pocket pairs in their range and whatever. It's like you're on the button. You need to recognize that, like, how much air you have in your range, and therefore just be making thinner value bets. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I don't think it's something that I think most people could come up with in the moment. I think having you sit there and explain it to them, it certainly does make sense.
They said the problem is I didn't get the action right. Oh, it's possible that there was a bet and a call on the flop. And fair enough. I mean, if we missed it and there was a bet and a call on the flop, then I think they both played it fine. Although it still could be potentially be a river bet, but that would be pretty optimistic. Yeah, so let's just assume it went check all the way down. Everything I said applies. But yeah, if it was a bet and a call on the flop, then that makes total sense. So I apologize for not getting it right if that's what happened.
It's still an interesting discussion regardless.
Yeah, I think so.
So there was an all-in there, Nico over the top of Kavrikov.
Yeah, I thought about it for some time, but decided against it. Doesn't really put Benjamin back in a great spot with 4 minutes left on this level. Third from the bottom with 18 bigs. Still Bjarkason and Skierdas propping up this particular table. I can't work out. There's a question from Connor on hashtag EPT Live. I don't know if this is a spelling mistake or hilarious.
This is great.
Where's James Hartigon?
Where's Hartigon?
He'll be back shortly.
That'd be awesome too, if like a pentagon or something like that. There was something that was James Hartigan shaped, a Hartigon.
A Hartigon. What shape would a Hartigan be? That's a competition. Draw us what you think a Hartigon. You've got an octagon, a pentagon, and a Hartigon. Hashtag EPT Live. I don't know what we'll give away. Joe will give away something, probably.
I can give away something. You have to determine the winner, though.
Yep. It's the next hour taken care of.
I had a game I wanted to do, but then I remembered Vanessa was coming in. Now I forgot it.
Don't worry, we've got 6 days. There will be an opportunity.
So remember we talked about we had 5 potential online qualifiers during the first couple levels today. Only 2 of them are left now.
Wow.
We're going to check in with those guys in a little bit. One's from Sweden and one's from Russia.
The Postman versus the Lawyer. They sound like kind of WWF names. The Postman. I always deliver.
Man, there were some bad WWF guys in the late 90s. Oh, Rowdy Piper, huh?
I have no idea what you're saying.
He died.
Oh, really?
Rowdy Piper's my favorite.
Never heard of him.
He was literally my favorite wrestler. He wore a kilt.
Good.
He was the bad guy in WrestleMania 1, I believe, against Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan I've heard of.
But he was in the movie They Live. You never saw They Live?
No.
The John Carpenter movie where the guy can see aliens if he's wearing the special kind of sunglasses?
Oh, maybe I have.
I came here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that was Rowdy Piper.
Wow. Discovered him just in time for him to be dead. Not great timing on my part. Bjarkason has raised this up. Being called by Ferrari. Heads up to the flop. Queen of 7-4. It's a rainbow affair. Got to be careful here. Just 15,000 to play with.
He's been all in a bunch.
Yeah. It reminds me of the guy in Devil's Advocate that Keanu Reeves has to protect at the very beginning. That's my lookalike taken care of for the day. I have to get one out contractually. And now the deuce. Less than a pot size bet behind. What do you like about the flop that you don't like on the turn? It's all in. 12.5 for Ferrari to call this. And he's folded. Couldn't quite see it. That is more meaningful for Bjarkason. Gets him up to over 20 bigs. Still not very comfortable, but for the first time he's at least poked his head up to a playable stack. One more of those and he'll be right back in it. So now it's time to address the postman versus the lawyer. So this will be Niklas Blomqvist, 26-year-old Swedish postman.
Arch nemesis, dogs.
He likes flowers and the smell of freshly baked bread.
And does anyone have any objections to us choosing the lawyer?
Sokolovetsky, 42. Check your hair, camera's on. Fail. So there you are. Get your votes in. No, don't get your votes in. There's no voting procedure.
We're going to handle this one.
We're going to handle this. That's all we know. You know as much as we do now, which is basically their names, their ages, what they do, and what they look like.
It's all you need to make any decision about a human. Steve Fair writes in to say, who needs Hardigan when they brought on Matt?
Oh! I missed that one. Where was that? That must have been a while ago. There he is. Lovely.
A lot of people sending in things with hearts on them for Hardigans.
Do you know what? That's a competition that we set and I now immediately forgot about and haven't been paying any attention to whatsoever.
You forgot it. I regret it.
There's some strange entries to that competition. I think we'd best just turn our back on that.
Can't turn your back on a Hardigan. Kavrikov Zoo.
I don't know that Zoo's been in a hand since level 11 kicked off. Now into level 12, 800, 1600, 200 ante.
It's like that's an example of, you know, that situation I was saying where the button raises and the big blind defends and the texture just favors the big blind's range. So the button just gave up and said, you win this one, buddy.
It's kind of, I don't know, this will sound like perhaps a dreadful thing to say, but I think quite often players don't realize there's nothing wrong with just giving up.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like I know, like quite often you have it in your straight say, well, you know, a lot of the time here I'm going to go with it, and then a lot of time I'm just going to give up. And you think if you kind of tell that to people, they go, what do you mean?
That's
like,
definitely true. But I do think, that being said, like, yeah, you're totally right. I mean, sometimes it's okay to give up. But I think these days, a lot of people defend a lot of hands from the big blind, like almost everything to a button raise. I mean, there's some players I know that defend like 100% of hands. And I think it's a mistake to, I think people give up against them. You need to identify who those players are. Yeah. There are certain players who are like folding a bunch of big blinds, and in which case Queen 10-6 hits them more. And you should, you know, tread a little bit more lately. Although, you know, still bet stuff with equity and whatever, still have, you know, some continuing range, but just maybe not total air. But against players that are defending like 100%, the whole world of poker changes. It's actually really interesting. It's more like a heads-up game in a way. and you can kind of change your whole game if you get into a leveling war where you're like betting different ranges for value because you're bluffing more. But the initial part of that I just wanted to say is I think you have to be careful not to, when you notice that someone's defending that wide, don't check back queen 10-6 because, like, quote unquote, that hits their range. Because actually, if they're defending 100% and you're not raising 100%, then actually you're more likely to hit that board. You know what I mean? So it's just you just want to make sure, that's where reads on individual players becomes really important. To figure that kind of stuff out. It's always about figuring out your opponent's range, and a lot of that just comes down to frequencies, oftentimes you have no information at the beginning of the hand. No bets have gone in other than pre-flop. You have no idea what they have. It's just like, what percentage of the time are they calling here? Oh, they haven't folded a single big blind? Well, then I'm not going to be scared of you having king, queen, or whatever. Like, because you have 7-4 suited and offsuit, and you know what I mean? So, yeah.
That should be an ace.
I'm not going to lie, I'm mildly offended by some of the illustrations of a Hardigon which have been sent in via the Twitter sphere.
I like that, some people interpreted it as Hardigon,
and some
others...
people decided it was going to be a part of the male anatomy. I think that speaks volumes about our viewership, Vanessa. My personal favourite, and hopefully we can get this up on the screen if we can fiddle with the buttons, is Kristen Mashman's suggestion, which is that I adopt the Finnish band hymn's heartogram for the Hardigon. Heart, triangle. I mean, there's something a little bit kind of like devil worship about it, but, I can live with that.
Small price to pay for a sweet icon.
So when does your tournament start, Vanessa? When are you next back in action?
I'm going to be leaving this... Are you kicking me out?
I'm not kicking you out at all. No, I just want to make it clear,
subtle hint,
before you walk out, that my arrival back in the booth is a coincidence. I don't want people to think that I walk in and you walk out because it's like, oh my God, he's here. I'm making it clear to the audience that when you do leave, it's because you've got a tournament to play.
Right. That's true. Yeah. It's starting at, I think it was supposed to start at 4, but I guess it got delayed because there's just too many people here.
Yeah.
And there are not enough tables.
I've seen numerous conferences today between tournament director Toby Stone and our head of poker operations, Neil Johnson. Understandably, we knew it was going to be busy, but I don't think anyone thought it would be this busy.
But, I have to say, last year was kind of a little bit hectic and, with lines and crazy things. And I have to give props to the tournament organizers this year. I mean... Things are running really smoothly for a tournament that has some number of thousands of people in action every single day. It's been remarkable, and it's been really impressive.
One stat I heard is before the main event had even started, so just based on the Estrellas and some of the early side events, 5,000 unique players across the festival.
Wow.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that number more than doubles by the time we get to the end of it.
That's nice, too, that, everyone's unique,
We are all unique. 621 remaining right now with 67 minutes left on the level before the next break, the penultimate break of the day. Actually, it's the final break because, of course, the next break will be home time, Matthew.
Home time?
All right, so I'm going to get out of here in about 30 minutes. I don't know if there are any other questions that don't involve male anatomy or...
If there's one thing that I should warn you, don't expect too much from our audience.
Okay.
It's that they're warming up as well. It's early for them.
Well, we have this question from Mitch. Vanessa, what is your favourite form of Texas Hold'em? Heads up, 6 max, pot limit?
It's definitely not pot limit, because I think that is the worst game that's ever been created.
What, worse than fixed limit?
Yeah, for sure. At least fixed limit is like, just chill, like, you can bet and raise a lot once you're in the hand, like you have to play tighter, but pot limit's just like, you raise and then you're just like, okay, how can I pot control my aces? It's just because he probably has a set. Because, like, that's just how pot limit is, because there's no antes and it's stupid. But my favorite form, I don't know, it just changes all the time. I really like 8 max these days. Between anything lower than 8, I would say I really enjoy in different ways. Like, I played heads up for a long time, play a lot of shorthanded, but I've been doing more ring these days, and I don't know. It just depends.
I'm assuming with the huge field that we had here that on days 1A and 1B we were playing 10-handed.
Nope, they were playing 9-handed.
Really, throughout?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That's amazing.
Because I think everyone would have understood if they'd had to go to 10-handed for the day ones. But the fact that we've been able to keep it 9-handed throughout is really good.
For sure. Okay, guys. Thank you for having me.
Brief but meaningful from my point of view,
stay.
Vanessa, but always a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for answering legitimate questions, and obviously thank you for the analysis on the play here on the feature table.
Of course, anytime.
And have fun at the pokers.
Thank you. Good luck with your bees.
Thank you.
Vanessa Selps from Team PokerStars Pro joining us on EPT Live here on day 2 of the record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event, the first leg of season 12 of the EPT. From a field of 1,700, we are down to 621. It's James Hartigan and Matt Broughton until the end of this level.
Until the end of time.
And Matt, I know that we don't like to get serious on EPT Live, nor when we live in a poker bubble do we like outside events to enter our world, but there is one thing I do have to comment on, and it comes as being a former journalist, and it's having seen the news from the state of Virginia to send thoughts and prayers to the friends and family of the reporter and the cameraman who was senselessly killed earlier on today. Any shooting is always a tragedy. This one just seems particularly nonsensical, and again, obviously sending condolences and thoughts to those affected. So here in Barcelona, this is our first of 5 days of live coverage of this tournament, and one thing I was quite shocked, Matt, while I was on break, was to see Eugene Kachalov go out. Here was someone who'd built up a massive stack during the first 2 levels of the day, and then a cooler-ish situation, queens into aces, although listening to Vanessa's analysis, she did feel that queens was a foldable hand in that spot.
I know, and Joe did. I mean, the thing is, it's one of those where you know that she must be right because it's her, but you kind of can't get your head around it. And Joe did ask the question 3 or 4 different ways and still kept getting the same answer, which was you have to fold queens sometimes. That one is a pretty tough pill to swallow, but I mean, she said it in I feel bad now because Eugene's knocked out and is a good player, but I don't know that I ever find that an easy way out. But yes, we've lost a few. We're down to an almost reasonable number of players.
And looking at the stacks of the 9 players we're watching on our feature table right now, we've still got some guys who've been there from the beginning of the day. Mario Puccini still playing around 120k. Michael Ferrari has dropped somewhat. He's now a below average stack, but the success story has been Atanas Kavrakov. He's the guy who busted Kachalov, aces against queens. He's the chip leader at the table with a stack of 213,000. He's not going to play this hand. It's been folded to Zhu. He's out. Benjamin Nicole.
Yeah, Kavrakov had a good level 11, put it that way. A couple of big pots. Lovely big stack to sit back on now. I'm enjoying some of the Hartigons. Good one from Mitch.
That one from Mitch looks like I'm trapped in the phantom zone.
Well, it kind of, the thing is, it's good because the coupling of the picture and the shape kind of, it looks like you've been trapped in the Hartigon. And I also like the fact that the Hartigon itself it's kind of like a pentagon, but it's a little bit warped.
I look forward to a nuclear rocket exploding in space so that I can be released.
That will shatter it. They came from a planet Houston.
Ace King 6 on this flop, 3-way action.
Where are you from, my friend?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria?
Yeah.
An under the gun limp from Ferrari. And Gibbons this hand, and then won it with a bet on the flop.
And something else new I noticed this season is on Twitch, Elke has his own icon now. His own heart. I hadn't seen that before. That's how invested in the Twitch world he is. Have you seen the Elke heart?
We've seen plenty of mouses, and there is the Elke heart.
There's the Elke heart. I mean, what do you have to do around here to get your own Twitch emoji? Graphical Nick has been on the filters.
Yeah, as someone who is a graphics expert and goes under the moniker Graphical Nick, you'd think he could do better than that.
I'm a bit disappointed. It's just clearly a preset filter.
All I will say, though, is it shows that most of his time and effort was invested in providing pop-up graphics for the live stream, which is arguably more important.
Yeah. I'll give him that one.
A few people have asked about the buy-in for this event. As with all EPT main events, it's the equivalent of 5,000 euros, so 5k main event. A prize pool here of 8.245 million. Still waiting for the payouts to be confirmed, finding out how many people are going to get paid, what a min cash is worth, and of course what will be up top for the eventual champion when we play down to a winner on Sunday. Cards up coverage on the final table day, of course. We have got an EPT Live free roll this evening, the first of season 12, $2,000 in the prize pool, 7:15 Central European Time start time, and we will reveal the password very soon. Meanwhile, don't forget there is the $1 bounty bonanza in 3 days' time, and we have the new $1 bounty bonanza league running.
Did you look at your watch before saying in 3 days' time?
I lose track of what date it is.
You know we've just started. We haven't been here for like a week or anything.
Matt, days, times, all go out the window when you're living in the poker world. We check on the stacks of all 9 players at the feature table and see that it's Benjamin Nico bringing up the rear with 11 bigs. Well, you heard him. He's taking a stand.
Not for the first time in the last couple of hours. No customers as yet. And that looks like it's going to go uncontested.
He'll pick up the blinds and antes. So yes, free roll password coming soon for those of you looking to play the game at 7:15 local time. And more details on the $1 bounty bonanza league and a way in which you can play them all for free coming up a bit later on this level.
And of course the key thing when we reveal the first password of any stop is that people will immediately start trying to guess all the rest of the days, trying to see if they can spot the pattern, see the vibe. You never know your luck.
I'm liking Florent's work on Microsoft Paint. He's actually offering classes for $19.99 an hour. There's Hartigan, and there's Hartigon.
I like that a lot. Well done.
You can follow along with the fun. Hashtag EPT Live. If you filter that hashtag, you'll see all of the little pics that people have been sending in.
Raised to 3,500. My previous table chip leader now second, Mario. A raise from Dolke. Not been super busy. 8,500 now. Kavrakov in a small blind. Let's see.
Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Puccini calls the 3-bet, and these two go to the flop. And that flop is the Jack, 8 and 3 of clubs.
21,200 in the middle. Elke's going to keep his foot down. See, I've got a feeling if this was online, that would have been 6,666 myself personally. I don't know what you think. $34,400 in the middle. Still 2 streaks of action to come. 6 of hearts on the turn.
So Pacini check called the flop for 6,600.
Elke with less than a pot size bet now.
Pacini has checked for a second time. Elke checks behind the 4 of clubs on the river.
I smell a blocker bet coming up. Yeah, I thought I'd dust that out. I've been into the archives and I've retrieved a blocker bet. A good 1,200 blocker bet coming up any minute now.
Pacini has checked for a 3rd time.
Boo.
And yes, Elke decides to check behind, somewhat frustrated. Jack 10 of hearts, the hand for Pacini. Elke angrily mucks, and this pot will get shipped to Mario Pacini, and Elke will be left with 31,000. Fewer than 20 big blinds. We are playing 800, 1600 with a 200 ante for another 55 minutes. Moonchild79 says, I am so ready for the password. With love, from Belgium. Ubate says, is the PCA also a 5k buy-in? Well, obviously, the PCA, being in the Bahamas, functions on the dollar rather than the euros. It's a slightly higher buy-in. 10,000 US dollars. The biggest buy-in of the season is the grand final in Monaco, which is 10,000 euros. Not quite up to speed with my exchange rates right now. I'm not quite sure what... €5,000 is in US dollars.
I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to get xe.com to work, but of course, you know, internet.
Isn't it, though?
And of course, as soon as it opens up, you get taken to an advert or something.
Well, at least your volume wasn't up. All in again for our friend Benjamin Nicole.
Wow, it's quite close at the moment. 5,000 euros is only is $5,700.
Crikey.
Wow, that does make the PCA a pricey one this year. Anywho,
a lot of love for Elke on the Twitch. A lot of people think that this is not a problem. This short stack, he will be back. Obviously, all of his work on Twitch picked up quite a big fan base out there. Elke himself, so sick, never lucky. I don't know about that. I'm not sure about the Dominic's illustration on hashtag EPT Live of the Heartigon, the new geometric shape we've created today.
Once again, that all-in from Nico gets through. I want to follow the action at the outer tables. If you want to see chip counts of the chip leaders right now, head to the live update section of the PokerStars blog. Even the PokerStars blog.
Who are you referring to specifically when you say that?
Well, it's obviously not going to be any of the excellent blog team who are all lean and mean.
They are, aren't they, actually? I mean, they do walk about 600 miles every day, effectively.
I mean, blimey, if Howard Swain's lost a couple of kilos, there'd be nothing left of him.
If he turned sideways, you just wouldn't see him.
Stephen Bartley, fine figure of a man.
I wonder if any of the blog team ever had like the old...
Nick Wright's getting a bit of a belly.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, maybe. It's a bit harsh.
What I was going to say is that Rayan Shamat is the current chip leader with 312,000. Also in the top 5, Jude Ainsworth and start of day chip leader Samuel Bernabeu.
Nice.
Ryan Reese and Patrick Antonius are also big stacks. They both got more than 200k.
Well, pick this one up. Elke raised it up. And in fact, we are still waiting on our big stack here on the table. Kavrikov thinking about this one. From the cut-off. Three bets 8,200. That's not the hand he was looking for.
So it's time to reveal the password for the first EPT Live free roll of Season 12. Registration is now open. You'll find it in the EPT, or rather in the PokerStars tournament lobby. Just search for EPT Live and it'll pop up. Here's the password you need to register for this game. $2,000 in the prize pool, and Salvador is the word that will get you into the game. Salvador, lowercase, S-A-L-V-A-D-O-R. Salvador.
Now I'm going to start the clock from when it disappears. Right, okay, now we'll see how long it takes before someone says, I just missed, what was the password? I've missed it. I just came back and heard you say the end of it. Let's get the clock going now.
So 30,000 seats available in today's free roll, $2,000 in the prize pool. There will be a free roll every day of the 5 days of streaming here in Barcelona, but remember, we don't have the EPT Live League for Season 12. Instead, we have the $1 Bounty Bonanza League. More details on that coming up.
It's like the $1 Bounty Bonanza is all grown up. There it was. It feels like only yesterday it was a glint in Joe's eye. And then we put it out to the listeners to name it, and now it's got its own league. Unbelievable. George Lucas in the background there, just looking on.
Well, obviously he made all that money from the sale to Disney that he's just spunking it away at the pokers now.
Excuse me.
Not that he was actually short of a few quid before he sold to Disney, just to be clear.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't make that move because the bank account was drying up a bit.
How much?
It would almost have been fun to have sold it for like $1.25, because you know you don't need any more money, and you think it would just be such a great story that I would sell this incredible commodity just for like a kind of a pack of gum and a bottle of water.
Now, Fuad, your tweet doesn't count because you put a smiley face on it, and clearly you're not trolling, you're just having a laugh.
Yeah.
What was the password once again, please? However, this dude who is using
Macoon,
some form of foreign lettering,
yeah,
his demand to send me free roll password, I think may be genuine.
That's genuine, and that's not good, because you've not said please, or would it be okay if you would. People are saying I can't find the tournament. Don't forget, the easiest thing to do is to get into the lobby and just search. There's a search function. Just search for the word EPT Live, or one word.
Well, this is the point, Matt, where normally I like to fire up the Stars client and guide people through the process, but sadly, being in Spain, we can't access PokerStars. It's a regulated market where only PokerStars.es functions.
Regulated markets, isn't it?
Yeah, just make sure your filters are off. Just go into the main lobby, search EPT Live, all one word, and today's free roll should pop up. Get registered using that password, Salvador. Which I consider to be one of, if not the best film Oliver Stone has made.
Discuss. Hashtag EPT Live. Harsh words on the Twitch. If you can't find the free roll, you are incompetent at life. I don't know if you can make such a sweeping generalization, but well, let's see how it goes.
Of course, the source of that password has been calculated by Dean S.
Yes.
Who tweets, finally they stopped dallying around with the EPT Live free roll password.
Well, that's why I said as soon as the first one's out, now everyone knows where to start guessing for the rest of the week.
So we're down to 585 players now and still waiting for the payouts to be announced. Somewhere in a dark room, Toby Stone, the tournament director, is crunching numbers on his spreadsheet. Connor says next time maybe the password should be Hartigon.
Elki's raised under the gun here. 3,500.
Fawad chimes in. Platoon, of course. Now, I may be in a small minority, but I actually don't think that's one of Oliver Stone's finest films. I liked it at the time, but you revisit it now and you just think it's a bit heavy-handed.
Bit clunky.
Yeah.
I was going to say, a bit clunky.
You compare it to other Vietnam movies and it doesn't necessarily deserve a place on the pedestal.
Already getting some guesses for tomorrow's password. You stick around, we'll soon see. Meanwhile, Benjamin Nicole is all in again. Got to be about his 7th or 8th time in the last hour.
Yeah, this time he's not open shoving though. Elke opened under the gun and he is going to call that all in. And this is a virtual all in for Elke. If he loses here, he'll be left with 4,500. But as things stand, Nico is the player at risk. Elke's tabled King Queen of Spades. Jacks the hand for Nico. So there is a classic race underway at the feature table. France v France. Nico needs the pocket pair to hold to survive. But if Nico does survive and double up, Matt, Elke will have the proverbial bowl of rice.
Yeah. Just a mouse and a chair.
Grip it.
The tighter you squeeze, the better your luck.
No spades, all low. Elke sighs a disappointed breath.
A lot of mice appearing on the Twitch chat. Squeeze it. Aye.
So that is a double up for Nico, and Elke is now very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Joe wouldn't have been able to do it if he was here. It's a bit dry in the throat. Not great news for our friend Elke, who has 2,700 by the time the blind's here. Lovely to go from that to being the big blind, isn't it? Let's enjoy that horrible river. Oh, in fact, we're going to enjoy the flop, turn, and river. Slight, just a flop. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, that wasn't my flop. Look at disgust.
Dominic says searching for EPT in the PokerStars tournament lobby gives nothing.
Oh.
We said search for EPT live, all one word. And I've just tried it. I've realised that I can actually fire up stars. I just can't register for anything. So I can see the lobby.
Oh,
and I've typed in, as you can see, you're a witness.
I'm a witness.
In the search box.
In fact, you didn't even get as far. You got EPT LI. And already it came up with what you wanted.
I can see today's free roll, starting at 7:15 Central European Time, which is 1:15 Eastern Time. And I can also see, I can register now for the $1 Bounty Bonanza, which is on the 29th, which is Saturday, and that's already got 398 players.
Excellent.
So 2,000 players registered for the free roll at the moment. Salvador will get you in. David can't find the tournament. Just make sure your filters are switched off. Go into tournaments in the Stars client. Go to the tournaments tab, search EPT Live. It will be there. On the subject of Oliver Stone films, Graphical Nick throws in this. Natural Born Killers is 70% excellent. I'm going to say 65%, but I agree, Nick. I agree.
Meanwhile, no real surprise to find that Elke has got in his last 4,300, including blinds. It was a jury raise from Ferrari's open to 3,500. You took it up to 95.
Got the chance to triple up.
Yeah, very good.
Triple up would be good for the fan club.
Yeah. Maybe you flop flop.
George says, "Where's Joe Staple gone?" Yeah, that's not quite as good there, George.
Not very high.
Thanks for playing. Ferrari, 6 grand score, but he throws it away.
Oh, that's good.
Looks like a high ace.
Wow, that's
for you.
no club too, right?
Ace king suited.
So Elke all in with 8 deuce of clubs, and in not horrible shape against ace king.
No.
Like 60-40 now.
50-50, 1 out.
At least he's not up against a pair.
Like 100% win on one.
2 line cards. I am ace-2 color.
Okay, that's okay.
Don't tell him that!
That's dense, but
Yeah.
we have to like push the card.
Ace-2 color.
It's a very good hand in blackjack. You can double up.
8 is very lucky too.
Oh, okay.
8
If you think so.
Yes.
Everyone get your mouse out.
I like the ace too, but this time 8 is lucky. Look.
Here we go.
Wow.
See? Told you.
2 hearts and an 8.
It's okay. I'll take it.
We have the sweat, and Zhu is still a statistical favourite with 2 overs and the flush draw.
No, I don't.
Nobody had the heart?
I don't.
At least don't put the heart on the turn. Put it on the river if you're gonna put it. But on the turn, it's not cool.
You are still alive.
Okay. That's a good card.
Still some dodging to be done on this river.
You can put whatever you want now. It's okay.
So what number you want?
I got my sweat.
What number you want?
know, anything.
Anything.
7. Okay. Triple up.
Elke gets a triple up. Elke now playing close to 15k as the debate about Oliver Stone movies continues on Twitter. Tony says his screenplay for Midnight Express was excellent, as was his screenplay for Scarface. Fawad says any given Sunday,
Don't look at my card.
which of course has a lot of shouting from Al Pacino and a magnificent speech about football being a game of inches.
One more double up, maybe.
Chip denominations on your screen right now.
One more triple up. Let's go.
We've got 100s, 500s, thousands and 5,000s in play at the moment. Christopher J. Muir says, please stop babying the morons that can't find a simple tournament in the lobby. Let them hang there. We like to provide a service to the audience, Christopher.
We do it. We ignore as many as we address. Put it that way. We try to keep things fair. 9 big blinds for Elke now. But he is at least a small blind here, so he's got a little bit of an orbit to pick his moment. Jarkison also still hanging on. It feels like he's been on about 14 bigs for as long as I can remember.
Only pocket.
Black and the red one.
Only the black one, not even like the red aces. Red aces are bad luck. He's fitting in blind.
3,000.
You are 2.
I didn't see anything.
You got too much?
Yes, has raised it up. Not seen much of him, to be honest.
Oh, sick. Big back.
Details on how to vote for Stapes Recreates at the bottom of the screen right now as this hand plays out.
Vote Shaq or vote Panker. I was thinking it's B.B. Wang, which is the famous blues guitarist tribute act.
I'm assuming Joe's done all the Caddyshack jokes already.
He dropped it in very briefly, but it was a long while ago if you feel like picking up at some point.
576 players remaining now.
He's like the Greek Dan Shaq, isn't he?
King Queen.
Boom.
Nothing. If I have an ace queen of hearts, I'm going to shove you all in.
And you would have been called.
You are going to call.
You shove, it's going to be all
sorry.
over.
Sorry. No problem.
Sorry for folding when you had the best hand possible.
Together. Wow.
Just to say to some of the people on Twitch, don't forget, if you want to vote for the Stapes Recreates, you need to leave a space between the exclamation vote and then either Panker
So, when we first unveiled that, and Joe was adamant there should be a space, and I was reassured by everyone, including our social media department, that there shouldn't be a space, that we now have confirmed that there has to be a space.
Correct.
Good work, everyone. We've only had like 4 months since Monaco to sort this out.
So yes, to those of you that want to get your votes in, don't forget to leave a space between the word vote and then whichever of the 2 options you're going for. Random Player 101, you said vote Panker without a space. That won't count. Make sure you come back in. Killian, you are absolutely correct.
Bart says, by the way, Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers was released on this day in 1994.
Who'd have thought?
It seems weird to be talking about the next leg of the EPT when we've only just arrived in Barcelona, but it's not that far off.
Strange sounds in this ghost town. Devils dance in the moon. Dogs growl and banshees howl. Trouble's coming soon tonight. Tonight, there's gonna be lightning, burning up the clock tower. It's gonna get frightening, 'cause here comes the witching hour. Here comes the witching hour.
Well, that might be the most random promo our team's ever produced, but good work.
Yeah, somebody's been watching True Blood way too much.
Dominic says, my kettle was boiling and I didn't hear Hartigan's choice of favourite Oliver Stone film. Looking down the list, U-Turn is the most fun. The conversation was sparked, Dominic, by the password for today's free roll, which is Salvador, which I think may well be Oliver Stone's best film. Also a big fan of JFK, Nixon. Recently he's really delivered some turds, though. Alexander in any version is abysmal. I didn't hate the one with Taylor Kitsch as much as everyone else did.
Oh, the Lone Survivor.
No.
Oh no.
What was it called? One word.
What scenario?
Oh, hang on a second. I have to look it up. The one about the 2 kids who decide to start being drug dealers. Salma Hayek's the villain.
Oh, not Revolver.
It's one word, right? Exactly. You see, it's instantly forgettable.
Is it?
I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it either. Hang on. Stand by your bunks, people. Oliver Stone. It was called...
Where is it?
Savages.
Savages, okay. What was I thinking? What was the other thing with Salma Hayek in it recently that was a one-word thing? That didn't work either. All in from Elkie.
Welcome to James and Matt Fail to Remember.
In this segment, we don't remember the things that we want to talk about and then just kind of drift off. Luckily, there's some poker to prop us up.
Really good.
A call with the Jack.
Not that good.
Jack King suited or Jacks?
Please pick up these spades cover.
It is King Jack.
So 13,500.
Be tricky and push the 10.
So Elkie gets it in with the best hand. But he will be presented with the red triangle of death because he is the player at risk here. Ace-10 against King Jack.
Yeah, I didn't push a card last time, so King Queen, that's why I
Grip the mouse, Elkie. We're all with you.
How about push a king out?
Every bit of the way.
For the mouse. Says Atlantic. Here we go. He's up all night to get lucky.
Could be all over on the turn.
I don't want to push a 10 anymore. It's bad now.
Comes the queen.
No turn.
Ooh. Always a sweat.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair.
Dama,
Fair fight, you know.
Dama, no, not dama.
That one is a bit suspense.
Elke gets a double up.
He's back again. Oh, it's all about the mouse.
He's back to starting stack, 30,000.
Yeah, thank you.
Roughly a third of the tournament average.
Happy for me.
Yeah, still a long way from comfortable, but certainly way more comfortable than just a couple of hands back.
Over the course of the day so far, you've been observing some of the things that we're doing differently for Season 12. The new look, for example, with having the open set so we can see the entire tournament.
Yes, I like that
behind
very
our
much.
feature table, but also the new chips. Now, obviously, that's not a TV innovation. That's very much a tournament thing. Some people, including Colm, asking why new chips. That's a question that I think we should put to a member of the tournament staff. And tomorrow, during our world-famous bubble coverage, we're going to be joined in the booth by Thomas Lamache, who's one of the 2 tournament directors who works on the EPT. This event is being mainly run by his counterpart, Toby Stone. So Thomas will join us in the booth, and we'll ask him about that. Why the new chips?
When was the last time the chips were changed?
They are changed regularly. I mean, it's normally every sort of, I want to say every 4 to 5 years at least, if not more often.
I think Dump Truck might be being sarcastic on Twitch. I'm an adult and hold a mouse trinket proudly. Everyone needs something. I've got a travel wrap. Yeah? What are you going to say about that?
I'm not going to lie to you, Matt. When I heard that Ilari Sahamias was in the building, I kind of hoped that we might see him go deep and maybe make another final table appearance. But sadly, he is one of the players who's gone broke over the course of this level, taking us down to 576 players now. A reminder that you can get updates from the outer tables and an up-to-date leaderboard via the live update section of the PokerStars blog.
There is a view of the remaining players. Well, in fact, a percentage of the remaining players, but not all of them. Absolutely heaving with pokers.
So we have Vanessa Salps with us in the booth earlier on today. After the next break, which will be in around 45 minutes' time, Lee Jones, Director of Poker Communications for PokerStars, will join us. He'll be here for the first edition of Lee's Lowdown for Season 12. And then after that, Liv Baree will join us. Liv may no longer be in the main event, but remember, she is still in the one-day, in inverted commas, 25k high roller, an event that concluded at 5 AM with 3 remaining. And Liv will play against 2 other former EPT champs, Martin Finger and Mark Telcher, for the first prize in that event.
But it will still only have taken 1 day, cumulatively, I guess.
Less than 24 hours is what you're saying?
Yeah. I just don't want to be like, you know, trades description. I don't want people having a problem. I remember once actually myself playing in a tournament in Spain and being forced to do a deal because they had to shut the casino and get the hoovers out.
Simon Baker says, watching Elke run up that stack. Can the momentum continue? Meanwhile, Colm has sent a picture of some kittens.
Yes.
Thank you, Colm. Cats always work with me.
It's straight out of the podcast, isn't it? A basket of kittens for you.
It's normally a basket of apology kittens, but no apologies needed, Colm, because you asked a good question, and we're going to put that question to one of the people in the know tomorrow. So make sure you're with us from noon Central European time for day 3 of the EPT Barcelona main event.
Have a good day.
Did I mention, by the way, that we do have a podcast?
No.
You can subscribe on iTunes, also available on Stitcher and at pokerstars.com/EPT/podcast.
Have you seen the promo, by the way?
I have.
It's excellent.
It debuted in Monaco, and obviously it's mainly clips from some of the early editions of the shows, but I like it. I think it gives you a good overview, a good taste, if you like, of what to expect.
I'm a big fan. I've said it before. I'm not ashamed to say...
Big money, not blood.
I'm a big fan. I hope to get on as a super fan once. one time. That'd be good.
Well, you have to nominate your specialist subject now.
I thought about that as I was listening to the podcast, funny enough, on the journey over here. I think I would pick the Superman movies.
Oh, well, Matt, that is one of my specialist subjects, so you'd have some bloomin' hard questions.
Maybe we could do a special Hartigan versus Brautigan on the specialist subjects, because then we could go to town. Because the thing is, I like it when the questions, I think, do you know what? I think it's always great when the questions are a subject that a huge percentage of the audience can probably also play along with. Because
Yes.
it's a bit like the ice hockey ones. You know what? I was a passenger. You could have just been making up all of the stuff, and it was nice to hear the interaction, but I can't really play along at home.
Whereas categories like Star Trek, for example, and
Perfect.
spoiler alert, there will be a forthcoming edition of Superfan vs. Stapes, which is 80s movies. So
awesome.
That's something that we can all relate to.
I think it's a good way to go. I appreciate the obvious thought is, well, let's do a poker thing, but so much of the podcast isn't heavy poker. I think that's the best poker stroke entertainment crossover product I've yet to sample.
Very kind of you to say.
No, I have no investment in it, so I can say it with pure honesty.
So it's Pacini versus Zhu here. Queen 9-3 on the flop.
Yeah, Zhu is the aggressor, made it 4,200 pre-flop, got the call from Mario. Now check to a third heart, 7 of hearts on the turn. I'm sure Vanessa said something about what you would do in this situation, but I've already forgotten it.
Yeah, but that might have been a different situation.
Well, it was, but it was a kind of similar situation.
Similar, but not the same, because there is never two hands of poker that are the same.
That's why we love it. Oh, poker. Take it to the river.
Another 7.
He's got like a panicked Elijah Wood look about him. Lay that out there. Second lookalike of the day.
Pacini bets the river. 15,000. Into a pot of 20,000, so this is chunky.
Mega payoff with the 4 house 9s full of 7s. Spin the Guessatron. Break it in.
So obviously while we're at a live event, we bring you EPT live, but when we're back home, not an EPT, we bring you EPT not live.
On TV, online, and unbelievable they gave these to another show. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. In the booth with me, my wife, my work wife, James Hartigan.
I will be filing divorce papers end of this week.
There's always one girl that's always like, we gotta go, which leads to the final time I didn't get to have sex in the Bahamas. It's all fun and games till a sound guy throws up in a garbage can, okay?
Superfan versus Stapes.
Do you, A, fold because you're scared, B, call because this guy?
B, all the time, this guy.
I did have a sex dream, and it involved a poker player, Liv Baree.
I was certain you were going to say Daniel Negreanu. Well, great news, Joe, because on the line are both Liv Baree and her mum, Elaine.
Hi. Oh, boy. For James Hartigan, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
It's a beautiful thing. Get involved. Although my iPhone won't let me get the latest version. It keeps telling me it's not available. Seriously.
Give me your phone. Give me your phone.
No, look. If I look, watch this. I do that. This episode is temporarily unavailable from EPT Not Live. Yeah, and this one. This episode is temporarily unavailable. I won't. I know it's a bit nerdy, but I am quite a big fan. And it was my plan to listen to these because I had 2 episodes, episode 15 and the bonus episode I had to listen to. I was saving them for the journey. I got on the plane, we're about to take off, and I plug in my headphones and think I'll start listening to it. I listened to about 10 seconds and it stopped, and I thought I'd downloaded it, but it was trying to stream it. And I thought, well, I meant to have turned my phone off, so I had to quickly panic. I mean, I hope it didn't cause any technical issues for the pilot, but I had to immediately pop back my phone on, having put it on airplane safe mode, and it wouldn't let me download anything. And then I've been waiting. Every time I get Wi-Fi here in Barcelona, I try and download it. Yeah, what you got to say, James Hunnigan? Where heads will roll.
I need to take a closer look at this.
I've tried it on 2 different Wi-Fis, and I cannot get what I'm looking for.
I could just lend you my phone because it's not. I've got both of them on there. Oh, Krishnan, damn! I missed the beginning of the new season, but nice to hear you guys are back. Loving the new look.
Hi,
Loving the
Krishnan.
fact that you're finally here.
Good to see you. It's very nice, actually. I must say, I had a little broadcast. I had a little mini broadcast. So I had a 1 evening session with Mickey Peterson in between Monte Carlo and now. So I actually did get to say hello to some of the real faithfuls. But it's always nice to come back after a break, and all the old names pop up, and everyone's saying hello. It's like all the gang are back. It's like going back to school. There's Rizzo and Danny Zuko.
Tell me more.
And we're going to rule the school. I found out recently, a friend of mine, and you have a daughter, his 6-year-old daughter is involved in a school production, like a kind of, a workshop production of Grease.
How old is his daughter?
6.
No. Grossly inappropriate.
He said it's 6 years to 13 years.
That's
and I'm
a very broad spectrum.
And I said, I can't think of much. I mean, I won't go through the obvious key points. But I said, it's a bit risque. And he went, well, it's a really watered-down version. I'm like, there must be almost nothing. There must be almost nothing of Grease that's made it into a kid's version of Grease.
No, 11 to 13-year-olds fine. 6 to 13, ridiculous.
I mean, next up there'll be Train Spotting. That's an obvious one for the 6 to 13s. Yeah, I was very surprised by that, but I'm sure it'll be awesome. Kids don't know.
Good bit of Superman trivia from Dominic, which we'll come to after this hand has played out. Nico raised from the cutoff. Elke defended his big blind. Elke check called the flop for 3,200. He's now checked the 4 of spades on the turn.
Check has been met with a bet of 6,300. There was 15,400 in the pot prior to that bet.
Wow, Elke calls again. 28,000 in the middle now. Elke with 21k behind. 7 on the river. Should point out that Nico also has a sub-pot bet left, 23k. Action goes check, check.
9 looking strong. Yeah.
And Nico mucks. Elke wins another one.
Oh, a little heart for all the Twitch viewers. Yeah, a little secret communication between you, little gang.
Amazing that not that long ago, Elke was down to like 4.5k, and he's now got close to 50k. So Dominic asks, can either of you hum the background music while Gus Gorman is getting Brad drunk? It's a song that stayed in my head all these years. I'm assuming Dominic means the music that after he's got Brad drunk, like when he's programming the computer and all the stuff's kind of going on around.
There's 2 different bits of music, because there's like a kind of a country twang music when he first turns up and he's pretending to be the salesman, but then it's like kind of a fast classical bit of music when all the computers are going bonkers.
The answer, Dominic, is no, I can't, but this is where I get to test just how much of a Superman movie aficionado Matt Broughton is. Matt, who composed the score for Superman 3?
Don't know.
Okay, so that's good to know. It was Ken Thorne working with some of the original compositions that John Williams did for the original 1978 movie.
What was Brad's nickname at school?
The Smallville Flash.
And what does Gus Gorman accidentally call him while drunk?
The Thunderbolt or something like that?
Oh, no. It's when he's trying to work out how is he going to turn these two keys, and he suddenly goes...
The something Flash. What is it? No, I'm not going to get it.
The Philly Flash!
That's it.
And I can nearly hum. Give me a little while with that, Dominic. I can almost hum. If I'm right, am I? It's kind of like a bit of a steel guitar country twang going on. I've got a feeling I'm probably not allowed to hum it anyway because it's probably copyright protected music.
So 15 minutes left on this level, and as much as we are enjoying the comeback of Elke, we are going to mix things up for the final two levels of the day, and we are going to bring you a new feature table. Fedor Holtz and Roberto Romanello will be coming to the main stage. So a new feature table for you for the last two levels of the day.
A lot of red right now on that table. A lot of checking also happening. And now BB Wang once again. 3,500. Mario doesn't look particularly thrilled with this. Gives it up.
Oh dear, Elke not happy with the work of whoever is manning the @PokerStars EPT Twitter account. Elke and his trusty sidekick Deadmau secure another double up in Barcelona main. Elke snap responds, it's Dead Mouse! Hashtag mouse. Or Mal5, depending on how you read it.
Mal5. Pooch says simply, Fedor, Fedor, Fedor. Can't wait, do it now. We can't do it now. We will do it in approximately 14 minutes. And Dominic says he was talking about the music with the country twang. That's good work. I will come back to you on that. A bit later on. I can hear it. I can hear it in my head.
Isn't it disturbing that we know so much about such a bad film?
I know! But the thing is, I mean, if that film had came out today, I would have watched it once and that would be it. But it did come out back in a time when there were like probably, if you're lucky, 4 channels, maybe only 3. And if you had a film on VHS, well, you're probably going to wear it out. Bjarkason, he has been living on the edge for some while. He always seems to be around 13, 15 big blinds, regardless of the level. But now, Elke is going to shove over the top of this.
Ooh. 2 red triangles of death deployed both in physical form at the table and in graphical form on your screen.
49, 44, 48.
Oh, Wang's having a think about this. Nope. So folded. And we'll see Bjarkason at risk. 8's the hand for Elke. Kings the hand for Bjarkason. And the way Elke's been running in all-in situations, do we think the 8's coming?
No choice.
I actually don't feel it this time. I'm a big fan of pocket 8s. I've been knocked out more tournaments with 8s than any other hand, but for some reason my spider sense is not tingling.
He doesn't agree.
I don't even think there's going to be a sweat here.
So if Elke loses this hand, which he will do 80% of the time, he'll be left with around 25,000.
It's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard. You are absolutely right. It's going to take some poker skills.
Running 8s.
That's about
Is
it.
it ready for an 8? Oh.
Nope. All over on the turn, so Bjarkason gets the double up. Elke down to 25k. Now, Carl has been tweeting a lot today about the fact that he's only getting sound and he's getting grumpy. And now he reveals an essential piece of information. He's running Windows 10.
Yes.
Well, Carl, that's where you went wrong.
I can actually. No, actually, do you know what? No, I ran you guys through Windows 10 earlier on. I went when you first kicked off. I watched the beginning of the show from my laptop, which was recently imbibed with Windows 10. So I can tell you that I watched through. Through a browser, through Internet Explorer on Windows 10, and it was all good for me, Carl, so I have actual experience of that working. It struggled a bit. It took about an hour to get there because the hotel Wi-Fi is not the speediest thing in the world, but it did all ultimately work. 15 bigs now for Elke, 31 for Bjarkason. Finally out of the kind of the mid-teens slump that he's been in, but with only 10 minutes before the blinds go up, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll keep tabs on Elke's progress and we'll let you know if he manages to spin it up or whether he goes broke. But yes, new feature table for the last 2 levels of the day. You will have Fedor Holtz and Roberto Romanello gracing the main stage. New feature table coming your way after the break.
It's 16, right? 6
raise, 3,500. 6-7 is all in.
A prompt at the bottom of your screen. Don't forget, you can always rewind coverage. If you're watching us on the desktop player, even if you want to kind of go back to the beginning and zip through to give yourself a more rounded feel for how the day has been.
Yeah, we've got a few people who've been saying they've got to go to work, boring stuff like that, but when they get home this evening, they'll have plenty of EPT live action to catch up on.
Pooj still very excited about the imminent arrival of Fedor. You just hang in there, my friend.
Ferrari. All in. So Wang has made it 3,500. Ferrari says 52,700.
I thought you might be pausing. I thought you might be expecting it every time. I thought, do you know what? It was a one-off.
Yes, no, please just make it a one-off.
Yeah, just a one-off.
I cannot fold.
You cannot fold. You can. This man has grossly misunderstood the rules of poker. What you got, Wang? Ace-king off. Fair dibs, I guess.
Absolutely. 10's the hand for Ferrari, who is at risk here. So another classic race underway at the feature table, and a race that Ferrari has to win to survive. Murray Walker there, didn't I? Ferrari have to win the race!
You looked a lot like me there. It was quite scary as I turned around. Here we go. Miss.
Tens are holding. Wang looking for an ace or a king.
Oh, you know what everybody loves.
Are you hoping for a 4? Would you like to see a 4?
A 4 would be good. It would be a good way to...
It's a 5. 10s do hold, and Ferrari gets the double up through Wang. So we did give you the free roll password a bit earlier on. A quick reminder that it is Salvador, lowercase Salvador, on your screen right now, S-A-L-V-A-D-O-R. That free roll beginning at 7:15 this evening Central European Time, just under 2 hours from now. On Saturday, the 29th of August, there is the $1 Bounty Bonanza, the first of the season. There will be one of these tournaments at every single stop, and this season we are running a $1 Bounty Bonanza League. League points to be earned, prizes up for grabs. Whoever tops the league table by the time the season wraps up in Monaco is going to get free entry to the medium buy-in scoop main event. So that's more than $1,000 in value, in addition to all the extra value that we add to a $1.10 tournament. $700 added to the prize pool of every single $1 Bounty Bonanza. $600 into the prize pool, $100 in bounties. So register for that one. It's in the lobby already. In fact, I can tell you, 453 players have already signed up to the $1 Bounty Bonanza. The free roll, meanwhile, has attracted 7,440 of you.
I'm guessing they worked out how the search engine works then. Raise from Zhu here. Under the gun. Folding, 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 folding. A call from Mario Pacini. Call from Mr. Wang.
Now, we don't like to do shout-outs, but Pooj has a request. Guys, can you give a shout-out to our mate Simon? He's just been introduced to the EPT. What we will say is, welcome, Simon, to the EPT Live experience.
Yes, Simon, glad to have you with us. Hope you enjoy your stay. Do remember to visit the gift shop on your way out. A bet from Zhu to 3,500, having actually made it 3,600 top of the hand. Still three-way with 10 of clubs on the turn, 25,500 in the middle. Zhu is not going to slow down. Mario's out there, but Wang still in this hand. One card to come, the ace of diamonds on the end. 36,500. Wang has only got 13,500 left anyway, so shoves all in and gets called pretty quickly.
That's it.
Looks like he had the ace anyway.
Oh, what did Wang have?
Ah,
ace 3. So Wang's trips beaten by a full house, and we say goodbye to Henry Wang.
Thanks for playing.
Dominic asked on Twitter, can you please tell me how to register to the free roll? Assuming that you actually have the PokerStars client downloaded and you have a PokerStars account, Dominic, what you need to do is fire it up, log in, click on the Tournaments tab, and then just search. You see the little eye icon? There's a search box next to it. Type in EPT Live, and the free roll will pop up. Make sure your filters and all that gubbins are switched off. But yeah, you'll see today's free roll, $2,000 in the prize pool. You'll also see the EPT Live $1 bounty bonanza.
Elke has fallen foul to the demands of the Twitch guys, who earlier on were asking him to make certain faces and shapes at the camera. Now they're asking him to do things like put his shoes on his head. He is still in this game. I think the odd wave at the camera is reasonable, but to start tasking him with such activities is probably asking a bit much. Could be wrong. He could do it any minute now and prove me wrong.
I want to quickly highlight Bruce Baggles, 4-time Aussie cameraman of the year, working tirelessly on the floor.
It's amazing he still finds time for us, to be honest, the amount of offers he gets. He's been pretty quiet, other than sitting there with his sandals on in a casual pink fashion. Kavrikov made it 3,600, raise up to 10,300. And now an all in. I'm going to say that Zhu has got to be pretty strong here. Skenis has not really done anything. I think he has got to be queens or kings. I don't know. Looks like he's going to let it go, but look, he's in pain and he wants to show the big fold he's making. Ace Jack, wow, I'm surprised it's as weak as that personally. He's done nothing but fold to this point.
So we're going on break in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Should be able to squeeze in at least one more hand at the feature table. But let's take another look around this huge room, the Gaudi Suite here at Casino Barcelona. We believe that this gentleman, Jude Ainsworth from Ireland, is the current tournament chip leader. Big stacks in front of Jude right now. And let's have a look at the players who are going to be coming to the main stage after the break. New feature table lineup. Former EPT Prague winner Roberto Romanello. The reigning W Coupe main event champ Fedor Holtz. And another player at that table, the always outrageously attired Charlie Carroll, who won the high roller event in Monaco at the conclusion of season 11.
It must be really windy where he's sitting, is all I can say. It's like a Whitesnake video from '86. How long is the break? I believe it's a 20-minute break.
20-minute break, then 2 more levels, and then the conclusion of day 2. Players who survive the day and bag and tag for day 3 get to play through the bubble tomorrow. And you can watch it live on PokerStars.tv. World famous bubble coverage kicking off from noon Central European time on Wednesday, the 27th of August.
Draw. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Oh no, hang on. It's just a break. Sorry.
So we're not going to squeeze in another hand at the feature table. The players are going to go on break. We'll have a new feature table lineup for you on the other side of the break, featuring an EPT champ, a W Coupe champ, a high roller winner. Now, we've spoken a lot, Matt, about these players. Let's check on their stacks as they head out into the field, and we will keep tabs on Elkin, let you know if he continues to survive, if he does double up again, or if the worst happens and we lose Mouse from the EPT Barcelona main events.
It's going to impact hugely on our Twitch viewership. That much I can promise you.
Now, I mentioned the $1 Bounty Bonanza League. There is a way that you can play every $1 Bounty Bonanza this season for free. If you deposit now using the bonus code 1BBB, if you deposit $10 or more, we will give you tournament tickets to the value of $7.70. That's enough to play all of the $1 Bounty Bonanzas this season. Now, here's the big thing. If you have never deposited on PokerStars before, if you're not yet a real money player, use the bonus code PLAY1BBBB. The reason for that is you'll get the existing bonus for new players up to $600 as well. So if you already have a real money account on Stars, use the bonus code 1BBB. If you've never deposited before, use PLAY1BBBB, $10 or more, and you'll get $7.70 in tournament credit, enough to play every single $1 Bounty Bonanza in Season 12 of the EPT. So we're off on break, back in 20 minutes with more from Barcelona.
I had a prop bet with Huck Seed to get to 15% body fat for $10,000 last summer. I had a year to do it, but I did the usual wait till the last minute. I did a perfect job for about 4 months, and I got to about 17 to 18% and couldn't close at the end. I needed maybe an extra week or 2 weeks, or just not to be playing during the World Series the whole time. But at least what I gained from it, losing all the weight and feeling healthy, and I won my bracelet anyway, and I just had a great summer and been super relaxed. So I would credit that bet to give me the jump start to where I am now. So very happy with losing and what I did.
At the PokerStars VIP VIP Club Live Daniel's Summer Party at Real Sports in downtown Toronto. And let me tell you, it is absolutely wild inside. So, of course, I'm going to take you with me to check it out. If you guys can sum up this party to everyone at home, what would you tell them?
In one word, amazing. If you're not here, where are you? Where are you?
There's food and drink everywhere. Like every corner you turn, oh, lobster mac and cheese. Oh, a taco station. They just literally thought of everything.
There are a lot of people that are going to watch this and then they're going to say, I wish I was here. So
Open bar anywhere is pretty awesome, but it's a beautiful Real Sports, beautiful women. They're doing caricatures over there. Joe Stapleton and James Hardigan came all the way down here just to entertain us. It's a party here. This is incredible. Standard, Negroni, PokerStars, they do it all the best.
You're great interview. A lot of good points, man.
Great interview. Great cameraman. We're killing it.
All the food is amazing. Open bar, everything's been unbelievable. PokerStars was the best parties.
It's amazing atmosphere. Everybody's having lots of fun. The older people, the younger crowd. I think it's a great event.
Oh my goodness! I mean, if you're a poker lover and you're a fan of kid poker, this is a first-class event and a first-class time. You got it.
I told you I would win.
Daniel, I've talked to a lot of people having an amazing time. How are you feeling right now?
Overwhelmed. I've taken 1,612 pictures so far today. Watched an amazing circus act. I was actually more and more attracted to that woman every time she flew. It's amazing, beautiful. And everyone's been so nice and friendly and kind. I'm happy to be here and I'm glad everyone's having a blast.
All right, well, everyone at home, I hope you can make it next year. This is one of the best parties I've been to my whole life. For Daniel Negroni, PokerStars has been amazing.
Yay, I get hugs. Yay! Every interview I get a hug.
My name is Felix Schneiders. I go by the screen name XFlix on PokerStars, and I'm a member of PokerStars Team Online. I've always been kind of an introverted guy. I think even my mother said that I would be a very quiet child sitting alone in my room doing stuff that I was interested in and just forget about time completely. I guess I always kind of had difficulties connecting to other people if they didn't share a common interest, especially in gaming, because that was the easiest way for me to connect to other people. If that wasn't the case, I would rather shy away and not really have those small talks or interact with people too much, go to parties or anything like that.
Hat deine Opa mal Kaffee getrunken?
No. Vanessa is my wife. We've been married for 5 years. We kind of connected in the sense that we knew that we're more the type of introverted person that wouldn't be comfortable around other people, but as soon as we knew that we shared interests, shared humor, shared the same ideas, we would immediately open up. We had both been into internet cultures of some sort. I was in the poker community and she was into anime and manga.
Nicht nur das, also ich war zwar auch in der Anime- und Manga-Szene tätig, sag ich mal, aber ich habe auch eine Ausbildung gemacht als informationstechnische Assistentin, wo man halt viel Programmierarbeit macht und ich meine, dieser IT-Stuff, sag ich mal, hat mich halt auch so mit in diese nerdige Welt gebracht und also ich stehe auf Nerds.
I think I'm super lucky to have met Vanessa. I couldn't have imagined to meet a person like her in my entire life, and would probably be the luckiest hand that I ever played. So we're at my former university, and I studied math here. Math studies is mostly about solving a lot of different problems, or how to approach solving different problems, and that kind of helped me a lot with poker. And it's also the time where I actually got into poker in the first place. That's kind of the time in my life where I did something that I was really interested in math, but I could also have enough free time to actually play poker, work on my poker, like during semester holidays. And it's also the time that I remember best about being most sociable, you could say, because there were lots of people around all the time, and I had a lot of people that I studied with, people that I played poker with. We had a home game running, and that was a very, very nice period of my life. Right after I got out of hospital, actually. One of the worst times in my life was in 2004. It was one day I woke up and my intestines just would stop working entirely. Couldn't eat, couldn't drink, couldn't go to the toilet, and I was throwing up. So I had to go to the hospital eventually. They were looking into the system and looking what wasn't working anymore, and they couldn't find anything. And that went on for a couple of months' time, and it still didn't change much. Still couldn't eat, couldn't drink. I was artificially nurtured, and my health was going down a lot. Yeah, it was a very lonely period, and that just got me thinking if my approach to kind of being on my own and just not needing anybody or not needing to go outside, socialize, that maybe that wasn't all that good of an approach after all. Once I got that second chance and I got back out of hospital and I was back on my feet, I decided to turn things around a little bit and just get out there again and live a life. Hey guys, this is Grinding It Up number 74, and this is a very, very special episode. Also going to be a very short episode. It's my birthday today, very special day. Grinding It Up basically is a video bankroll building project that I had in mind as kind of an interactive way to show people how to build a bankroll from scratch.
I'm going to be starting out with $80. Basically, bankroll management is going to be 40 stacks as the basis, and then move up in stakes as soon as I've got 4 or more stacks.
The message of Grinding It Up is pretty much you can run up a decent bankroll just by sticking to very basic rules and disciplined rules of bankroll management. And I had a lot of fun doing these challenges, interacting with the community that way. So for tonight, we got plans to go over to a friend's house and we're going to run a little live coaching cash game session and a live sit and go with $1,000 prize pool. So that should be a lot of fun. Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Live-Cash-Game-Coaching. Freut mich, dass ihr alle da seid erstmal. Jeder hat 10 Euro Stack vor sich stehen. Wir spielen NL10, 5 Cent, 10 Cent Blinds. Das ist natürlich nur ein simuliertes Cash-Game. Wir spielen eine ganz normale Cash-Game-Hand durch. Und nachdem wir die Hand durchgespielt haben, spielen wir die gleiche Hand nochmal mit offenen Karten. Und dann werden wir die gemeinsam ein bisschen analysieren. Der Open mit 10-2 Suited ist, glaube ich, besser als der Open out of position mit Jack 5 off, Jack 4 off, aber geht beides. Wenn er nichts hat in der mittleren Region, so weiß ich nicht, Bube 10 oder sowas, schmeißt er wahrscheinlich auch gegen 30 Cent schon weg. Selbst wenn er ein Ass hat, würde ich trotzdem bezahlen. Kannst du 6 oder einen König treffen, hast Position, also so schlecht finde ich die Situation nicht. Würde ich auf jeden Fall weiterspielen. Ja. Teaching somebody a new poker concept and getting a positive feedback, that's something that really gave me satisfaction. Und du hast die Nuts weggeschmissen. The successes that I had with students or with making video material, they were a different type. They were a lot more fulfilling in a sense, and I felt like I could actually do something or help somebody out and leave something behind instead of just racking up money and making a decent win at the end of the month. Das ist Marco, einer der Bewerber für die Coaching-Aktion, Live-Coaching-Aktion hier. Und er hatte eine ganz besonders kreative Idee. Das ihn am besten mal selber erzählen.
Ja, wie gesagt, meine Frau kam auf die geniale Idee. Ihr gebührt so ein bisschen der Dank für den den Felix einen Kuchen zu machen zum Geburtstag. Und auch auf diesem Weg einfach Dankeschön zu sagen für das ganze kostenlose Coaching, das wir bei Intellect Poker bekommen. Okay, vielen Dank. Gerne.
Poker has probably helped me most in my real life, removing a lot of my fears of interaction with other people and also putting myself out there and not being afraid of living life and doing things. Poker kind of throws you to the ground over and over again, and it's pretty much all about how you get back up on your feet. And that's kind of the similar concept that I see in poker and in life.
My first final table, my first in the money, it was right here, 10 years ago in Barcelona. I finished third. Today, if you finish third, probably you go home with 300,000 euro. At the time, I got 20,000 euro, and I was the happiest guy in the world. Well, 5 minutes after the beats.
My first EPT was a very unique experience.
It was a surreal experience being in Monaco for the first time.
Playing a tournament where first place was going to be $1 million or over.
When I first sat down, I was really nervous because I'd basically watched the EPT on TV. This is like the top level, this is like the premiership of poker.
Yeah, it didn't last very long, I think maybe like 4 or 5 hours. I don't know, I wasn't very patient at the time.
My best advice for someone playing in their first EPT, and I have been there, is chill, out.
Wear sunglasses or listen to music or, you know, do breathing exercises.
I like to meditate the morning before the tournaments nowadays, so I think that's very important for me, but everyone should experiment on what's better for them.
I think just take it easy and sleep. I say this a lot, but I think sleep is just so important.
This is still a game, and you should enjoy it, and don't even look at the money. Go out there and have fun.
Don't start spewing off your chips because you're excited to play. Get used to sitting there.
Get chatting to people.
Look at them, observe them.
You'll get a little bit more into their head and you might figure out something to your advantage.
When I'm on the table, I like to chat. I like to talk in the hands. Very little people find it irritating, but most people love it.
But definitely no drink, no drink before, and sleep is really good.
It was my first EPT and actually went on to win it.
You know, everything worked out. My first EPT I won in San Remo in 2008, and it's one of the reasons why I play all these tournaments. If I had to thank one person for where I am today, it would definitely be my dad. My dad's very proud of me. He's pretty much my biggest fan. He's always following the blogs, and if I don't tweet for a while, he's usually going to send me a text and say, hey, how many chips do you have? He taught me from a very young age that nothing comes easy and you have to work hard if you want to be successful. So he taught me a really good work ethic, and I was able to apply that to poker, and it's definitely worked out for me.
When I'm thinking of people to thank for where I am today, I would think Tom McDonald is one of my best friends in poker. He is a poker player, and he's just someone who's just very naturally talented. Many people won't know who he is, but he's just given me so much advice, and just the way he thinks about poker is different from a lot of people, and I think having someone there who doesn't think the same as you about poker sometimes is the best person to talk to and listen to.
If I had to thank anyone, I think there's two people. I think it would be Lex Veldhuis, Razi, because he taught me a lot about game theory and I like his mind. And my boyfriend, Raymond, because he always got me to deal with stuff better. He's an ex-tennis pro. So it's kind of similar. In tennis, you have to overcome a lost point or a lost game or a lost set. And I was always tilting a lot after getting a bad beat or, you know, like that sort of stuff. And he helped me mentally deal with it better.
Shivers. Welcome back to Barcelona and the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. This is the first leg of Season 12 of the EPT, a record-breaking main event in the Catalan capital, Casino Barcelona, hosting a huge field, 1,700 players in this tournament. Right now, as we enter the penultimate level of Day 2, we are down to 540, and we have a new lineup at our main feature table. We have a former EPT champ, Roberto Romanello. We have the reigning W Coupe main event winner, Fedor Holtz. We have a high roller winner, Charlie Carroll. We have a former EPT finalist, Stefan Wagner. Plus all manner of other reprobates to keep you entertained for the next 2 levels of play until the conclusion of Day 2. We've got the short stack of Ugnias Similinas, who's down to 15 big blinds. The biggest stack at this table is Stefan Wagner, playing 69 big blinds. 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. We have now kicked off level 13. Cards are in the air once again, and we are back to the action. And we're back to reading out your questions and comments. Use the hashtag EPTLive on Twitter. You can comment in the Twitch chat as well. It will be particularly appropriate for you to tweet over the course of the next half hour or so, because we're going to have the first edition of Lee's Lowdown for EPT 12 in just a moment. It's James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton right now.
Hello, my babies. Welcome to the table. Crown up guy, Fedor Holtz.
Fedor. Hey, talking. So we go.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Put him in now.
Also sitting at the table, the 1970s.
Charlie Carroll is a colourful character, literally and metaphorically. He won the high roller in Monaco.
Ah!
Seat 5 reads 4,500.
In case you couldn't make it out to Burning Man, you could just look at the back of Charlie Carroll.
7 pass.
Well, action has been raised up here by Jonas Christensen. Round to Wagner, who finaled London.
Yeah, he did. Didn't Fedor make a final table 2 toward the end of last season?
He was at the super high roller final table in Monaco.
That's the one. That's the one I was thinking of. I was there, James wasn't, which, you know, makes sense as to why he would remember and I wouldn't. No big deal.
Tom Karatislav very pleased to see Stefan Wagner at this table with a big stack. Go, Wagner, go. Tournament average right now, 97,700 with 522 players remaining. And Rob the Hippie King is in the Twitter chat. Hello, poker players of Barcelona. Greetings from the amphibious UK.
Oh, come on.
That's been wet, huh?
Not a great August, it has to be said.
That's what 138,800 chips looks like. Stefan Wagner.
Free roll password on your screen right now. Salvador is today's free roll password. The game getting underway in just under an hour and a half. $2,000 in the prize pool. Let's see how many people have registered for that game. 10,882, so A third of the seats are gone, but if you go to the PokerStars lobby, search for EPT Live under tournaments, you'll see that free roll. Register now using the word Salvador, and you will be in the game. 527 players, Joe, have already bought in for the $1 bounty bonanza.
And that's not even till what, Friday?
Saturday.
Nice.
Zachary says, I keep getting told off by my girlfriend for railing poker at 2 a.m. in bed in Sydney. Please tell her it's okay.
You should definitely be railing something else at 2 a.m. in bed.
Pooj tweets in capital letters, which how you know he means it. Fedor for the win.
Fedor.
Wagner has raised and been called by Christensen, who defended his big blind here. 10 tray.
Ilya Gorodetsky on the Russian squad is afraid I'm going to troll the Lithuanian guy. Who's that, Ugnius?
Ugnius.
Oh, I was going to say it's rare that a woman would name her child after the noise she makes while she's giving birth.
7,500.
Is that joke acceptable, Ilya?
Yes.
He's giving you a look, Joe. But to be fair, that's the look he always gives you.
I love the Russian
guys. Contemptuous scowl.
Hey, why is the water here called front door? It's weird, right?
Font door, not front door.
Oh.
Font D''or. You gimp. Let's introduce our next guest here on EPT Live. As promised, Lee's Lowdown is back for Season 12, and Lee Jones, the Director of Poker Communications for PokerStars, is in the house. And because it's a new season, that can only mean one thing. Joe has composed a new theme song.
Loves a camera, not bashful. Brand new house in Nashville. Take the shirt off, his break back. Lee Jones. $100 spin and goes. Poker's got him in the throes. Communication is his knack. Lee Jones. Big Horse, California. Singing songs of Amaya. Androgenetic alopecia. Lee Jones. Time to silence those ringtones. No need to adjust headphones. Make way for the lowdown. Lee Jones.
Wow. You know, it's worth coming back to a new season just to see all my friends and to see what Joe comes up with.
Can you imagine if I had any musical talent whatsoever, how good those songs would be?
You and Matt need to get together and do something, you know, like... But you know, Joe, I'm impressed, and it is good to be back, gents.
Yes, back on this side of the Atlantic, Lee, after flying the PokerStars flag in California for so long.
Yeah, and we will certainly talk about that more later in the week. But because you know, there's a lot of really interesting stuff that came out of that.
Now, I'm glad you're here, Lee, because I haven't seen you in a while. As mentioned, you've been over in the States doing a lot of sterling work there with the PokerStars Pro Tour. But I've been wanting to talk to you about something for quite some time. I was told, now this could be misinformation, so this could be a very short conversation if you tell me that what I was told is incorrect. I was told that you are primarily responsible for the chip denominations in the current PokerStars chipset in the VIP store.
When you say the chip denominations...
I mean the actual chips that are in the case, the chips that you get, and then the volume of different denominations that you get.
There's a very real chance that I was primarily responsible for
in that case, you and I need to talk.
Because you're not happy with it.
I'm not happy with it. Now, first of all, you and I are going to differ on one thing, but I'm willing to concede this point.
Okay.
Personally, I prefer a chipset with no denominations written on the chip so I can make up my own values,
sure.
But I'm willing to concede that one. However, if you are going to put pre-denominated chips in a case, you've got to get the balance right. First of all, 50s. Why are they even a thing? Secondly, too many ones, too many fives, not enough hundreds.
Okay, so...
Jeez, James.
Joe, can we actually go there?
Go there, please.
Jonathan, is it okay if we actually go there? I mean, we may never come out. So first things first, why denominations? There's two reasons. In the old days, I used to worry that basically a chip can leave a game, because if you don't have denominations and the chip is used as a $1 chip one time, or more likely, let's say it's used as a 10-cent chip, and then it's used in a later game as a $1 chip. There's a danger that it will leave the house as a 10-cent chip and come back as a $1 chip and go into play.
Okay, so
there's essentially there's a security issue, right?
I don't really think security issues are my primary concern when I'm buying a chipset for my home game. But go on.
I mean, well, you know what? That's an interesting thing because one of the things that breaks home games is there's always a guy brings a friend, and the friend brings a friend, and that guy turns out to be the guy who's going to swap out a 10-cent chip for
and that's
a
when you break
chip.
kneecaps.
Well, okay, do what you need to do.
I've hosted many home games in my life, and every time when everyone's gone, I'm like, I just lost $400.
Yeah.
Is that because of the chips or because you were not very good at poker?
Well, because no, it's both. But there's always like we've run out of chips, so now this pen cap is now worth $10, and this troll doll is like a $50 chip now because you run out of chips. So
yeah. So anyway, I think that's what. But the one that I think really trumps it all now is that. If you play with people that don't play poker frequently and we don't see it, and we're in our own little microscopic bubble here, but whenever you're teaching people that are playing to play poker, or you have people that are new at poker, they're always saying, how much is this chip worth? It's a constant
Which
refrain.
is why I'm willing to concede that point. However,
the balance and the reason. Okay, and the reason
it's mainly for low limit cash games, and it's like if I want to run a tournament with this chipset, I can't unless
Sure
I want
you
to have ridiculous blind levels.
No, because there's nothing wrong. Aha! And I knew you were going to get there, and I've got you. There's nothing about a tournament that says the tournament has to start at 25 and 50 blinds. You can have a tournament start at.
Are you seriously going to tell me like you're doing 1-2, 2-4, 3-6?
That's exactly what I'm going to tell you. It turns out that it doesn't matter. That it's just units. That's the thing that we've been trying to get across to people for 30 years now, that tournament denominations are simply units, and it doesn't matter. And as a matter of fact...
It does, though, Lee, because when people play in their home games, they want to play the kind of numbers that they see on TV.
And that's because don't get me started, because we basically created the same kind of inflation. And then at the one drop at the World Series, they started with 3,000 to 6,000 blinds, but they gave everybody 3 million chips.
Can I suggest that we have a chipset for cash games and a chipset for tournaments?
Well, actually, the interesting thing is that we also have a roll-your-own chipset.
Now, this is good.
And I think we have tubes of chips that you can buy in whatever denomination you want to.
Calm down, Twitch chat. He said roll your own chipset. Okay? Not roll your own.
Roll them if you got them, folks. Hello, Twitch. Roll them if you got them. But, yeah, the point is that I was really thinking also about the fact that people could roll their own sets. And that was the one that made the most sense. And I thought for somebody who really is a tournament junkie, who really wants to have a first-rate tournament, they would go out and they would basically roll their own tournament set. So there you have it.
I'm sorry to distract the conversation.
No,
I'm sorry. We've clearly bored Serene, who just tweets blah, 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 whatever. So are you giving away chipsets? No, we're not, Serene. I apologize, but I haven't seen Lee Jones or his shiny ball dome for a long time, and I just had to get that off my chest.
And you know what? We'll do a contest about that later in the week. I think about chipsets. So we'll do that. Maybe we can give away a chipset. Serene, stand by. Maybe I can somehow hook some lucky person up with a chipset.
Do we have any gratuitous images of Mike McDonald we can put on the screen just to keep Serene happy? Otherwise, we may lose a viewer.
Yeah. So the first thing I want to talk about is spin and goes. And let's kick the contest off right now. It's a spin and go contest, and we're going to have two forms of the contest. We're going to have the the real money version and the play money version of the contest.
So when you talk about contest, sorry, just to clarify, is this a promotion that's running on PokerStars, or is it a competition you want to run right now on EPT Live?
It's a competition right here on EPT Live. We're going to give away stuff.
Lee's got stuff, people.
Yep, and here's what we're going to do. Because we're going to be talking about spin and goes in just a second, and I know Joe likes to play the occasional spin and go. Basically, here's
I can't do it.
Here's how it works. Go play a spin and go, and take a screenshot of the spin and go lobby that includes the tournament number.
Okay.
Okay, it's not that hard. You know, you'll see the tournament number up there in the corner somewhere. And all you have to do is take a screenshot of that and send us, and send in a tweet, that screenshot, the 3 lowest digits of any tournament number that somebody sends in the next 15 minutes will win the prize. So if you manage to get
this could be a play money spin and go also, I assume.
Yes,
yeah?
and we're going to give away 1 million play money chips.
Okay.
And we're taking it out of your account.
No, not my play money account.
So we're going to give 1 million play money chips to whomever gets the lowest 3-digit number at the end of their tournament number.
Hey Lee, what do you think about Charlie Carroll here? Hold on, wait till we can see him again. That's cool. We don't. I didn't have a joke. I got nothing for Romanello. I'm really interested in Charlie Carroll's Lonely Hearts Clubs Spades Diamonds band.
Isn't it the truth?
Sergeant Pepper over here.
Yeah, well, you know what? The thing is that I just went to a Fish concert recently.
Wait, what?
So this is
Hold on, in the words of Lee Jones, what?
So there's nothing about that really surprises me. Anyway, start tweeting in your screenshots of your spin and goes. And by the way, if you decide to Photoshop the screenshot, we have the ability, as you might imagine, to actually look at the tournament number and see if you are in it. So don't bother with the Photoshop, kids. We're a step ahead of you on that. And if you're a real money person and you come in with the lowest 3-digit number at the end of your tournament number, you get an $11 tournament ticket.
Nice. Don't forget you can follow action from the outer tables via the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com. There are also reports on some of the side events, and Martin Harris has just written an article for the blog confirming that Neymar Jr. was back in the house yesterday, after playing the one-day 25k single-day high roller. Today he's back for a €500 no-limit turbo event. He loves the game.
See, that's the thing that I just love about Neymar. Is like he is a legit poker junkie.
He also had a royal flush. Did I read that properly?
Yes, you did. And the thing I found that the early reports said he won 17,000 euros in it. It was in a €50 tournament.
Yeah, so
it was
euros with no cash value.
It was
right?
made to look like it was in a real money game.
The problem is,
I'm
about to do the very wrong thing here. I know I'm going to hear from my colleagues.
No, Lee, you speak from the heart. Because I'm going to back you up on this one. I'm so going to back you up on this one.
Because with you backing me up, surely nothing bad can happen to me, right? Because our tournaments show currency symbols next to the stack sizes, it looked like he had actually won 17,000 euros. When in fact he had won 17,000 tournament units, which is the point I was making to you earlier in our little chip kerfuffle.
So here's the thing, Lee. Sergeant Dubs is one of the first people to send in their screenshot of their spin and go. In a spin and go, for example, you don't have the currency symbol against the stacks. How difficult can it be to remove them from MTTs?
Do I look like the guy that's writing our software?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure I read something about you having some major qualification in computer science. So yes, I would have thought you are the ideal person to talk to.
Well, I'm not the guy that's writing the software. I mean, look, it's bothered me forever.
Joe, we should have harassed those people in Toronto.
Wait a minute, did the Pure Guy guys come to the Toronto?
I think you'll find that it's now a Maya software.
Pardon me?
I think you'll find it's now been rebranded.
Oh, that's
Maya
right.
Software.
My bad.
Honestly, this was so awkward because all those guys were standing around. I was like, she's like, I don't know if I should go introduce myself to them because like
they might have to kill you.
No, not like that, but more like because like you know if I don't and I ignore them, then I look kind of like a douche. And if I do, so I was like, hey guys, I just thought I'd introduce myself to you. And you know what they're like? Who the F are you? Like no clue who I was, none. And so I look like a douche either way.
No, you did the right thing. I mean, you know what? They're actually really nice guys once you talk to them, some of them.
Brutal.
Well, it's clear that none of them watch the live stream, which is why they don't know who Joe is, which means there's no chance of them overhearing this conversation.
Correct.
And so there's no chance that we'll get that changed anytime
Unless they
soon.
became a huge fan of mine after having just met me for 30 seconds, which has been known to happen.
But anyway, yeah, I totally agree with you. And when I first saw that, I thought, wow, Neymar was playing in some really heady cash games, you know. So the cool thing that I want to talk about Spin and Goes is that we now have the $100 Spin and Go, which, you know, I think when the first Spin and Goes came out, and everybody said, "Oh, these are just toys, and it's not really poker," and all this other stuff. I can't imagine why any serious poker player would play these. And whoa, I would like his chip stack, please.
That is Denis Timofeyev, who is the current tournament chip leader. Just before the break, we said that Jude Ainsworth was the man in front, but it seems that this gentleman has close to 500,000 chips right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to get Graphical Nick to run the crawler for me to tell what colors are which, because they're all the new chips. I like them.
Meanwhile, here are some chip updates on some players you may have heard of. Again, courtesy of the Live Updates team, who are doing sterling work. We salute you. Tom Hall, currently playing 170,000. Leo Margetts from Team PokerStars Pro on 156,000. These are all above average stacks.
Tom Hall is a stupendously nice guy, by the way.
Yanni Sointula, 145,000. Yuri Gully, hello Gully, 100,000. Ike Haxton is around average, 95k, and then we've got the shorter stacks, including Elke, who's currently playing 32k, and Sophia Lovegren, who's playing 65k.
Oh, you not even mention Fatima?
I could do, but I was just picking out one or two names. I could read the entire list,
No,
but what I'd rather people do is utilize their resources on their computers and go to the PokerStarsblog.com and click on the Live Updates widget.
There you go. So anyway, yeah, the interesting thing about the Spin and Goes is we rolled out these $100 Spin and Goes, and they've been, running very frequently, which means that people are clearly, that serious poker players, because I don't think your average, recreational poker player is like, yeah, I think I'll just toss $100 at a Spin and Go here. That serious poker players are playing these $100 Spin and Goes, and interestingly enough, in the relatively short time that we've had the $100 Spin and Goes up, we have had 2 of the top prizes hit, which means $300,000.
Didn't Jimmy Somerville hit a big one when he was streaming one day?
No, not Jimmy Somerville, Jake Harver.
Jason Somerville.
Yeah, no.
Who goes by Jake Harver.
Jake won.
Jake Harvard, right?
Jake Harvard.
Am I being trolled?
Lee, would we do that
Would
to
somebody get out on Twitter and let me know if I've been trolled?
I love Jake. He's great.
Anyway, yeah, so we've had a couple of people bink the $300,000 Spin and Goes. So that's some pretty fun stuff. And in the meantime, keep the Spin and Go screenshots coming in for us, folks. Again, you're shooting for the lowest possible lowest 3 digits of the tournament number in your Spin and Go.
Now, am I right in thinking that Samuel Barber has somehow managed to crop this photo in such a way that we can't see the tournament ID?
Well, it depends on whether you turn yourself 90 degrees to the right or not before you can even be the least bit
I
sure.
can't see. He's playing on a mobile device, which... Oh, there's the tournament. So it's on the blooming table. I'm such an idiot.
Come on, James.
180. Okay, so you got to beat 180, and I can't tell if that's a real money one or a play money, but we will sort that out shortly. That one's 552. Sorry, you are not going to win.
Yeah, what a loser.
Well, I mean, 552 is a fine number, but
Is he
that's
the only person that submitted?
No. We've had quite a few.
Yeah, I'm not going through all of them.
I mean, it's really not that interesting to announce the numbers, but I will tell you that 180 is good. 552 is actually worse than average, so you probably need to send that one in.
Oh, 180's been beaten by 163.
Okay. It's getting there, folks. The other thing I want to talk about is WCoop.
Appropriate, as we have the reigning WCoop main event champion at our feature table.
Yeah, and that guy that we're watching up there knows a thing or two about winning WCoops. It's the World Championship of Online Poker, and it's coming up September 6th through 27th, and it is 70 events. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot of poker in 3 weeks, with $45 million in guarantees. And of course, this year, you know what the brand new big thing is, right? What is new and big and different this year, gentlemen?
I don't know.
Item C on the list right there.
Oh my God, is that like the biggest event ever run online?
It is indeed. That's very clever of you, James.
A $51,000 buy-in online tournament?
Yes.
What?
What? Event number 47, September 20th, which is a Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. You know what? I'm wrong. September 20th, probably not.
How televised is this going to be?
Let's help Lee out thanks to the handy calendar app provided.
You're really high.
The 20th of
It
September
is, in fact,
is a
it
Sunday.
is indeed a Sunday. Okay, so September 20th is a Sunday, and it's got a 1 million guarantee. So they're only promising 20 people. I think they will blow through 20 people.
Yeah.
And it is indeed going to be the biggest online poker tournament ever. So there's your big chance to play or rail the largest poker tournament ever played online.
Now, one thing people have said about the super high rollers that we have, the live events, is that there should be some kind of like ridiculous step system where you can satellite into a super high roller. Are there going to be satellites to this event?
You know, I do not know, but I know that our crack tournament team will be watching this very webcast, and they will let us know.
Just to be clear, these are not the same people who put dollar signs against chip counts.
Well, to be fair, I mean, anything could be a satellite.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose all you have to
like
do
you
is
could call robbing a bank a satellite to the 51K.
What satellite did you go through? Barclays?
Armored
What?
truck?
So yeah. Anyway, so that's going to be exciting. There's going to be a 10K buy-in 8 game on September 27th with a $500,000 guarantee. So that's where we're going to find out. You know, you're going to find the guys who really have a lot of different poker skills.
Okay, now obviously you're highlighting some of the bigger events, but here's the thing. I mean, for reasons which have been previously stated, I can't play for real money on PokerStars. But if I were allowed to, none of these events are anywhere close to my bankroll. If I am a low-limit player, if I, say, for example, once a month I might play the Sunday
Have
Million.
you tried Play Money Spin and Goes?
$215. Joe, that's all I ever play. But if I was saying, you know, a Sunday Million is like maybe a once-a-month treat for me.
Right,
if that's my kind of price
as long as
point,
your wife doesn't know that you're buying in. Right?
does the W Coupe, sexist, does the W Coupe have anything that would suit my requirements?
There are certainly lower buy-in events in W Coupe. Obviously we have things like the Micro Millions and stuff that are really designed to center punch that crowd. But I ended up on the Spanish website. I was gonna try to find.
You will get permanently redirected, I'm afraid.
So there's no way for me to actually go to the English language one and be able to tell you.
Unless you use your VPN and get onto the network.
Okay, well, there will be lower buy-in ones of like 100 and 200 stuff. So basically, if you can take your Sunday Million budget and go play a couple of W Coupe events, and certainly there are satellites into all of those. So you definitely can satellite your way even without robbing a bank to get into those.
So let's have a look around the room, and there you go, Serene. Squee alert. Mike Timex McDonald in his Anchorman t-shirt. Andre Akari. Another one for the ladies. Now, you were wanging on about Fatima earlier on. There she is, Lee.
Well, there's some bling.
It could only be Kitty Quo with that phone.
Hello, Kitty.
While we're
sorry, I couldn't help myself.
It wasn't that bad.
At the ladies, there's Natalie Hoff, a friend of PokerStars. Another one for the ladies, Patrick Antonius. And here is
somebody's
David Van
phone
Vliet.
case.
The ginger beard of everyone's favourite pirate, Tom Hall.
You know, if you wore an eye patch one day, it would be perfect. Oh my God, it's Stephen Bartley's twin brother.
From ginger to ginger, that's Neil Farrell.
Doesn't it look like Stephen Bartley?
Carl, Stephen.
And
can't say that one.
Him, that guy.
That guy.
That was someone's very daft attempt to get me to get fired. Nice try, director.
You know, fool me once, Joe.
Didn't say it this time.
Serene tweets, belated squee. Sorry, was in a hand.
Was in a hand.
Well, that's good. We like it when our viewers hashtag play on PokerStars.
So that's something. It's funny you should bring that up because that was something that I wanted to bring up. I have been reading over the summer while we were on the seemingly endless California tour. My Kindle reading material was an actual poker book. And I am going to put in a blatant plug for somebody else's poker book right here. And I know a lot of our listeners out there are always thinking, how can I get better
His
poker?
name is G. Loans.
Exactly. I know a lot of our listeners are, they are playing poker while they're watching, and they like to play poker. So I'm going to throw you guys a major bone here. There's a book by a guy named Ed Miller. And Ed Miller's written a lot of very good poker books, but he has completely outdone himself this time. And the book is called The Course. And it is essentially it shouldn't be the first poker book you read, I don't think. But the problem is that most poker books you read first are going to put a bunch of bad ideas into your head that Ed Miller's book, The Course, will disabuse you of. And I read it, and I just found myself going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So
I will Lee Jones's 50 Shades of Grey.
So I will tweet out a link to Ed Miller's book because I think it's something that we can, it's essentially just a benefit that we can do for our listeners. But if you really want to take your No Limit Hold'em skills up to the next level, and it's essentially solely devoted to cash games, if you're a tournament person, this won't be as useful to you, although it still will be somewhat. But it was the first poker book I've read in 15 years that really gave me an epiphany.
Lee Axo Ives on Twitch wants to know, Ed Miller, The Course? Is that correct?
That's the one. Yes, Ed Miller, The Course. That is the book, and I will tweet a link to it shortly.
Meanwhile, I want to thank Simon Baker for looking out for the players with medium-sized bankroll, shall we say. WCoop has a Sunday kickoff, Sunday warm-up, and Sunday Million special editions, and various other $109 and $215 events. Simon also pointed out earlier on that for those of you who'd love to play a live PokerStars event, but maybe an EPT is out of your bankroll, that the Isle of Man leg of the UK IPT this year is only £440.
You bet, and I have already won my seat.
I refuse to believe anyone.
So there's 440 very dead pounds in.
You say that, but last year we saw
Lee, there's no way
Big
you weigh
Horse
more
Jones
than 200 pounds anymore.
have a very deep run in that event.
Yeah, but lightning won't strike twice in Douglas this time.
I think lightning strikes Douglas quite a lot from what I've seen on the weather map.
Let's take a look at what's happening in this hand here. How do we say this guy's name? Herdemaker?
Hodor.
Hodor and Fedor?
I wonder what a herder is. Because, his name probably comes from somebody who actually
made herdas.
Yeah, exactly. He just looks so unassuming, It's like I think it's part of his danger.
Fedor, 3 bets.
Quick update on the field, by the way. We're down to 441 players. What was my 380 to 400, wasn't it, Joe, at the start of the day?
You said less than 400, I believe.
I think my spread was 380 to 400. I'm tempted to revise that. I think we might get below that.
And how many are we paying?
Still got 11.5 to play. Well, they haven't actually announced the prize payouts yet, Lou.
Oh, okay. Can I ask a language question? All the years that I finally learned how to say the name of the composer, Richard Wagner, that had a W, begins with a W,
yes.
Right? So when it starts with a V,
in German, it has a kind of an F sound, a kind of PF sound.
Okay.
So like Volkswagen, for
yeah,
example.
Volkswagen. Okay. So Fagner.
We have an all-in here. Ace-king against aces.
Go! This is not a classic race. Graphical Nick, I dare you to put up a graphic that says this is not a non-classic race under it. Well, I mean, it is a race, but...
Yeah, but the guy with the ace-king is kind of like trying to run the race with one broken leg.
Yeah. Oh, that pretty much seals the deal right there.
Okay, guys.
Well, Fedor Holt's likely to be eliminated here.
Huh? I know, but I got to find the right moment to stand up when a 10 comes on the turn. Okay, good game.
Now you can stand up. You're drawing dead, Fedor. So we lose Holtz from the tournament. Meanwhile, Bart Verbank tells us that Hodemaker means hat maker.
This one.
Ah, makes cool. Sense. Thank you. See, it's so cool to have these people around.
Just to answer some of the questions the folks on Twitch, if you want to get involved in Lee Jones' competition, screenshot your spin and go, and then put it in a tweet. Hashtag the tweet EPT Live.
Yep. And just make sure we can see the tournament number in the screenshot. And I will run through them. I will run through all the tweets that have the hashtag EPT Live after I step off air. And we will find the winners that we will give out to the... we will give out an $11 tournament ticket for the best real money one, and 1 million play chips directly from Joe Stapleton's account for the best play money one.
Peter Blow, who joined us at the start of this level, says that hand was Hatmaker versus Fedora.
Step right in, sir. We have a spot for you in the broadcast booth.
Sit up and on 40.
Yeah. Ugnius.
Ugh. Yes.
Pooj not happy with the result of that hand. No, not Fedor.
Oh, that's my favorite Skype of pretty much of season 12, and season 12 is barely.
No, I don't think so. That's a hesitation. This is promising.
What? Because it's been removed?
No, the one above it. It's sort of almost Monty Python-esque.
Sit up and on 40.
There's still a seat up on a 14.
Have big shoes to fill.
Wow, look at his Panzer is cool. Okay, now there's a sweatshirt you don't see every day in Barcelona. SDSU.
San Diego State.
San Diego State. Aztecs, if I'm not mistaken.
6 and 7 fold.
I made out with a girl at the library at San Diego State once. Neither one of us was a student there. She was a 36-year-old divorcee. That's all. That's the whole story.
That's the whole story. Or as much as you're going to hear about on EPT Live.
Why were you there?
She was showing me where we were dating. She was showing me where she went to college. And I was like, come here for a second. You ever do this in college? I was 20 at the time.
Story checks out.
And then after that, you kissed her.
That's right. All we did was splash a bunch of water around in the bathroom. You ever do this in college?
No. I don't mean to.
As long as you keep your jacket on, I don't think they'll take us off.
Yes, another pop for Sergeant Pepper.
Has the camera gotten around and looked at his? There's the SDSU sweatshirt again. Has anybody gotten around and seen his pants? Because I mean, it almost looked like he was wearing MC Hammer parachute pants, which, you know, as unlikely as it seems, given his jacket, seems completely plausible.
Well, you would need parachute pants for when you're coming down off of whatever it is that caused you to wear that in the first place.
Yeah, there they are. Look at those.
Simon Baker says, Joe, I'm curious, have you watched any of the Carry On films yet?
No. I haven't gotten around to it.
Look at those. And big shout out to Bruce or whoever it was that's getting that camera shot, because that is really an epic outfit he's wearing. And yeah, I attended my first Fish concert. It was pretty much what I expected. Which the music left me totally cold, absolutely cold.
Cold, is that good or bad?
Bad.
You didn't like the music?
No.
You don't like jam bands?
There was just, I kept waiting for something interesting to happen. I said, somebody, please give me a chord change. I was like, Trey, if I throw $100 bills at the stage, will you change your chord?
Lee, as a guy who I've never known to be anything less than sober. The entire time I've known you, you're saying that you don't like 71-minute songs in which there are a few lyrics and 0 chord changes?
I do have to say, though, that the experience, I mean, the crowd energy and just positive vibe in the crowd was awesome.
Yeah, they would have tested positive for something.
No, but I mean, that was really cool. I mean, people launching giant pile. We have it. Here it comes. I know that graphic is going to come up.
There is a classic race underway at the feature table.
Like boats versus hoes, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Ognius made his move with ace-jack. Wagner ahead with tens for now.
You know, I mean, people don't realize. I mean, that's like if you were a casino and you could have an 8% advantage in every game you played. Now that's a funny flop.
Hilarious.
All of the missed overcards.
And if he hits a set, it's bad.
Wow. Picks up the flush
draw.
draw.
Wow, he's got like a 70, 11 outs. That's one of them.
Ognius gets the double up. Did you hear how delighted the Russians are? They love this guy.
Hey, we should, you know, it was a Lithuanian that founded PokerStars, so we should have a certain amount of respect for those guys.
Sit up and on 40.
I don't even know what carry-on films are.
Nor did Joe until about a week ago. On our podcast, Lee, I don't know whether you know, but we have an almost weekly podcast called EPT Not Live.
Yep.
Joe went head-to-head with superfan Peter Blow in a game of carry-on trivia. It was slightly one-sided in the sense that Pete is a huge devotee of the carry-on movies.
And I didn't know they exist.
Joe had never even heard of them.
So
it's one of the biggest movie series to ever come out of the United Kingdom.
So this is a contest when Joe knows nothing about them?
One of the biggest movie series to ever come out of the United Kingdom. It's like saying one of the best rap groups to ever come out of Russia.
We produced the James Bond movies, the Harry Potter movies, the Hammer horror movies.
I think Hollywood had a little something to do with some of the James Bond movies.
And the Harry Potter movies.
Well, I'm sure there was American money in the carry-on movies as well. They made a shed load of money, which is why they made more than 30 of them. There are more than 30 movies in this series, Lee, and you've never heard of them?
I've never heard of them. Anyway, so...
I'm an American. I watch American films.
Everyone watches American
Actually,
films,
that's not
let's be
true. I
honest.
usually prefer... I mean, I rarely watch the movies, but when I do, I usually watch foreign films because they're better.
Well, for you, Lee, the carry-on movies are foreign language films. Advantage, you don't even have to read words on the screen, although you may need to switch the subtitles on if the regional accents confuse you. Let's sort you out with some Wikipedia info here. The Carry On franchise, 31 low-budget British comedy motion pictures made between 1958 and 1992.
Who knew?
Sid James, Kenneth Williams, Charles Hawtrey, Joe's personal favourite, Joan Sims, Barbara Windsor, now to be seen in EastEnders.
That's amazing.
I love this. The film's humour was in the British comic tradition of the music hall and bawdy seaside postcards.
What?
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Wait a minute, innuendo and sending up of British customs and traditions? What could possibly go wrong? What do we have? We have a new. Do we have a new chip leader out there?
Ran Niv from Israel is believed to be the current chip leader with 400,000. Zavi says, hi guys, nice to hear you again. I just came from the casino right now.
Oh, were you playing?
Zavi's come every year to come see us, Lee.
Cool.
Every year I've been here, at least. I think I heard an all-in. No?
Yeah, Red Triangle of Death is being presented.
We could lose ourselves in Aztec.
Raboot.
Mr. Hatmaker has a decision to make.
Right now, guys, there's an argument in the Twitch chat as to whether or not French fries are American or Belgian.
Why don't we have it? Yeah.
What's that, Lee? Come on, lay it
well,
on us.
I'm trying to figure out. I mean, the pot he called. There's a 5. Yeah, he's got a 5. Boom. Dealer just slow rolled a 5.
George Lucas has all this time to come play poker tournaments now that he's sold off the Star Wars franchise.
Exactly.
He's in better shape than he was the last time I saw him.
He does look a bit like George Lucas. Well,
and chances are he could probably make a better movie than Attack of the Clones.
And he only had to fade 4 outs, and he did. How big a bet was that into the pot? So when he made the bet, how big was the pot?
Pot was 19,000. He bet 70,000 into it and got called.
Okay, so that's a lot.
It's it seems a little weird.
Yeah,
I'll give you that, Lee.
I was trying to figure out how that and ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you that most of the time when somebody bets 70,000 into a 19,000 pot, they usually have what they're telling you they have.
And with those words of wisdom, Mr. Lee Jones is going to depart the booth, but the director of poker communications for PokerStars will be back tomorrow with another edition of Lee's Lowdown.
I will, with many topics and many contests.
Thank you very much, Lee.
See you, Lee.
Peter Blow wishes to point out that Belgium had French fries before America was even a country. Meanwhile, we're heading to the outer tables. What's going on here? There is some controversy, and it involves a player we've met before on the EPT, William Kassouf.
Oh, Billy. One of the floor staff, Mario, standing by.
Hey, Mario.
Sir, also, don't talk to the other tables. Focus on the game. Don't make the... It doesn't matter. You disturb the game all the time like this. Okay? So please calm down a little bit. Don't. You should enjoy, but you should also not disturb the game, right? Thank you very much.
William
The hand he wasn't even
Kassouf
involved in.
receives a polite request, not a demand, not to disturb the game by constantly yakking.
Yeah. Well, I was facing this way. You guys were playing.
No, I'm just saying in general. You were obviously disturbing the game before. So now that you made a point, then I hope we all get clear, right?
Well, I don't mean any disrespect to any player. Even to you.
Now we're saying disturbing. You obviously were disturbing, were you not? In a way?
I didn't think so. I was talking that
the
way.
whole table, was he disturbing the table at all?
Not in that hand.
Alright.
Look at this guy's out of
You
here.
can talk normal sense here, man. You can't
Done.
This is a live poker game. We have to sit here in silence and say nothing. You can't say anything?
I can say something, but I can't say.
Well, on other tables, people are talking without having me at the table standing behind and,
Yes, but
and
you're
watching
here.
why it's
The reason you're here is there's players threatening other players on the table. That's the reason you're here. Not because of speech play or banter or enjoyment.
I'm just going to shut up.
I will make the picture. Upon my
Just stay here to the end, so that way we don't get more talk.
Well, if you need to go...
Yeah, you can stay here, we play more hands.
Maybe. But if you get tired, you could change the TD, it's no problem.
Well, it's all wonderfully awkward, isn't it?
I love it. Okay, he's going to sit back down.
Is Mario going to stand there for like the rest of the day?
Sometimes they have to do that. They got to post up at the table. Make sure people stop being a problem.
Blimey.
Hey, look who just got to our feature table.
Ladies event winner Lynn Gilmartin comes to the main stage with a stack of 32,700.
Okay.
I remember when Lynn was brand new on the scene, working for Poker News.
Is there a camera under there?
I always
Like
like
this?
when people don't know me and they know them.
Yeah, it feels powerful, right?
For sure.
A lot of like
Back in 2006 or 2007, World Series of Poker tournament reporter.
Joe, just to go back to William Kasu for a second. He's the guy who in London a couple of years ago really put Vanessa Selbst on tilt, right? He just would not stop talking. And I think it's fair to say she was probably not making ideal decisions because she was so angry at him.
Yeah, I mean, she certainly was on tilt. I don't know if it went far enough to affect her decisions, but she was clearly visibly annoyed.
Now, we obviously don't know exactly what happened there. We came to the table quite late. So it's very difficult to get a grasp on how outrageous or how disruptive William was being. But he also makes a valid point, which is, why shouldn't he be allowed to talk?
It just depends. You know, he was doing what people like to do when they argue lies, to take things to extremes.
What's next?
So when your girlfriend's like, hey, do you think you can wash the dishes in the sink? And you go, what, I could never leave a dish in the sink? There's a difference between not being able to talk ever and talking nonstop and annoying the F out of everyone.
Fair point. By the way, Lynn has a much more healthy stack than 32,700. She's actually got close to 110,000. She is above average right now. And it seems that the tournament clock was wrong. There are actually 477 players remaining. So I revise my estimate further.
Stop it. Just stop. Charlie Carroll considering making the call. This button shove from
Does call.
Hoodemaker. Big blind. Out. Good call, says Hoodemaker.
Hoodemaker with ace tray. Carroll with king queen. So Hoodemaker gets it in good.
Shove was for only about 16 big blinds, so pretty standard call.
Good luck. You are too generous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
There is a queen.
So no flush possibilities for anyone.
Hoodemaker looking for an ace. Needs to sit on the river. Plus, of course, a 4 would give him a straight. But it's a 7. Hoodemaker eliminated. 459 players remaining now. Average stack 111,000. 22 minutes left on this level, and then one more level to play here on day 2 of the biggest main event in EPT history.
Yeah, right. I wasn't sure with him though doing like
A lot of people very excited to see Lynn Gilmartin on the feature table.
I am.
See it up on table 40.
A lovely lady.
I mean, when you see ace 3 off, when you're king queen suited, you're like, I'm like 80%.
Charlie Carroll up to 153,000.
Gang,
Second in chips behind Eric Rabu. Alex Bays, didn't know we were on today, but he's found us now. Hi, Joe and James. Hope you're okay. We are, Alex. Hope you're well as well.
Dubbelnet met Aas tegen Aas Koning tegen 2 naar 110.
Ja, ik zag hem verder lopen.
Maar 110? Ja, 110. 3 handen later, alles.
Now I feel bad for calling him fish.
Right. Hoe moet je dit weghalen eigenlijk? Ja, man. Trying so hard.
I have so many of those moments. It's like, I recognise that screen name. It's like, that doesn't tell me anything. It's like a billion people play every Sunday. Probably just played it like twice in a Sunday Storm or something there.
I think we played the six match like 2 weeks ago or something. Sunday six match or Saturday.
Did we run deep?
No, starting table.
Silly question.
Are we going to see Lynn play a hand?
Looks like it.
Good man. I'm sorry, Ron. I'll see you again soon, man. Thank you. See it up in 40.
She's going to get action in the very next spot. Ugnius. Yep.
Right. Russian dudes. I know you like this guy. I know he's a friend of yours, and you told us to go easy on him, but if he takes a substantial portion of Lil Gilmartin's chips, we're not going to like him.
Yeah, I can't do it.
And we're not going to say nice things about him.
Can't get behind that.
Rabu's having a think. The 3-bet is to 10,600. Relatively small 3-bet.
Small 3-bet against an under-the-gun razor. I think it's going to be pretty
Whoa,
strong.
whoa, dude. You can't take your... Oh, he didn't know he had cards still. Oh, bless him.
I didn't want to be the one that said it.
You know, sometimes you fold in your mind, like, immediately.
Yeah. You've, like, auto-folded. You've ticked the little checkbox, but... So everyone else is folded. It's back on Lynn. She calls.
You still play cash games or just EPT?
Oh, hello.
You play pretty high, right?
Lynn, meet Ugnius.
Yeah. Maybe it's worth 3-betting her just for that.
Ugnius, meet Lynn. Lynn Similionis. It's got a ring to it.
How high did you play like that?
Lynn Sim.
That's pretty nice.
Seat up and on 40.
Okay, so it's basically 5,100. It's 250 bigs, right?
Similionis continues. And gets a quick fold.
Okay, we're going to let that one go, Russians.
I tried to time it at the end.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Got fish, sit down after that.
I met him like...
Here's a bit of information that you probably won't find interesting, Joe. Fletcher Post says in 2007, the line infamy, they've all got it infamy from Carry On Cleo was voted the funniest cinema one-liner of all time.
You're right. I did not find that interesting. Story checks out.
Pete Blow reckons that both Lynn Gilmartin and Charlie Carroll are wearing clothes inspired by the new PokerStars chipsets.
Where did you meet? Sorry?
Where did you meet the other day?
We meet here, but we met previously also on business.
There are the chip denominations for those of you not au fait yet with the new chips we have for Season 12. The Minterclairs, the Calamines, the Hollandaise, Eggs Benedict, and Marina. Oh, it's all kicking off.
Again, on the live stream, they said I was correct. I did nothing wrong. I'm allowed to speak.
Pretty nice.
So, just ask the other players how the game was before you asked them. That doesn't matter. But you can't threaten players at the table. That's the line. You have to draw the lines.
Keep on. Okay.
I don't want to stand it over. Anything between those two places, just a single word.
I record you, no problem. If you start to get wrong,
Mario's saying, I don't want to stand here all day, so you've got to watch these two.
You really have to go to the bathroom. So if anything happens, you have my cell.
Is there another TD coming or no? Oh, we don't need him.
I leave you alone.
Oh, we have the
You're
security. We have
you're
security.
grown-ups, all of you.
And
So
from
I
now
just
on,
ask
it's
you
like
to
in your
have a nice
normal life
evening.
again. You're alone.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
I'm
Thank you
playing
very
my
much.
game. You play your game. I've got nothing extra.
Don't
So
play a game.
I'm playing my game. This is my game. This is live poker 2015. Welcome to the game. Welcome to Barcelona.
I haven't played that hand the whole level.
I've said
So tilting.
No. He's answering back to me. He's being rude to me. I'm not being rude to him. I'm trying to be civilized here, Tim.
My WhatsApp.
Okay, that's fine.
Good. Thank you very much.
You know, the audience is starting to get a little upset that we have to focus on William Kassouf instead of Lynn Gilmartin.
There is no grill at this table bar the dealer.
Zoya,
who has been tasked by Mario with keeping an eye on those two. Any funny business, you get Mario back in there. Free roll update. 17,500 players registered. Total of 30,000 seats available. It starts in 29 minutes' time. The password is up there, Salvador, top left-hand corner of your screen.
Peter Bells on Twitter. My quote after that first William Kassouf scene with Vanessa Selbst. Welcome to every card room in England. I mean, there's one like him in every single card room. Now, granted, he is a superstar. But a lot of banter in England.
William Kassouf, the British Maurice Hawkins?
Sure, why not? I mean, I think William Kassouf is in a league of his own.
That's only day one of our coverage, and Andrew McMillan is very much looking at this from the glass half-empty approach. In 4 days and 90 minutes, EPT Barcelona will be over, and I'll have to stare at the screen for 51 days before EPT Malta starts.
Jeez.
Why not get just a little bit excited about the fact that this is the start of a brand new season, and you've got 5 days of live coverage of the main event ahead of you. 4 full days still to go, including cards-up coverage of what was likely to be an epic final table.
Wagner 3-betting, Hartman's open. And that's enough to win it.
Not as few as we thought. Congratulations.
What order?
Not as few as we thought. Or more nitty than we thought.
More nitty.
One of the two.
Yeah, I already said he can pick a card if he wants.
Back out into the field again, and
Yeah, sure.
is that a bouncer who's been deployed at this table? Have we got a security guard standing there? There's 2 security guys standing by this table.
To be fair, there's security guys all over the place.
I mean, according to William Kassouf, threats were being made. So, what on earth has been happening here?
William Kassouf is like the personified version of I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching, and then the second someone levels a threat.
I have been told, by the way, those security guys, you're absolutely right, Joe, security is very good here in Barcelona, but they have been specifically stationed at that table because of William Kassouf's assertion that threats were being made between
I
players.
heard about it. It was pretty funny.
Someone just stole money up here.
Bonjour.
Who are you?
Bonjour, Monsieur Kassouf.
Do you stream often on Twitch?
Just getting the party started.
all gone quiet now. Just a bunch of guys playing poker. Thomas Ben says, do human beings get any more annoying than William Kassouf? Harsh. Morton says, I'm pretty sure I had a run-in with that guy at PokerStars Live in London. Hashtag rude whiner. You've met him a couple of times, right?
Yeah, I did a TV appearance with him once.
Received any calls after?
He
quite a lot.
is energetic.
Right.
He is excitable.
I had the presence of mind to say, hey guys, can you not prank call me? So everyone's like, yeah, right, that sounds like
I think those are all the nice words I have.
Just wanted to say, if you didn't mention it, probably only 50% would have done it. And then the rest of the 50% was like, hey, what are good?
Ognius has been 3-bet by Roberto.
Shown. One. If you would have shown, I would have shown. I had ace.
An ace?
Yeah.
Roberto Romanella's a guy who actually the first couple times I did commentary on him, he didn't shut up, and I actually didn't really like him very much, and I've since grown to be very fond of him.
I don't like to lie, so...
Roberto has an EPT title to his name, taking down Prague in Season 7.
What's to say?
And yes, his family are the owners of the Roma chain of fish and chip shops.
These damn kids on their phones.
J'envoie la photo de...
Okay.
You what?
I speak only French.
J'envoie
la photo à mes amis.
I speak like 20 words. Is anyone else?
All I know is he pointed to me.
I speak only French.
It might have been the camera that you pointed to.
Okay.
It's close.
It's pretty cute the way the whole demeanor of this table's changed since Lynn's shown up. Hey, Charlie, when are George and Ringo getting here? Are they meeting with the Dalai Lama?
Len Gilmartin, one of Australia's finest exports, along with Bruce Baggles and Jared Hayne.
Kylie Minogue.
She's up there, top 5 for sure.
And Kath and Kim. And we'll just draw the line there. Heads up to the flop.
Joshua asks, is there anything that I, as an American not living in Las Vegas or New Jersey, can do to win a seat to an EPT event? Yes, Joshua. Move to Canada.
Play on PokerStars. Or Mexico.
Basically, you can go north, or you can go south. Or you could go east, across the Atlantic to Europe.
Or you could go to New York City and play a Vanessa Selbst charity event, which is a live poker tournament, and they're giving away a PCA package.
Woohoo!
I guess that's the one serious answer to that question, is there are some various live events you could probably win a seat to an EPT in the United States. Generally, they're going to be charity events or live competitions.
But sadly, Joshua, in all seriousness, without relocating, it's going to be tough. But if you save up the money, you're welcome to just buying directly.
What's this guy Charlie Carroll's deal? Is he dressed like this all the time?
Yeah, he was dressed like that in Monaco for sure.
You think it's just like a level, like a Kappa?
It's his thing. He likes it. That's how he rolls.
He's just like, here's my clothes, Kappa.
Well, he raised this pre-flop. Continued flop. His barrel turn. Is Christensen going to call for 14,300? Or is he going to check raise?
Hello, check raisey.
We don't even need to verify the count. The answer was 45,000. But Charlie Carroll has folded. Well, we have been out to the outer tables. Granted, we focused on one particular table. Let's have a look at some other players in the field other than William Kassouf. Ike Haxton, all in with a bunk triangle. Well, he's doomed. Also repping the PokerStars patch, Matty de Mulder. Elke was on our feature table earlier on. He is still in. He still has chips.
Mount 5.
There is Sophia Lovgren. Always makes the trip here to Barcelona. John Juanda, who will be performing surgery after the end of play.
Or taking part in the Mortal Kombat tournament, one or the other.
And Mike Watson. Action folded to Roberto on the button. He's raised. I am advised that Ike Haxton's all-in got through, which is amazing when you consider that he had a bunk triangle there.
But if he had been called,
he would have been screwed.
Big trouble.
$19,500 players in the free roll, 18 minutes to go till it starts, 10,000 seats available. Salvador, the password to get you in the game. 432 players remaining in the main event with one level and 4 minutes left on the day.
Is that Salvador as in the artist?
I believe it's as in Salvador Dali, not as in the Oliver Stone movie.
So I went to the Tate Modern on a date before I left London.
Yeah.
And the girl I was with said, "Oh, I think they have a dolly here." And I said, "Pardon?" And she said, "I think they have a dolly here."
Oh, I thought that was very funny.
That is 100% true story. Like, I was joking, Dolly
Yes,
Parton,
Dolly Parton.
but she thought I said pardon.
Yes, no, I get that.
Somehow not a made-up joke. 100% true.
Do they still have the lobster telephone?
They had a lot of weird shit. I think they had a broken pencil. They had a white canvas. I think there was poo somewhere. I did that classic gag where I walk up to the fire extinguisher and I'm like, "Oh, look at this! Who did this one? This is avant-garde."
Do you think that the security people and the staff working there have never seen that one before?
No, of course not.
So this is Charlie Carroll against Pascal Hartman. Hartman raised under the gun pre-flop. Carroll defended his big blind. King Jack 9. Action check to Hartman.
9 bets, 5,400.
Hartman has continued for 5,400. And Carroll has check raised to 13k.
He's been very active, Charlie Carroll.
That's a call from Hartman. We're going to the turn. Nearly 40k in the middle. Hartman the effective stack with 68k behind. Board pairs on the turn with the Jack of Diamonds. Casper tweets, EPT, please come back to Copenhagen. We're missing you. Casper, I miss Copenhagen. It's one of my favourite stops on the tour. One day. One day.
The 8 bets 15,500.
Well, this is interesting. Carroll had taken the betting lead on the flop. Now bets 15,500 on the turn.
Just a couple of thousand more than his flop raise.
Once again, he gets called by Hartman. So now we've got a 70k pot. Hartman with around 53k behind and 8 on the river. Carroll announces all in.
That's a nice one.
And Hartman calls. Snap calls. Queen 9 against King Jack. Queen 9 the hand for Carroll. Hartman with the full house.
Carroll with the punt there, huh? Raise the flop with a pair and a gut shot.
So you have 30, 80.
I wonder with that run out what he thought he was going to get to fold. Maybe he gets top pair to fold. I guess it's just kind of unlucky that he was up against trips.
The net result here is that Hartman's full house has seen him move to 175,000 and Charlie Carroll's dropped down to below 40k. As Adam writes so eloquently on Twitter, Carroll done his nut there.
Guys, have any levels? 12, 24, and 3.
You can hear a commotion in the background. It's because our next guest is about to join us on EPT Live. A very happy lady indeed. Who is functioning on very little sleep.
Yeah.
So it's probably mildly delirious.
Oh, yes, I am. I've had like 3 hours sleep.
Liv Marie, congratulations on finaling the 1 day, in inverted commas, super high roller, which you will continue tomorrow afternoon, I believe?
That's right, yes. Down to the final 3.
Against 2 other EPT champs, Messiers Finger and Telcher.
That's right, yep. We've got 2 Brits, 1 German.
How do you like your chances?
I can't hear you, Joe. What have you done?
Thank you.
So,
We've lost Joe Stapleton.
do you want to take my mic? You're more important.
You're probably not better than me anyway.
Should I just start singing?
It's okay. We can survive without him. We can do this. We can get through this. So Liv, this event made its debut in Monaco, I think it did, as well. This 1 day big buy-in event.
Right.
Did you play the one there, or is this
No,
the
no, this is the first one I played. I wasn't going to play it, but
Am I back?
yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, how disappointing.
Yeah, I wasn't
This
planning on
deal
playing
is
it. I was
always
gonna.
good
I came down to
for
register for the main event, day 1B.
3 second chance.
And then Igor was like, "Have you seen the size of this field? It's huge. You gotta play it. You gotta play it." So I
You were
jumped
like,
in.
Let me just check my couch cushions
Yes.
for 25k.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. And jumped in, and now here we are, down to 3 people, and I'm a very happy girl. No, Joe, that's my tea. Thank you. There we go. Are we on camera, or what is the deal with this?
We do have the ability to go in vision on Twitch.
48.
So we may allow the internet to see you, specifically on twitch.tv/PokerStars.
So I played the main event today.
Yes, so you bought in at the start of day 2.
Mm-hmm.
How long were you in the main event?
15 minutes.
Okay.
I got it in max equity though. I got someone to get it in with 7s against my aces for the whole shebang. I didn't win, but you know, it's good. Short and
You
sweet.
can't play results, Liv. You
No,
can't play
You
results.
certainly can't. It's all about equity and expectation. That is a shirt.
That is Charlie Carroll, the winner of the High Roller in Monaco, repping the UK at this feature table, along with Roberto Romanello, of course.
48, yeah. Good. Why do you want to show me for?
Roberto Romanello.
I'm not picking on you. That's what I want to. That's what I want to do.
Uh-oh, controversy at table 11 continues.
Okay, since you want me to pick it up, I played the 10K high roller.
You'll notice that Mario's back at the table, alongside the security personnel, here to deal with William Kassouf.
I'm in for cheap. I don't act anything. Look, listen, the whole world is watching now. Wave hello, smile for the camera.
I'm asking, why do you act like you were a regular when you ain't?
I didn't say I'm a regular. I didn't say I'm a regular. This is my second time in Barcelona. No, I'm learning the game. Obviously, I'm not as good as you. I asked you earlier when your book's coming out. You didn't respond when your book's coming out. Unbelievable. Everyone's going on tilt now? I thought it was him. Put the earphones on. Kings. Okay, put the earphones on. Put the earphones on.
Fight.
What? Kings? Unbelievable.
This is the official It's All Kicking Off cam, covering William Kassouf and his table mates.
5.5. Wow.
Where's the security guards at? Are they there still?
Yeah, they're still there, flanking the table.
Oh, seriously? They actually had security come over?
Yeah.
Wow, because they were just bickering that much? Was there any contact? Were they just...
No physical contact.
They're
William
just
Kassouf
flirting.
claims that threats were made.
Yeah.
Obviously, some of his table mates aren't overly happy about the fact that he never stops talking.
That guy has stopped me from getting into so many clubs.
Which is the one that won't shut up? The guy typing?
So I'm just blogging for
That
the
one.
UK viewers to tune in now. We're live? We're good?
We are live, William, yes. Please do increase our audience.
Have we got you back now, Joe?
I think so.
Not only is he back, but he's very loud.
The universe just doesn't want us to be on the stream together,
Don't.
Olivia.
It's just a big conspiracy.
I probably missed it, but you're like freaking thrilled right now, right?
Yes.
I was going to say, when you were telling that story about, I lasted 15 minutes in the main event and I lost with 7s against aces, but all you're thinking about...
I had aces.
Sorry, aces against 7s, but all you're thinking is, tomorrow I get to play.
Exactly.
What's up to 895 or something?
860,000
Wow.
for first.
How much less did it hurt going broke in the main event, knowing that you are in the top 3 of the high roller?
A lot. Actually did make it.
Yeah.
Definitely did make a significant emotional difference.
So
Shall we say?
Tournament staff are now conferring as to how to deal with the situation. We've got Mario, Big Nick, and senior floor person Luca Vivaldi. And, they're sending in the big guns. They're sending in Big Nick.
You stand them on a step. Put the shorter one on the top step and the little one on the lower step, and then you go 1, 2, 3, and you bang their heads together.
Oh.
And then you make them kiss. And then that's how you get the situation rectified.
Okay, now if you're watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars, and apologies to those of you watching on YouTube or PokerStars.tv, this is going to mean nothing to you. We're now going to bring you InVision Grill Cam. Oh yes, here we are in the booth in Barcelona. James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton and Liv Baris sandwiched between us, doing a little celebration dance. You haven't won it yet, Liv.
It's okay. I'm
Still worthy of a celebration.
I'm just a very happy girl.
Understandably. So I take it that Martin and Mark aren't in the main event anymore, so 4 p.m. tomorrow it's definitely going ahead.
Yeah, they both played on day 1A, and both busted day 1A. And so they kindly said, well, Liv, we'll give you a chance to play the main event, so let's play it out in 2 days.
Well, of course, via the blog, PokerStarsBlog.com, there'll be live updates, and what we'll do is we'll try and keep one of our cameras close to that table, Liv, so that we can keep our viewers abreast of the situation. Our main focus will obviously remain the main event. It's a big day tomorrow, it's bubble day.
Of course.
But possibly a little bit of bonus coverage of that 3-handed, one-day super high roller event.
And it'll probably be fairly fast as well. I mean,
it's pretty shallow at this point,
It's super
right?
shallow, yeah. I mean, I'm second in chips and I've got 17 big blinds. So.
Oh.
Was there any?
It's gonna be très vite.
So it had to be stopped because of gaming regulations, right? It wasn't a case of like everyone was just so knackered that you had to stop. It was no. The casino says you can't play beyond 5 a.m.
I don't know if it was that. I just know that the room that we were playing in had to be closed by 5.
I'm pretty sure it's gaming regulations.
Who knows? Yeah, but I was fine with it. I was so tired. I was not thinking very well anymore, and I think the other two were quite grateful as well. So we were fine with it.
So those 3 former EPT main event champions competing in that event tomorrow. Meanwhile, we've got an EPT main event champion in a hand here. Yes. Roberto Romanello.
It's from Wales. From the valleys.
So Ugnius has raised it up to 5,200 and Roberto is 3-bet to 13,500. Chris Dace has just tuned into EPT Live for the first time this season. Booyah! One of my friends is on the table with the security guards. I'll get the scoop. Because Nicholas says, what's the deal with the guys arguing? I've just tuned in. We came to the situation quite late. We know that William Kassouf is a very verbal player. We've seen him before. But clearly some of his table mates don't like it. And clearly it got a little bit aggro. Hence the involvement of senior floor staff and the posting of not one, but 2 security guards at each end of the table. Look at this. How many people does it take to tweet?
Liv, I can't believe you deleted my phone number again.
That's it. Oh, thank you.
Wow, this has escalated. A 4-bet from Simulonius to 25,500. Roberto shoves for 84,800.
Simulonius has put half a stack in already.
Yeah. Simulonius has got 28k behind, so Roberto's got him well covered. So even though right now the red triangle of death is in front of Roberto, it'll be Simulonius at risk should he call all in here.
84,800.
How many big blinds does he have when he folds? 10?
Yep, just over 10 big blinds. As I said, that 4-bet, as you pointed out, Joe, is pretty much 50% of his stack.
Whoa. I guess Liv doesn't like your play.
See, Liv is now having the same problem that Joe has all the time, which is
you don't know what they're going to do.
Any of the sounds are. No, the pictures don't necessarily relate to the sounds that come out. Well, the all-in gets through.
It's supposed to be a heartbeat, that one, but it's not very loud.
Okay, I've got a serious question I have to address, because Alid has literally just registered on PokerStars and installed the software. How do I sign up for the free roll, please? So, Alid, assume you have registered an account. Go into the tournaments lobby, so click the tab that says tournaments, and then you'll see a little search bar, so there's a little I. Type in EPT Live, and it should come up. It says free roll, EPT Live, Barcelona, starting in 1 minute, and the password is Salvador. That's how you register. It doesn't cost you anything to play. $2,000 in the prize pool. So good luck to you.
Lynn Gilmartin, she's got 90,000. It's awesome.
I didn't know Lynn was South African.
See, that's what he does. He doesn't create. He critiques.
Yeah. We like additive people, not subtractive, you know. Multipliers, not dividers.
I will start multiplying. I will go forth and
there
multiply.
You go.
You guys on Twitch want to see me do something creepy to Liv?
Going for lecture.
It actually does not smell great, believe it or not. I was pretending for once.
I fell asleep on the beach today. It's full of like dust and beach.
And sand mites.
Yeah.
Ow.
And ticks.
You're biting me. That was just an excuse to show off the gun. Ow. Okay.
How's New York?
It's excellent. I don't exactly live right in New York City. I live in Jersey City, which is one subway stop away. But living in America is great. All the money is the same size and color, which I like. Goods and services are cheap. People are nice all the time. I mean, not 100% of the time, but like In the UK, right, you walk into a coffee shop and you, like, order a coffee and they're, like, real upset. They're like, oh, why are you in here? I was, like, perfectly fine sitting here reading my book. And in America, they're like, hey, how's it going? We're happy for your business.
Nice generalization.
That's it. Well, you know,
No,
it's
I
my
mean,
experience.
perhaps.
It's my experience.
Perhaps.
Joe never got a warm reception at Garfunkel's in Leicester Square.
That's
every
correct.
time he went there.
Every time.
Lots of messages of support, Liv, coming in on Twitter, including Brian Allen, who says, good luck tomorrow, Liv. How much have you got locked up?
I have got locked up 392,000 euros.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
It's very nice. I like. How much? Yes.
Are you going to get it in cash?
Yes, I throw all over you. We make a party.
Do fun stuff.
Yeah,
I want to party in your room with whatever you walk out of there with. Absolutely.
I don't know. No, I won't take it in cash. Because that is stupid.
We can roll around in the check.
It's because I'm on Twitch. You haven't seen my Twitch stream yet. This is basically all I do when I Twitch. I just do stupid accents all the time. And I don't know. I don't know how long people stay viewing, but I get a lot of viewers. I think they probably stay for like 2 minutes. I'm like, what the hell is this? And they leave.
Everyone loves a grill on the stream. Here we go. Wagner opens, Simulonius shoves, and Wagner calls. King 7 against King Jack.
Makes you wonder what Simulonius got away from before.
Simulonius way behind here and at risk. The 7 comes on the turn. The Russians are going to go mental.
More mental.
Okay, well, 6 is now working for him as well. Wagner already looks disappointed, but he's got nothing to worry about. King Jack holds and Simulonius is out.
Kind of just Wagner's face. Man, I really want to know what he folded before.
I'm sure we can find out because our Russian colleagues are very good friends with him and they can ask.
Liv, what's your Twitch stream name if people want to watch your stream?
It's a tough one. It's my name, Liv Barry.
You got that, guys?
Liv Barry, /Liv Barry. Yep.
By the way, free roll is underway with 22,500 players. There are still seats available because it's capped at 30,000 and late registration is currently open. Sadly, Joe and I are unable to play because we're in Spain, which is a closed market. But good luck to everyone who has joined that and is competing for a slice of the $2,000 prize pool.
Blind only, yeah.
Of course, no EPT Live Free Roll League this year. Instead, we've got the $1 Bounty Bonanza League instead. The first $1 Bounty Bonanza of Season 12 takes place on Saturday the 29th at 6 p.m. Central European Time. Samuel Barber asks, has the winner for the Screenshot Spin and Go competition been picked? Yes. If you follow at Lee H. Jones, or you just look in the hashtag EPT Live timeline, you'll see that the winners have been announced. They are Stuart Stevenson.
Nice one, Stu.
He wins $1 million play money chips. And the real money winner is Damien Clarkson, who wins an $11 tournament ticket. So well done to everyone who took part. Oh, hello, Gully.
Charlie Carroll all in. Folds around to Baberto.
Waldy obviously wants some in-vision action. He says, what it is, Twitch.
Looks like that's going to be a fold. All in gets through.
Basically, Waldy, if you go to twitch.tv/PokerStars, it's just a different platform to watch EPT Live. The one benefit of this particular point in time is that you get to see booth cam and you get to see inside the commentary box and you get to see our faces in addition to some URLs for various PokerStars services and a window with the main event action in it.
This is so much more professional than my... Look at this. It looks so good.
Well, there's only 700 people working on this as opposed to you.
Hello, Gully.
Who is this guy?
This is Yuri Gully. He is an EPT legend, and I think he's about to take a seat at the feature table.
Ah, you have a little tickle for him, eh?
He's a nice boy.
He's a nice guy. He's got a very, very tall son called Andre.
Oh, good. No.
Liv, the stuff that you put on your Facebook, is that public stuff, or is that like, or is it just close friends that are on there?
It depends, Joe.
Well, because I've been seeing some stuff that, and I don't know if it's old posts that
talk about this off the stream.
You know how people do, like when they comment on something old, it makes it look like it's a new post.
Yeah.
Are your parents going to Burning Man?
Yes.
That's this year.
Yes,
That is
we
yet to
go.
happen?
We leave in 2 days, basically.
What in the world? Like, I just
My Elaine is coming.
that is
She's coming to Burning Man.
insanity.
We're coming. I know. We're
Like,
sharing an RV with
I'm
them.
too old for Burning Man.
No, you're not.
I think
you're
I am.
coming next year. By the way.
I can never get that much time off in the middle of the summertime.
Yeah, we. It's my mum's 60th, and she.
It's her 60th Burning Man.
Well, too. Yeah, she said, please, can we come? We really want to come along to it.
Did she have to beg you that hard to go? It was just immediate yes.
Yeah, basically, it was like, yes, you guys want to come? Absolutely, let's make it happen. So yeah, super excited about it.
I don't even like taking my dad to the
She's been making
supermarket.
woolen dreadlocks. She was sending me pictures of dreadlocks she's been making. She's going for it.
Amazing.
Some more of your tweets using the hashtag EPT Live. Tamu has just discovered our Twitch stream. He says, nice. RIP school, RIP life, RIP everything.
Yeah,
I guess you'll be with us till the bitter end then. Christian asks, when do we get to see the Daniel Negreanu documentary? Are you keeping it a surprise on us? Christian, soon. We're sorting out distribution deals at the moment. But it is finished and it's awesome. Now, were you trying to feel Lynn Gilmartin or Charlie Carroll there, Liv?
I'm not sure anymore.
Lynn Gilmartin.
Okay, just
both.
I was trying to feel Charlie Carroll.
Column A and a bit from column B.
Charlie Carroll looks like Burning Man threw up on his clothes.
Yes.
Actually, there's a bit of a crossover here because Christian asked about the Daniel Negreanu documentary. Is Daniel going to Burning Man this year? Isn't he taking a Winnebago?
Yep, Daniel's coming. Antonio Esfandiari.
Isn't taking a
Sam Trickett's coming.
Isn't taking a Winnebago to Burning Man kind of like taking like a laser-powered sniper rifle out hunting?
Well, I
Like,
mean,
isn't
it's not a particularly nice analogy to make of all the things you're going to compare to Burning Man, but sure, it's a bit like.
Isn't it cheating a little?
I mean,
aren't you supposed to dig a hole in the ground and roll around in it?
yes, that's technically what you're meant to do when you arrive. Just you have to get over it. Basically, it's once the dust gets you, it doesn't. There's no amount of showering will get rid of it.
Says the man who went to a music
long time.
festival and ended up staying in a travel lodge.
Yeah, because someone destroyed my tent. What was I
The
supposed
story,
to
by the
do?
way, you can hear in full
Did
on
you
one
throw
of
up
the
inside
recent
your tent?
editions of EPT Not Live, our almost weekly podcast.
Welcome
Subscribe
to
now
the
on
table.
iTunes. Yeah, but weren't you much more comfortable when you were in the hotel, even though you got ripped off?
I don't even know what it would have been like in the tent before I could even get back to it on the very first night. Someone had wrecked it.
I'm going to hazard a guess, probably not as comfortable as you would have been in a travel lodge.
Yeah, but maybe I didn't learn as much
Certainly
in
not.
the travel lodge. Maybe I didn't experience the world enough. I've been to travel lodges before.
Certainly not as comfortable as a Premier Inn, granted, which is a better class of cheap motel.
Anyway,
I've never understood the whole tent thing.
tents.
Intrinsic Palo wants to know why we're not talking about the hands. Well, one guy's all in, and the other guy's thinking about calling, and then he folded. So, here you go.
Ah, hello, Gully. Pocket sixes.
Sounds good.
I like how Smiley is nameless, actually.
Wait, why aren't we talking about the hands, guys? Guys?
I'm assuming that everything has calmed down at William Kassouf's table because we haven't been there for a while.
Should we choose who we want to double us up? Target them. I'm going to get him.
You know, I was thinking of climbing Everest next year using a jetpack. So,
Speaking of jetpacks, I did flyboarding yesterday.
what is fly?
That
Is that the
thing-
one over water?
Yeah, where you stand on a board that is jet powered by the water, and it lifts you up in the air, and which is actually
Oh, what a time to be alive!
right. And you stand there and you go, oh, okay, and then you fall, and that really hurts because believe it or not, hitting water in a non-graceful way from
Oh, water hurts.
20 feet high or however high, probably not 25. Yeah, maybe you can probably go up to about 20 feet high. But it hurts.
Are there people that are really good at it that don't fall?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, but not you.
No. It's my first time.
Phil
you know?
Locke was showing me some footage over the weekend of Sorrel doing wakeboarding, I think it is.
No, no, he's Wake surfing.
Wake surfing. Apparently he's a natural.
Yeah, he looked like he's doing very well.
So Charlie Carroll has raised under the gun to 5,000 and Gil Martin has called. Just before we get to a flop, a lot of Liv Baree fans on Twitter, among them Tomka. Gotta say, Liv, you're a really cool, relaxed type of person. Great at the table. Big like. Played with you in the Regfest Emmy at King's.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you.
And we've got a tense gag from Stuart. This conversation is intense. Stuart asks how you got on in the high roller, Liv. We have discussed it at great length, Stuart. Liv is in the final 3, and they will play down to a winner tomorrow at 4 p.m. You might get a little bit of bonus coverage here on EPT Live while we bring you our main event coverage, our world-famous bubble coverage from noon, Central European time. Is that now the sound effect for world-famous bubble coverage?
I don't know. I'm just playing around. This is a new one. That's what we play after my jokes.
Oh.
So we have a 10-9-7-2 spade flop. Charlie does not
That is my
continue.
thinking.
He checks to Ms. Gil Martin.
I'll check.
They're both so cute.
They're pretty cute.
They're adorable.
They both look like hippies to me.
If they had a baby, it would just be like a moonbeam shining on a flower.
Yeah.
The ace of spades is dealt on the turn after both players check the flop. And that's a bet from Len.
He's just not sure.
How does he get his dog to sit so perfectly still on the top of his head?
Did you choose the pink ones for me?
Yeah.
Charlie Carroll calls the 7,500.
Apologise for that.
He looks unhappy about calling.
And we get the
See that?
6 of diamonds on the river.
How much have you got?
Oh boy.
18. That. 18.8.
How much?
18,800.
He doesn't have heaps.
And there's 31k in the middle.
Oh, I lied. Yeah. 18.3.
Oh, you're a liar now.
I was just trying to intimidate you. Sorry.
Sexist and a liar.
Full package.
She really is that happy all the time, by the way, everyone.
She's amazing.
I actually unfollowed her
Yeah,
on Twitter because it was too happy. That's not even a joke.
Hashtag life's good.
Oh.
Also, I just couldn't stand looking at any more pictures of her and her boyfriend. I was like, enough!
All right.
Let's
Puts
think
them
about
all
it.
in.
Have some of that.
Ace jack.
Ace? No. She does not have ace jack.
Hippie on hippie violence.
I mean, she seems really confident and comfortable.
Yeah, she has it.
I
For
can't
sure.
imagine him
Right.
winning here.
You tell me.
I give her tons of credit if she can look this comfortable and not
Yeah,
have
if this is a bluff, then she's
Couldn't keep up.
beast.
What does this tell you?
Not that specifically.
What
She's got like king, queen of spades.
What does it tell me? I love the WNBA on Twitch is saying, what a fake tank. Lol. I don't think this is fake.
What's your mother's maiden name?
McCarthy. Do you know where it's from?
Probably. Unless it's a trick question.
Maybe he
Well,
just
I
wants
did
to take
say
out a credit card in
I
your
wanted
name.
him to double me up. That's the issue. That's all that's racing through my mind. So confused what you have. Just like king queen.
I'm a girl. We always confuse you guys, don't we?
Burn.
That is something that a bluffer might say, I think. Right? Yeah? Try and play the girl card.
Jay Lawrence on Twitch says she's bluffing. Liz is wrong.
Way to screw up a sentence so hard.
Abe says she doesn't have a flush. Set of tens.
I mean, she would have thought a little harder if she had a set of tens, and there's so many, you know, there's so many straights, so many flushes out there.
She said good call.
No way! She's bluffing? Wow, Lynn, I'm so... What a sicko!
Mucks it, yeah. Just mucks, calls with a 10. Had us all fooled.
King Jack.
They're the right
She
color.
had King Jack. Wow, had us all fooled.
What a beast!
So the guy who said your name is Liz, he was wrong about that, but he was right about her bluffing.
Yeah! I did not... Seriously, Lynn.
I was going to ask you your mother's maiden name, and as soon as you answered just snap call, then I realised if I get it wrong, I look so dumb.
She was so...
If you get what
Super
right.
relaxed, laughing, smiling.
Yeah. Because, I don't know.
Charlie Carroll up to 71,600. Lynn Gilmartin down to 65k.
I'm not playing against Lynn.
Said 4 weirdly.
Such a shock.
What does she do when she has it?
Be aware that you can still double me up.
Well, I guess that's the question. To see if she's, you know, balanced in,
No, you have zero.
in her adorableness.
No.
It is in your repertoire.
You have to suck me out to get a double up.
Well, a lot of people tried to put her on a hand, and they all failed.
Including us.
As Barguerfi's just taken a seat at the table next to Lynn Gilmartin. New players coming in all the time. We're down to 396 players now, with 44 minutes to play, and still no announcement on the prize breakdown.
How many entries did they have overall?
1,700.
No way!
Biggest
Wow.
EPT main event ever.
So good.
And when we say 1,700, we don't mean like 17, and we don't mean like 1,680,
Like,
1,695.
actually on the nose.
1,700 on the dot.
I was probably number 1,700.
You were one of the last, yes.
We are left with 396. And we still don't know how many we'll be paying tomorrow when we get through the bubble. Make sure you're here from noon tomorrow, Central European time, for our Day 3 coverage, including our world-famous bubble coverage.
Liv, I've got bad news for you. Apparently your real name is Elizabeth.
Oh,
Because Jay Lawrence 101 on Twitch is always right.
the jig is up. You're right, I'm sorry.
Well spotted.
Damn. Busted again.
Sigurd says he only called because he was scared of getting bluffed by a grill. Shiva says she acted strong when she was weak.
Oh, yeah, of course, now everyone's seen the hands. Everyone's a genius.
Absolutely.
There were
Well
a
done,
fair
everyone.
amount of people picking the other
Yeah.
side, but
It's true. I didn't see the action pre and so on. Did she just go bet, 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 and he check called all three? Or he bet flop,
How
she
much are you playing,
called, and then he check called, check called?
she definitely bet 3 times. We just lost the history, but
Now, obviously, we did have some controversy on one of the outer tables earlier on involving William Kassouf. We wanted to get the skinny from one of the tournament staff, so we spoke to senior floor person Luca Vivaldi.
Basically, we had some complaints at the table that William was being a bit too loud and he was needling some players. He wasn't being rude or anything, but he was, trying to get under the skin of other players. And we know William for a long time now. He's been in the UK circuit for quite a long time, so he knows that when we get to the table, he knows what we're going to say to him, so he just usually shuts off. There's not a big difference between needling and table talk, but when you can get to a point where you can almost get rude, so then we have to put a stop to it. We didn't give William any penalty, and he knows that his personality gets him to needle other players at the table. and that's his poker plan at the table. And he knows that when we get to the table, usually stop straight away, and he's calmed down for a long time. And now and then, just a little presence at the table for a floor stuff will shut him down.
A fair assessment from Luca, and obviously Luca does work extensively on the UK IPT and has come across Mr. Kassouf before and is aware of his history and knows when things extend beyond banter to something a little bit more sinister. Zhao says, "Live Paris, you the bomb. Now blow up the high roller."
Kaboom.
And some poker advice from Poker Abe. You know what? When someone mentions the word sexist when betting big, just call.
Good point. Can't say I ever hear that word being used that much at the table.
So this is a blind-on-blind confrontation. Carroll completed from the small. Hartman checked his option. All hearts. Ace, deuce, tray. Bet 3,500, and Hartman responds with a raise. Abe also says congratulations to Luca on the loss of the beard. How are you feeling about Luca's new look for season 12, Joe?
I like it better this way. I don't like big gross beards on people.
I like a bit of facial hair, but not too big.
Yeah.
Like this is good.
She likes this. Oh, I'm off camera now.
Oh, we're off camera.
No,
You're
it's just
missing out,
touching my
guys. You'll
face.
be seeing some eroticism right now. Oh yeah.
So these are the stacks of the 9 players we're
That's not
watching
my
at
face.
the feature table. Pascal Hartman, the biggest stack. Yuri Gully. Hello, Gully. The shortest stack was 16 bigs.
Lynn Gilmartin. I just do one phrase of Lynn, which was when we were all a little worse for wear, and we were seeing if we could physically climb up people while they were standing, and she was going, "Look, everybody, I climbed Mount Igor." She was like up on his shoulders, and he was like, "Ah!"
He's a fun one to climb.
He is.
I would assume.
He's skinny.
Just checking on the live update section of the PokerStars blog, where obviously the guys are keeping across all of the tables. They've still got Ran Nev as the chip leader with 400,000. Players who've hit the rail recently include Luca Moschita and Leo Fernandez. Among the big stacks, Sham Srinivasan and Mike McDonald, both from Canada. Is there something pretty spooky about Canadian players?
It won't start playing the next one till it's done. It's not a very sophisticated machine. Trying to think of one that would be good for, the tournament deaths. None of those really are that good. That would be good for whenever there's a floor man around.
Yeah.
Assigning penalties.
Right.
Carroll winning that one with a 3-bet. Up to 76,300.
Where did
Average
the-
stack right now, 132,000 with 387 remaining.
Where do the chips end and the shirt begins? I don't even know.
He's so well camouflaged.
Joe Glenn asks how long left on the day. 37 minutes, Joe.
This is how they still don't have how many people get paid.
Approximately, because I guess when we get to 10 minutes, they'll draw for the final number of hands to be played on day 2.
Cirillo's figured it out, by the way. She was bluffing because her eyes was shaking after a few questions. Guys,
come on.
Oh, okay.
I think if because you first cash tomorrow, then it doesn't matter today.
Still changes things. But
I won't retweet that one then. If you're
I know the money's close, might stop me stealing.
No one knows if the money is close because they haven't announced the payouts yet. What's the whole Pope doing, for heaven's sake?
Roberto Romanello.
He's probably outside using water jetpack shoes. Here's your boy Yuri Gully. He's out.
Oh, hello, Gully.
Pascal Hartman.
Should be like 455, I think.
Yeah, I thought something like 250.
Raising his button.
Maybe even more.
Hyde 0008 on Twitch. Any Polish players still in the tournament? Yes.
Tak. That's yes in Polish.
Got all our bases covered.
More armchair analysis of the big hand between Lynn Gilmartin and Charlie Carroll. Adam Jackson says she was being too flirtatious to not be bluffing, in my opinion.
She's a sly one.
We're dinner breaking, you know.
In addition to her eyes shaking, I love the WNBA ads. Her pupils weren't dilated, so she missed her draw.
I'll tell you what the whole Pope's doing. He's tweeting a lot about what's happening here in Barcelona. And apparently, having played the 500 euro event today, Neymar Jr. is hanging around to play the 200 euro event tonight. He's played a 25k, a 2k, a 500, and he's now playing a 200.
Who loves it more? That wasn't planned. Couple of things, James. If you could help out Ms. Roboto and M3L both on Twitch. If you're going to be a know-it-all, what's the #1 rule of being a know-it-all?
You must be right.
So, Ms. Roboto says she did have the King of Spades flush blocker. Might have emboldened her to bluff. No.
She had King of Clubs.
She had 2 clubs in her hand. And M3L says, for the love of God, please stop playing low quality and lame sounds from your iPhones. Also... not from our iPhones. So, again, if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right.
That was strangely symphonic. That was like some random thing they'd put on Radio 3 in the middle of the night.
Sathar123 says the way the light reflected on her forehead, you could tell she was bluffing. Obvious call.
Yeah, I think Simon Baker hits the nail on the head. I think people are getting their tells from Rounders and or Casino Royale.
I'm Willem asks Liv if I can hit on her mom at Burning Man or not. Wingman me Stapes. The thing is, when Liv said her parents were going, I would assume you're going to meet some resistance from...
Hey, I mean, you never know. It's Burning Man.
Hello,
I don't know. I can't speak for that kind of thing. That's... I don't know.
Gully all in with ace-king, called by Stefan Wagner with queens. It is the sickest race of all at the feature table.
No, king.
So less of a race than people think.
As we can see, 57-43.
Like Uncharted versus Tomb Raider, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, no one has a club. Hello, Gully.
He's not in a good way now. Only an ace.
Well, there is the possibility of some singing. And Yuri would love it.
Opportunities.
No. Queens hold, and we say goodbye, Gully. He's not constipated.
Well, we don't know that.
Sounds like a... Yeah, I would say. Anyway.
Best not to say more.
How is this relevant to the stream? On James Hartigan's Twitter feed, do multiple Emmy nominees for the same show hurt TV series?
Well,
we analyse it here.
It's because I follow @Variety for entertainment news, you see. Equally, Phil Helmuth, not relevant to the stream.
Sluggish start to my day. Tired.
I can shorten that sentence. Phil Hellmuth, not relevant. But again, I follow him. Therefore, it's there. Neil Channing just retweets every account under the sun.
He
So lots
does.
of random stuff appears on my Twitter feed. It's the far column. That's the one I'm looking at.
Liv, if you were to pick a rom-com to portray your life, what would it be called and who would star as you?
Ooh.
Thank you, Franson, for that question.
Arrested Development and the whole cast. That's the only thing I can think of.
You want the whole
Well,
cast to
it's not
play
really
you?
a rom-com, is it?
No.
No, I failed. Oh. Yes, I love that show so much.
That's just an answer, though. That's what Liv wants to be Arrested Development.
Yeah.
Who would play Liv? Does she have to be English?
No.
Cara Delevingne.
What? No. Come on.
And the rom-com would be The Naked Truth, and Katherine Heigl could play you.
All right.
You put up no resistance.
Fine.
She's like, okay, I'm done with this. Charlie Carroll active again.
His hair is such a swoosh.
I assume you're not talking about Roberto.
I mean, that's a swoosh too, but look at it. Whoosh.
Jan says, Liv, say hello to all the players in the Big O. That's Ockenden, Essex.
Big up. Big up, Ockenden. Ockenden, Essex. It's because up north, isn't it? Essex.
Liv a little bit shaky on the geography today.
I'm very tired.
Rodolfo says, Stapes, which the app name sounds you are using?
Not an app.
Not an app. Not on my iPhone. Just a good old piece of hardware.
It's called a sound machine.
A bit like the Miami sound machine.
Leonidas on Twitch says, please, Liv, can you answer my question? The two guys beside you don't want to. I live in Cali, moving to Morocco in a month or so. Can I play on PokerStars from there? Thanks.
I don't know. I cannot. I think so, but I would recommend you Google that or email support@pokerstars.com.
That's a great way to do it. Or you could ask us a bunch more times.
Oh, he's asked you guys a bunch?
That's what he's saying, because we don't want to answer him. It's not that we don't want to answer you. We don't know.
Yeah. I would email support. They will give you an answer, a concrete answer, because I can only speculate. But I will speculate that, yes, you can play in Morocco.
This went check on the flop. Roberto check called the turn. And it looks like he is going to be facing another bet on the river.
Peter Blow says, I bet Liv knows all about Carry On films.
Oh, matron.
Did you realise that Joe had never heard of the Carry On films
Really?
until a week ago?
Wow. Such an entertainment plethora of knowledge anymore, are you?
No, I guess not. I mean, I wouldn't know about the most popular chain of films out of Morocco either. Or any other small country.
Sure.
– 1970s booby comedies. Roberto folded that hand.
Now, if you want booby comedies, you want the Confessions series, Joe. Confessions of a Window Cleaner. Another great, in inverted commas, British contribution to world cinema. Alan Gwynn says Eva Green would definitely play Liv.
Oh.
Eva Green in a sitcom. That's something I'd like to see.
Well, they said rom-com. Doesn't that mean a movie?
Yeah.
She's not really a rom-com kind of actress.
The actress I used to get compared to at least, I liked it, was Jennifer Connelly. But
she's probably twice your age, though.
yeah, but she's... Oh.
Not that you mind.
I like Jennifer. She's a very good actress too.
Just like Lynn Gilmartin.
Yeah.
So we're down to 378 players, so my estimation of 380 to 400 was off.
You guys have no idea how happy it makes me when James is wrong. Like,
to be fair,
I'm as happy as Liv is.
You scoffed at it because you thought I'd gone too low.
I didn't scoff ever. I always know you're going to be right.
You had that look in your eyes like, really? We're really going to lose like 550 players today?
The thing about James Hardigan is because James follows the #1 rule of being a know-it-all. He's mostly right.
Mostly.
That's why he's an insufferable know-it-all.
Now, Elkie has just sent on Twitter a picture of himself on the beach with his girlfriend Jenny.
Whoa.
Assuming that this picture was taken this afternoon, it would imply that Elkie is no longer in the EPT Barcelona main event.
That's an amazing picture.
What I want to know is she taking the photo? Is it camera in her hand? It can't.
That's
be
like
right.
look at that. That's such an amazing picture. Nice one,
No,
LP.
that can't be a selfie.
No. Well, unless they have a selfie stick.
Oh, I have seen some PokerStars branded selfie sticks doing the rounds.
Matt Harper had one.
Don't we know about it?
She was chasing people around with it yesterday.
She also hasn't quite worked out yet that the idea of a selfie stick is to take selfies and not actually be taking like photographs at the end of the
Yeah, I
pole.
mean, telescopic improvisation. There's nothing wrong with that. Lynn's taking some clothes off everybody.
We noticed.
Pay attention.
I was.
Is that your sex voice?
We noticed. That's me trying to pick my job off the floor.
Whoa! Alright, this is... Alright, cameraman.
I'm going to hazard a guess that actually Elkie's just tweeted a random photo that was taken earlier on in the week, because I think he's still in.
Yeah.
Can we get confirmation? Is Elkie still in the tournament?
Did you say still in or still in?
Is Elkie still, pause for effect, in the EPT Barcelona main event?
I think he is.
Yes,
He
Elkie's
is?
still, yep. Elkie, chips, cards, playing poker, all good.
Still Lynn. Reno's on Twitch says, as kind as the red hair, don't leave the table is cool.
It's just like a collection of words. just spat out in any order.
I'm just going to regret it.
Brilliant.
So Elkie has a stack of about 40,000 at the moment.
Good
Craig's just tweeted he can afford to take a beach break. No, he can't. Not with a stack of 40k.
He sure can.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, 51. I remember.
Willie Elliott has a question, Liv, following your thwar for Jennifer Connolly. Has Liv ever kissed a girl, and did she like it? Blah, 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 cherry chapstick.
Sure, Katy Perry. I made out with her once.
Iridocyclitis. Have you seen any of those iridocyclitis vines?
That sounds like a disease.
This kid in the spelling bee got the word iridocyclitis, and people on Vine.
I-R-I-D-O-S-A.
No A.
Iridosa.
I don't think there's an A
Say
in
it
it.
better. Iridose. E.
With a cyclitis.
Oh, cyclitis. What is that? Is that it must be something to do with light.
Anyway, people take the clip of him repeating the word and have like smashed it into music videos.
Oh, nice.
And so there's I kissed a girl and I iroclosiditis. I'll show you the vine
And I liked
afterward.
it. All right.
We'll get sued if I play it on the air.
Pedro says, when will Stapes and Hartigan post a picture like the one Elkie did just now? Hashtag ratings.
X ratings.
Thank you to Simon Baker, who's just tweeted a link to the article on PokerStars.com about which countries you can play on PokerStars in. So hopefully he'll find that in the Twitter timeline.
Iridocyclitis. I
think you put an extra syllable in there.
Mm-hmm.
So what country was he asking about?
Morocco.
Morocco is on the list. Yes, if you move to Morocco, you can still hashtag play on PokerStars.
Let's pick up the action in this hand. Hartman raised under the gun. Carroll called out of the big blind. Carroll check called flop, went check check on the turn. And now Carroll's going to lead river. 23,800 in the middle.
Well, there's a ton of hands. Carroll has all the aces in his range, way more than whoever his opponent is, Hartman. So he can easily represent that if he has a bluff, and obviously if he has an ace, then he can be value betting. And what was his site? How much did he bet on the river?
31,500. It's an overbet.
Wow.
It's about 22k in the pot.
It gets the job done.
You know, Liv, I was actually happy that you were in the high roller so late last night for two reasons. One is that, yes, for you, but also when I got in last night, I was feeling super sick and I wanted to go to bed really early, and I knew that if you asked me to hang out, I probably wouldn't have, and I saw that you were still in. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yes, I can sleep.
I don't have to tell Liv that I can't hang out tonight. Oh, and also she's probably going to win $1 million. Things winding down today. 20 minutes left to play.
The big question is, will we get confirmation of the prize payouts before the close of play, or are we going to have to wait for the start of day 3?
Everyone's been staring at Lynn so hard her mic pack exploded. Okay, guys, let's give her a little second. Huh?
My double up now. I'm too greedy.
I haven't heard a lot from Eric Ravu recently. He's raising the button here. Gets 3-bet by Charlie Carroll.
Who we have heard plenty from.
Hartman's folded.
First time we played together. Round 1.
You speak French?
Huh?
You speak French?
No.
Charlie Carroll trying to make conversation with a man who speaks limited English.
Hey, reads his reads.
I don't know if this is a serious question or not, but he's claiming it is. Buff D says, why do poker players smell their shirts after a bet? They're actually trying to cover their mouths. A lot of people think mouth twitches and sort of your frowning or smiling will give away your hand, so they cover up their mouths.
Stupid.
Sweet.
I think it's weird when people do that.
Well, at this point, we're going to say thank you and good night to Liv Bourree.
Who thinks you're stupid, mouth coverers?
Good.
Liv is leaving the booth, and Liv, we do wish you best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
On day 2 of the one-day Super High Roller.
Thanks.
As
Thank you
3
very much.
play down to a winner. Thank you very much, Liv, for dropping by.
Thank you for having me, guys. Bye.
Bye, Liv.
I'm the skewer. He's the net.
Knock him out of here fast enough.
She's the bluffer.
Okay.
But She at least enjoys herself. And
Bo! Ericsson sits down between Rabu and Carroll with a stack of 94,500.
And he's what?
He's famous.
He's famous.
That's why we're here.
I don't care if the whole world thinks Liv's
Him and the
creeped
late
out by me.
bagel.
I know the real story. And she's giving me the middle finger. Okay. Oh, the Twitch chat. They're out of here. Yankee hater. I'm leave now.
What are the hamburgers?
Bye. Where's that? No, those aren't hamburgers. That's a crying guy.
Sorry, bear in mind that I am sitting some distance from your screen, and they look like hamburgers from a distance.
Looks like a crying penis head. Who's this guy? Ericsson?
Yeah.
Bo?
Yeah, I'm started with.
When the crowd say Bo, selector.
94.
Big Joan wants to know, seriously, is there any Norwegians left? Well,
yeah.
BG Joan. I know there's at least one.
Who? Johnny Lodden?
There's got to be one.
If Johnny Lodden is still in, then there is at least one Norwegian. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the old live updates at the moment. Oh, here we go. Guess who the chip leader is right now, Joe?
Johnny Lodden.
Nope, Sham Srinivasan, 475k.
Sham Srinivasan. You watched that link yet?
No, I haven't. Recent eliminations include Mustafa Kanit. So this is Wagner v. Ericsson. He's just come to the table. He raised this one pre-flop, continued flop. Has an opportunity here to barrel the turn, but nope, checks behind, river for free. Not a spade this time, 9 of diamonds.
So Ericsson was the raiser. Ericsson was the continuer. He did not continue continuing. And he is going to bet the river. You know, I was this close to learning what the old chip denominations were before you guys switched them up on me this season. It took me 4 seasons to almost learn the other ones. Bet and a call, show me a winner. Looks like we got the 10 of spades for a king high flush with a 10. And that's going to be good enough. Ericsson adds 23,000 to his stack. Thank you for the chip denominations, Graphical Nick. So I love your creativity, but let's make these easier to understand. Brown is 100, pink is 500, yellow is 1,000, blue is 5,000. Okay. I'm sorry to just completely strip away all the fanfare there, Graphical Nick, but I'm a simple man.
I mean,
simple man, simpleton, Stapleton.
Thank you.
I don't know you well enough to needle. I only needle good friends.
I'm needleable, I promise.
I'm used to it. You used to it?
William Kassouf on the move. Where's his entourage? Where's the security guards to make sure he doesn't get cracked in his grill? This table is not lucky. If anything, they're unlucky.
6 hands after this.
6 hands.
You're getting no more play? Wow. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah, and Hossein and Santa at the table.
Winner of the seniors event here in Barcelona last year. Final tabled the main, and then final tabled EPT Malta later this season. Krishnan says, thought I heard my surname getting mentioned. Must be Sham Srinivasan at the top of the chip count. Correct.
When you come to England and you speak like your 8 languages or whatever really well, like fluently. Just us trying to barely scratch together a sentence in our home language.
Word coming down from Francine that we're playing our last 6 hands.
So the tournament clock has been paused. 6 more hands to play, and then day 2 is in the books. Still no word on the payouts. We know the prize pool is 8.245 million euros. Not sure how many players we're going to pay. Not sure what a min cash is going to be. And of course, the big prize is yet to be confirmed as well. So what's this question from Abe, Joe?
We got into an argument in Florida about how to pronounce a particular poker player's name, and even though I spoke to the player in question, got his name from him, Abe still contended, as a know-it-all who is not right, that I was pronouncing it incorrectly. So, to your knowledge, James, how do you pronounce that name?
That would be Muckle Pahuja.
Correct. All right, buddy. And then, then he had the audacity to say, well, why don't you ask his parents? Ask his parents how it's pronounced. Like I don't know, maybe I just ask him. Anyway, I had a classic, if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right blow up.
I don't buy that.
In Florida.
You didn't buy what? Smiling?
Yeah. I don't buy it.
One of your really epically entertaining Uncle Daddy States rants.
Yes. Had that a few times. Wait, was that inverted commas? Entertaining?
Not entertaining purely from a like a kind of car crash is entertaining.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Wonder what's going on here.
Well, we went 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah,
Christensen raised.
Called by Charlie Carroll and Lynn Gilmartin, and Christensen has continued for 7,500. Simon Baker, don't go anywhere yet. He says, top stream today, guys. See you tomorrow for day 3.
What?
Still 6 hands to play, Simon. By the way, that Simon Baker, officially not the mentalist.
Not the mentalist.
Nope.
Probably not even a mentalist.
So we got rid of Lynn Gilmartin on the flop. Board pairs on the turn.
Boo. Balash on Twitter asks, PK and Neymar are there. They're not playing in the main event, but they are here. Neymar specifically still around, playing every event he can get his hands on.
Mentioned that Sham Srinivasan is among the chip leaders. The other big stacks right now include Pavel Plasov from Romania.
Year of Romania.
He's got 420,000. Matthias de Mulder, 381,000. Jude Ainsworth, 310,000.
Carroll's called this turn bet. Nearly 70K in the middle. 8 of hearts on the river. So a bunch of straight draws come in. Cookie Killer on Twitch says, love how people complain about gaming on ESPN, but we deal with this S on a gaming stream website. Cookie Killer, why are you watching it? There's only 10,000 other things you could be watching on Twitch.
What was the problem?
Love how people complain about gaming on ESPN, but we deal with this S on a gaming stream website. I just don't watch it. Do you go to all the streams you don't like and type in the chat box? It seems like a huge waste of time. Notice me, senpai. Yeah, Alkin, poker's fun on Twitch. Just don't watch it if you don't like it.
So there is Sham Srinivasan among the tournament chip leaders right now. That's a lovely stack of around 400,000. One point, he was close to 500,000, but then he had a bit of a run-in with Old Kent Road. And it looks right now that Sham is roughly 5th in chips and that Amir Tuorma is the man to beat. He's got 512k. And Pete, I don't know what you're talking about. Neymar Jr., very much part of the PokerStars family. One of our new sporting ambassadors alongside Cristiano Ronaldo. Are you keeping track of the hands, by the way?
What now?
The number of hands being played at the feature table, are you keeping track of them?
No. It's better just to not
know what's going on?
Yeah, just to not keep track of them, because then I can't be wrong. I can just go, and here's another hand. Bob has comment has asked a fairly funny question. He says, any citizens of Vatican City still, and have we ever had a player from Vatican City?
Not that I'm aware of.
Romanello Wagner.
EPT champ versus EPT finalist.
What's happening? When someone's under the gun and it takes them this long to act, it's a little weird. There we go. Echo Axe axes. What was the buy in here? 5,000 euros.
And Pete, I don't really want to get into a debate about UK advertising laws, but there were never any plans to use Neymar in the UK market because of the rules you're referring to. But guess what? The UK ain't the only country that PokerStars operates in, and he is present and correct in every other country in the world.
Wrecked. You just got wrecked, Pete.
There's no dropping necessary. This may come as a shock to you, but PokerStars is aware of gaming laws and advertising restrictions in the markets in which it operates.
Gaming law hype. Kappa. That one goes to Romanello, and there are hands left.
A few hands left to play.
Or one, maybe. Or I don't know. One or more.
Well, here's the thing. We haven't been paying attention. Let's see if anyone on the production team has. Anyone know how many hands left to play? Anyone? No.
Anyone?
Shaking heads, blank faces. You know who's been counting. I guarantee you I know will have been counting. Elia! How many hands left to play? Right now? Yes, right now. How many hands left to play? Ilya guesses 3. Wrong. It's 4.
John Tina says 4, but you know what? I take Ilya over John Tina.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 hands left to play. I miss Yuri Gully.
Come back, Gully.
Serene is very excited because Mike is in the top 20.
Here comes Lynn Grill Martin.
Willie Elliott says, I found a Vatican City player / contributor, and he wheels out that old Photoshop.
The whole Pope?
Of the whole Pope as the Pope. Any opportunity to recycle one of those Photoshops should always be taken, Willie.
Serene gets in touch to say, "We're good. Mike's in the top 20."
Yeah, I did.
Did you do that? Sorry,
that one, yeah.
I just missed it. I just wanted to say we're good. I've never said it before. She did not squee, however.
And it's that Daniel has observed that there's no registered page for Vatican City on the Hendon Mob. Get on it, Dreyfus.
Dreyfus is, I don't think he's really Catholic, you know what I mean? I don't think he really recognizes the Popa. So that last hand goes to Lynn Grill Martin. There are between 2 and 4 hands left. Javi wants to know, will there be a challenge stakes in Barcelona? We're mixing up challenge stakes a little bit this year. It's going to be stakes recreates.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier on, Xavi, but I think you were probably playing here at Casino Barcelona. We're going to get Joe to recreate a classic moment from last year's main event from EPT 100. Would you like to see Joe play the roles of Dan Shack and Kamal Chararia in their famous confrontation over the Queen 9 misread? Or would you like to see Joe play Mike McDonald and Dominic Panker in a recreation of their love affair at the feature table?
When he says play, he doesn't mean play them in poker. He means act as the role of...
Perform.
Correct.
Using props and costumes and, obviously, your actor skills that you have refined over the years.
Hearts are cheap.
Peter says Alex Dreyfus should popify poker.
You know who never got back to me? Joe Best. Twice now I called him. He sent me a voicemail. Unbelievable, this guy. You know, I'm going to call him again tomorrow. When we're on the air.
So this, we believe, is the penultimate hand. So 2 more to play. Hartman has raised it up.
Serena explains, no photo, no squee.
pictures or you don't get a squee.
Pictures are never squeed. I like Razorheart's idea. He wants to see me play Morton Klein.
Morton Klein, not one of the options. It's a 50-50 choice. Queen flip situation. Hashtag vote Shaq. Hashtag vote Panker. Damien Clarkson says, boy, long days when watching from Australia, but well worth it. It's 4:19 in the morning where he is.
There's a Damien Clarkson stand-up comic in London from Australia. Pretty good, too. There we go. Stapes recreates at the bottom of your screen as Romanello 3-bets this open from Hartman. Here's how you vote.
Yeah, this guy, by the way, not a comedian. Amateur landscape and astrophotographer, gamer, poker player, unprofessional, apprentice chef. Also, not in London, still in Australia.
Hey.
So Hartman opened. Romanello 3-bet. Is this a 4-bet from Rabu?
Rabu. Yeah, sure is.
Well, it was a quick fold.
This is never a move, right? Yeah.
From Eriksson. Hartman's out. So it's back on Roberto now.
Rabu? Roberto. Roberto? Robuto. Yeah, that's never a move. Good fold, everybody.
Hey, Queen.
Play against me.
Maybe.
So the voting's finally working. Mubot's picking him up now. I know what I'm voting for.
7, 3 offsuit.
My turn.
You said you didn't like to lie.
Just saying.
Last hand of the night, we think. Last hand of the day, maybe.
Players concluded at some tables. You'll see them bagging and tagging. And no confirmation of the prize payout, so make sure you're with us for tomorrow. Noon Central European time is when we kick off day 3 coverage. And hopefully at that point they will announce how many players are going to get paid. And I imagine it won't take long until we go hand for hand and play into the money. Our world-famous bubble coverage will be here tomorrow on PokerStars.tv.
What was the noise for world-famous bubble coverage?
Yeah, I think we might want to revisit that.
That's how excited world-famous bubble coverage. No?
La dernière.
Better, warmer,
yes,
closer.
Yes. Andrew Johnson asks, is Brazilian Ronaldo playing the main event? Nope, he's not here in Barcelona. And Andrew said, just deposited to play in the EPT Bounty Bonanza game. Seems like a fun promo. Good luck in the league, Andrew.
Good luck. Famous guy.
Same to you.
Romanello raises, gets called by Carroll.
7-3. You're doing good.
Jack 10-4 flop. Both Carroll and Romanello check. Deuce on the turn. Micro would love to see a recreation of El Toro's Vamos and asks, has Big Toro showed up this year? Oh yes, Creston Nielsen is in Barcelona.
That would be fun. I wouldn't mind doing that one. Parduques wants to know why Charlie Carroll referred to Roberto Romanello as good luck famous guy. He's an EPT champion. And he's got a pretty famous YouTube clip from the World Series as well. Bet fold.
End of hand and end of play.
He was winning.
Yeah.
Charlie Carroll did a really good job of working himself back up after making that very thin, very incorrect call against Lynn Gilmartin.
you guys?
I'm sorry. That's how he got himself back up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It was that ill-timed bluff against Pascal Hartmann that cost him most of his chips earlier on. But
That was the one.
End the day with 96,000, which is significantly below average. Tournament clock showing 367 players, but chances are fewer than that will be coming into day 3. Average stack will be around 140k. Charlie Carroll with 98k, so 32 big blinds when we go to 1,500, 3,000 at the start of play tomorrow. Pascal Hartmann ends the day with 164,000, 54 bigs. There's Barguerfi, the shortest stack of the 9 players we were watching over the course of the last couple of levels. He's got 19 big blinds. So reminder, there are live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com, including updates on the chips of all the players, including the tournament chip leaders. We will be back for day 3 with our world-famous bubble coverage. We're also here on days 4 and 5, and of course day 6, with cards-up coverage of the main event final table. So you'll find coverage of all the side events on the PokerStarsblog.com, plus some fun and interesting features written by the likes of Howard Swains, Martin Harris, Nick Wright, and Stephen Bartley.
Good stuff. Excellent writers. Don't know how we got them.
And remember, one of the EPT TDs, Thomas Lamache, will join us when we go hand for hand and play through the bubble. Tomorrow, we will announce the prize payouts. We will make the money. Our world-famous bubble coverage starts at noon Central European time. So join us tomorrow here on EPT Live. But for now, from me, James Hartigan, from Joe Stapleton, and from Matt Broughton, it's good night from Barcelona.